shit, there's no delay on that.
No, there is no delay.
Well, I was thinking Starlink. Oh,
around Benalbo on day 2 of the 2025 Hammett Tyres and More Hammett Working Dog Rally. Here we go again. We had a fantastic day yesterday with action up and down this 4 kilometre stage here at the Working Dog Rally. We're about to set sail again. Zero car is on stage and heading through, and we've got word the first car is about 3 minutes away. So if you just tuned in, hello, welcome and thank you. Excuse me. Big day talking yesterday. Had a bit of a cough. So as you can see, some wonderful vision there. There's a bit of an intro that we're playing. That was all shot yesterday from trains, planes, drones, gimbals and phones. But got an amazing, talented crew here just capturing all the spirit of this event and all this amazing country and amazing road. So that's a little bit of a insight as to what we were shot yesterday and the action that was on track. And we're about to get going again. It's 7:30 a.m. here in northern New South Wales at Benalbo, down in the beautiful hinterland in the ranges, little town called Benalbo. And if you're wondering what the Working Dog Rally means, why it's called Working Dog, Benalbo is the self-proclaimed capital of the working dog trials here in Australia. Back in about 1950, they started the sheepdog trials, and still a major event here. So very interesting little town. Not long now before we hit the tracks and go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And get some rally action on day 2 of the 2025 Working Dog Rally Sprint here at Benalbo. So we'll be back to you shortly. Enjoy the vision we shot yesterday. Enjoy the bit of a music intro. And as soon as we've got a car on track, we'll come back to you and call the shots as the day unfolds. Day 2 of the 2025 Working Dog Rally. Not car number 1, but first car on the road. And this is actually our current event leader. Won yesterday, clawed his way up through the pack. He was sort of battling all day yesterday, just quietly sitting in second. And then the last 2 runs yesterday afternoon just moved up into that final spot to be currently sitting in the number 1 position. You see the track this morning is a little bit cool and crisp here this morning at Benalbo. They've run a water truck up and down. We didn't get a storm last night as we thought and hoped we would. But some moisture in this road is good. Just puts a little bit of grip there. Although I was having a look at this car last night downtown. I'm not sure if they put any fresh tyres on it this morning, but they were working hard yesterday. They had a raggy old set of hard tyres on there, and makes their outright lead probably even more commendable. So I run my hand over their tyres, and it was like running it over that road. It was hard as a rock. And just the nature of this road, I'm thinking most of the quick cars are up there on really soft tyres. Pirelli seem to be the choice, but basically a lot of these guys are budget, and as you see, they're going to come thick and fast. We're running at 1 minute intervals, so she's on this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hang on to your seats. We're up and away. So Craig Aggio, he held the commendable lead all day yesterday, not by a lot, only sort of a second here and 2 seconds there. He come out of the gate firing and held the lead most of it yesterday, but the Maura Mafia Evo in the last 2 runs clawed back multiple seconds to put themselves up there in first. Craig and Megan in the GR Yaris. So they're shooting out at 1 minute intervals this morning. So we're going to be sort of punching through pretty quickly and end up with 3, nearly 4 cars on stage at any one time. We'll have a car finishing. We're going to see how we go with the officials at either end and the start-finish control, just to see whether we can maintain that. And it won't be long. You'll see a car coming to the finish line. We'll have cars on stage and cars starting as well. So it's going to be one very, very busy day. On the microphone, on the stage, for all the volunteer officials along the track. If you're listening to us, hello, and thank you very much for your time, effort, and energy. This guy was the really interesting yesterday that we watched. Started out nice and steady as you expect, because it's a relatively new car to him, and a great competitor. Got a long background in motorsport, mainly motorbikes, but that's Christian Sprenger, but just snuck through the pack all day. And was great to watch. Sort of started in the 2:30s and then just come back and entered Saturday night in third outright. So getting quicker and quicker all weekend. And the interesting part, if you're watching the results, the show's not over yet. There's still some room to move throughout the first, second, third, all the way down through the pack. So we're going to see some interesting things on the results. Very exciting action on the track itself as we see the first car finish the first stage here on Sunday morning. And this will be Jeff and Donna Kilbride. Those who poke around rallying around southeast Queensland will sort of be fully aware who these guys are. They're no strangers to rallying and getting just faster and faster. They put on a brand new set of tyres last night. I had a look on the front. So they were sitting comfortably in third most of yesterday. Dropped a few seconds to Sprengers, and which is obviously going to make a really interesting battle. Nobody's going to give up easily. It's a fun, friendly event. Everybody's having a great time. There's no egos or sheep stations around, even though we're in the working dog capital of the world. No sheep stations, but the competition is fierce. Like, everybody's giving it their best shot and having a red-hot crack, and that's what we like to see. So Jeff and Donna there, you're seeing the grey Subaru first. I'm not sure it was their first rally, but it's certainly a very fresh car into their stable as we see Craig and Megan roll in across the flying finish into the kick-ass quick pass arch to come to the finish control. And they're certainly coming very fast this morning, minute apart. And this is a good way to run a show. And this will be car number 7. This will be the Jensen Evo. Putting in some commendable times all weekend. So we're running in outright order this morning. So if you are looking at entry lists or looking for them, it's different to yesterday. Yesterday we were running in seeded order all day from morning all the way through, and today we're running in results order from yesterday, so which makes it very exciting. So first on road is basically currently sitting first outright on the event, but I'm pretty certain and say with confidence that things can and will change throughout the course of the day. Going to be very interesting. You could just see the speed pick it up a notch yesterday afternoon. Everybody, it's a very technical road. For those who were listening yesterday, you may remember me talking about it. If you're just tuning in today, welcome to our live feed. It is exciting. The drone footage, the footage coming out of cameras, it's just absolutely amazing. I'm seeing what you're seeing as well. I've got a bit of live action in front of me here at the spectator area as we see James Taylor and the VR4 come down straight away this morning. They're quicker. Whether they'll be quicker over the stage, but there's certainly some of these we're talking about the technicalities of this road and how tricky and difficult it is. It's a beautiful road. Some of it's billiard table smooth, a few little humps and bumps, not too many, but the undulations are really gentle and the crests are just blind enough that you can't see over the brows, coming down into tight little culverts like that one there. They just come through very sharp, and there's not a real lot to gain, but being a rally sprint, you've got to look for every incremental second that you can gather up. But there's a heck of a lot to lose if you get it wrong. It's a beautiful roadway, as you can see. The lane's quite wide, but there's not really much room to move. The train track of grip level is narrow, and then you're on the grass, and then as soon as you're on the grass, there's little table drains, there's boggy little holes, there's rocks, and then in some cases up further, massive drop-offs down into rivers and creeks. So it's a highly technical road. Wayne Hoy, this is a great battle we watched yesterday, and it's going to continue today without doubt between Wayne Hoy, Alan Steen, one of the oldest and most distinguished navigators in Australia, and internationally too for that matter, and he's been battling out with Clay Badenoch all day yesterday. Clay had his measure nearly all day, but Wayne just reeled those few seconds in at the final moments. So we're seeing a switch in the order there. where yesterday it was Clay out in front and Wayne tucked in behind. But now they've turned around and the old Z has, which is where it normally is. It's no stranger to be out in front. So 1 second between those two. But they're the front-running two-wheel drive cars. Wayne Hoy, Clay Badenoch, I'd imagine, will probably be next, and Baden Motorsport. Everyone gearing up for the Alpine Rally in a couple of weeks. So, and here it is. So, yeah, two exciting cars to watch if you like your rear-wheel drive action there. Two fantastic. Got Wayne Hoy. Here's Clay in the Celica. Hopefully you're picking up that little bit of audio, the sound of these cars. I can see his rev limiter pinging on the limmy, as they say. I can just see through his rear window down onto his dashboard, and you can see that red light flickering. And these guys have come out of the gate firing this morning. And as we know, Larissa Bigger is navigating for Clay, and she has a list as long as this stage itself, 4 kilometres long, of who she's navigated for, where she's navigated all around New Zealand, Australia. And certainly this is where this sort of experience will pay off from the navigator's seat, the co-driver's seat, depending on what sort of terminology you like to use. Some call it navigating, some call it co-driving, and some call it the silly seat. But certainly experience will pay off here because it's full commitment. It's a pretty complicated little bit of road. This will be Adam O'Brien. We were just talking before. This is not really a new car to him, but he's always had ultra-reliable cars. He's sort of struggled for reliable finishes in this car. He's got his young fella who's just 14 years of age, young Eli, calling the shots, talking about, so the car in front of them is Clay Badenoch with Larissa Bigger, who will be one of the most experienced co-drivers in Australia, down to young Eli here, 1 car behind, 14 years old. And good on him. He's having a crack. I think this is his first event. And you can see the little helmet there. But father and son crew, it's what... so, yeah, this is his first rally, young Eli, 14-year-old, and jumping straight into, even though it's only a short rally, a little rally sprint, as you can see, the speeds are high, and there's a lot going on their... in their pace notes. Actually, I spoke yesterday and I meant to go and take a photo of somebody's pace notes. I might get somebody down in the service area up the back there that might be listening to me, can take a photo for me and message it through. I'd love to have a look at somebody's set of notes. And because this drone footage is so amazing, we can nearly read them while we're sitting here watching these cars come through. This is another mover and shaker in the field. Was seated way down, car number 23. That's David McGann. And we've been watching him. Had him pegged yesterday morning. He was buried way down the back from a seated entry list. And you think, oh, there's a little bit more in that, a little bit more to that story, and that's showing up in the results. So, and Kevin O'Connor's calling the notes there in the 23 Subaru WRX. Put on a really good show for us all day yesterday, and carrying some nice speed, and results are showing there. Very, very close in the results, right across the field from the front to the back. And as we've seen in some cases, only like 1 second in it. This event is timed to the second rather than down to the micro hundredths of second. Not that we don't have the capabilities of doing it, it's by choice because, hey, it's a wonderful event. You just enjoy everything that's here to do with. It's not sheep station. Just come and enjoy your cars. Come and be competitive. And as it turns out, we've sort of got some clear-cut winners anyway, or leaders at the moment. They're not winners. They've still got a long way to go to the finish line. This is the Mill. And goes a little bit wide. We were talking about, didn't quite get it on the video, unfortunately, but coming through our spectator area, it almost looks like nothing, this piece of road, but there's just about 1,000 things going on all in one little area. And come over a bit of a slight crest, which is just blind enough to about sort of 50 metres later come down into a narrow little culvert, which just has the slightest little bump in it. And then if you slide wide, there's a little gutter there into the grass and can do all sorts of catch you out. So they gathered it up and held it all together, but pretty exciting for them. So, and then ultra fast, because off the start control where they're 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, down they come. And this is Andrew Mill. It's only his second event, so doing pretty well considering the level of experience. And this will be the Tuppen and Hewitt WRX. As you see in a lot of rallies these days, there's so many four-wheel drive turbocharged cars. It's certainly nearly what you'd consider the norm. The modern-day Datsun 1600. You'd go to a rally years ago and there'd be 40 cars and 30 Datsun 1600s. Now you go to a rally and there's Subaru WRXs and Evos everywhere, but Why wouldn't you? They're a great performance car. They perform so well. On the dirt, they're I'm not going to call them easy to drive. You've still got to drive them very hard, and if you drive them with heart and soul, they can be very exciting and yield some very impressive results for you. And the good thing, all that knowledge and research and development, so you can sort of tap into that and buy stuff off the shelf so you get yourself an affordable car and go affordable rallying and be very competitive as well and have a pretty cool looking and sounding car. Next one will be Matt and Amy Davidson, husband and wife team. No strangers to gravel rallying around southeast Queensland. They pop up at many and just about every event and always perform very well. Amy's claim to fame is she won the Yay the Girls Carnicrosses. We were talking about getting this right earlier. They're one of the few that just got that right here in front of us, where they come over that little crest through the culvert. They just come in so hot and fast, but then they sort of bail out because you just don't know where the commitment level is. But they done that perfectly. Just not quite as much ground speed coming in, but then we're just able to maintain that beautiful sort of just steady flow all the way through. Missed a little pothole so the car didn't get upset, and off they go there now. And we're watching that vision as it leaves and heads sort of heading from the west to the east if you're trying to get your bearings and work out which way's up. So Benalbo, so this morning they're starting on the edge of Benalbo, literally, like nearly in the CBD, and through they come and they rally about 4.5 k's up this neat little bit of road, up a valley to a dead end, and that's that shop you're seeing there now. They come in under the arch, they park up, all gather up. There's a regroup area where almost like a Dakar-style bivouac. We see this car here's got a bit of a street cred. I was reading it this morning. This is car number 53, Richard Clooney, and this car was originally built for Michael Guest back in the 90s for the Australian Rally Championship, and had a lot of success. Didn't sort of win the championship, but certainly won events. And anybody who remembers Michael Guest's style was very fast and flamboyant and very aggressive. So this car's got a lot of history, so it's good to see it back out on a rally track and doing very well. And Blair Reed's in the silly seat there, so that's in that nice yellow Evo 3. So if you're just tuning in to join us here this morning, well, good morning and welcome. And we're off to a flying start. It's quite early in the morning here. Well, not very early, but nearly 8 a.m. here at Benalbo. We're in New South Wales, so obviously daylight saving time. And we're back into our rear-wheel drive action here with the Greenwich Corolla. Does a really nice job of that past our where the drone just tucks in behind it and picks it up. And so they're about, that's, if you're interested how far into the stage we are, we're probably about 1 kilometre now into the stage. It's slightly over 4 kilometres long. And that there comes around over a bit of a brow down into a tight culvert. Not too bad travelling in this direction. Coming the other way, it's a lot narrower and a little bit trickier, or there's a bit of a hairy big drop off into the gully on the right hand side. But going that way, it's nice and sweet. Bit of a grid there, down through a dip, and then as they travel up out of our sort of line of sight, they come back up into a more forested area, a few little hills, and it's surprising, it's not steep hills, but sort of a bit of an undulation up there and some tight grids and some tricky little corners heading downhill. So these guys will just be finding their feet again. They were really nailing it yesterday afternoon, as you expect. I think they had 7 runs yesterday, 7 stages, up and down the same piece of road. So they really get a lot of confidence and get to know, which you need to know. And the road surface not changing too much, although it's got a really heavy, big, stony road base. And as those larger rocks, or stones, they're not rocks, just stones, are sort of coming to the surface, but it's not too slippery. As you can see, it's holding together nicely. Depending on your tyre budget, would sort of make a pretty big difference to your grip levels. Any of the guys up front are probably trying to be on something a little bit soft, a little bit. Weather's cool here this morning. Yesterday the temperatures got up and a big mad storm come through and nearly blew us off the map. So we've got a busy day ahead. I'm not sure what the expected number of stages are, but we had 7 yesterday. I know it's a little bit not earlier knock-off today, being a Sunday, and everybody's got to travel home. But anyway, whenever the sun's up, we'll keep going, and whenever the clerk of the course and the event directors keep sending them, we'll keep calling them. And we see the Gemini there. There's the Elkhorn Gemini driven by Grant. And he's done a 2:45 yesterday on the improve every stage he does. This is another father and son outfit. Neil and Grant Eckhorn. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. There's a few surnames there you got to get your tongue around. So some people I know quite well, some people are new to me, but that's the Eckhorn Gemini Coupe. Rally cars and drones, there's action everywhere. So it's a great view from where we're standing because the rally cars are coming through a minute apart, so that makes it even more exciting. And then these drones are right up in underneath them and behind them, so it's good to watch. So we can see or hear Keith Fackrell. That's a bit of a crest we're talking about there. It's very unassuming. I'll watch the screen next time the car comes, that drone gets in behind it. From the drone shot you can't really notice it, but sitting down at eye level and from a driver's point of view, it's actually a blind crest, and it looks harmless enough until you get to the top of it, and then there's a narrow little culvert and a bit of a right-hand kicker there. Don't know what it is in terms of pace notes, depends what you call, maybe a bit of right 4 or something like that. Not too sharp, but what it does, it's slightly off camber and wants to suck you out into the grass, and there's a little table drain there and grass and a little bit of a cutting, so got to be careful all the way. It's only 4.5 k's, but there's about a million things going on with table drains and gullies and grids and all sorts of things, so very exciting indeed. Running in outright order this morning, so yesterday was seeded order and we ran on that all day this morning. So our current leader was car number 1 on the road, as we see car 14. We just enjoy that amazing drone shot. Scampering along the fence line up Woodworth Road here at Benalbo. That's the Wilson Celica in shot there now. And a great looking and sounding car. Enjoyed the sound of that all weekend. Little Daihatsu charade now, a father and daughter crew of Ella driving. Young Ella just starting her career into rallying, done a lot of carnacrosses and getting around, and Paul Piavera calling the notes from the navigator side and been doing a mighty job all weekend, just nice and consistent all the way through. And you can see, which is what we love to see, is people sort of just, well, not pushing the boundaries, but always on the improve, just always sort of looking for a little bit more. And which is what you got to do when you're driving. You got to learn, and you got to try things, and some work and some don't. But to her credit, she's kept this car straight and on the road, which is wonderful, and putting in some very impressive results as well. So, and young Ella and Paul, they're associated with the Gold Coast and Tweed Motorsport Club, which is an opportune time. You can see the flags there in the foreground. Gold Coast and Tweed Motorsport Club, that's who's put this event on. And they run some magnificent events. So if you're in this sort of southeast pocket, northern New South Wales, around the Gold Coast, it's a great club to be involved in, whether you want to compete, whether you want to be an official. You can do it at any level. You can even come and commentate, you can wave flags, you can fly drones, you can do all sorts of things. So everybody likes to help. This is been an impressive car all weekend. This is a Toyota Sprinter driven by Mike Levy and Drew Fernley. Young crew there. Mix 41 and the Navigator's 21, so 20 years of difference from one side of the car to the other. It's been a pleasure to watch that little rear-wheel drive, and this is their first event out, so that surprises me. I've been enjoying watching this car. It's been great. It looks good, sounds good, and putting on a pretty good display of driving. And then we just read on their notes, this is actually their first event, so makes it even more impressive. So well done there, guys. move our way through the pack there and moving our way down. This will be Wayne Meyer, navigated by Stephen Mitchell in the Datsun Stanza. So yesterday we started with 29 cars. I think we may even have a full field still running. So 29 cars started yesterday, 29 cars run all day, and 29 cars starting Sunday morning. So probably almost unheard of in a car rally, I think. So very impressive, but pretty harmless bit of road. Unless you do something silly, there's nothing there to sort of damage your car or cause any grief or damage. It's only 4 kilometres long, so generally things like overheating and that aren't too much of an issue. You can pull it up before too much starts. So it's good to see plenty of value and plenty of bang for your buck, these guys who have entered this weekend. As we can see the Toyota Sprinter go a little bit wide there, not sure what happened, but coming down onto the creek hard on the brakes and off into the grass. So a little bit of live action there coming into the finish line of the little Toyota Sprinter. That's a great shot there, that drone, talking about that crest. From the drone height, you can't quite see. It's not really a steep crest, but it's just a blind brow that you sort of can't see over it, and then straight after that you sort of come into that narrow culvert, which makes for interesting driving because there's 29 cars and there's 29 different ways of approaching it and attacking it. As we go right in sight there is the little Hyundai driven by Bernie Keast and also navigated by Rihanna Begg, and this is her first ever event. So right across the spectrum of experience here this weekend, from Alan Steen, Larissa Bigger, who have just national, international co-driving champions and just so much experience under their belt, right down to young boys and girls who this is their first event. So it's wonderful to see and certainly commendable at the level of sort of the way they're just sort of keeping their cars together, and there's been no sort of mad, hairy moments. Everybody's sort of pushing the boundaries and pushing the limits, but this stage, thankfully, not overstepping them. So there's a lot to lose if you sort of if you do overstep it, because you can see there's that beautiful little bit of road. It's quite sort of, the grip levels is quite narrow, but as soon as you're on the left and right of it, there's drop-offs through fences and gullies and table drains and creeks and all sorts of things. So this will be Gary Reid. And right in behind that, you'll see on the vision, you'll see some sweet cars. We'll move our fire truck and ambulance and all our infrastructure up to the other end of the stage because we need to reset. So if you just tuned in and you first day watching the Working Dog Rally Sprint, how it works, it's a 4 kilometre stage and it's a one-way road. It's a dead-end road. So rally from west to east, which we've just done this morning. And then once, as you can see there in the background, everybody gathers up. There's a bit of a bivouac up there where everybody gathers around. And then once we get all 29 cars up, we move all our infrastructure up to that other end, all our sort of first intervention vehicles and MIVs and medical and ambulance and fire trucks, and send it all up that top end. Then we reset and we rally back to town. It's been a very exciting. So whilst we're there now, it's a good opportunity for me just to have a little bit of a break and give my voice a rest because there's a very long day ahead. We'll probably have our friend John McCready back here giving me a hand a little bit later on as well. And we'll do different things from different parts of the track. We'll be interviewing drivers, we'll be getting drone shots, and we'll just talk you through and have a bit of fun all weekend. So one day to go. This is day 2. Welcome. Thanks for tuning in. Be sure to share the link with your family and friends all around the world. Yesterday we had messages from everywhere, the Mekong River and New York and Central Europe, and someone flying 30,000 feet in the air. So people coming from everywhere. So be sure to send a message to say g'day. And we just see the results from this morning. A little bit of the status quo there as expected. Namara Mitsubishi done a 2:12. Wow, that's a pretty quick time. First cab off the rank, pulls a few more seconds out of Agio again, the Springer. And so very interesting indeed. Jensen's up in there. Badenoch pulls it back again over Wayne Hoy, that's for sure. And then Kilbride, Clooney, Taylor, Hoy. So great day of competition ahead. Have a little bit of spell for a minute. Enjoy the peace and quiet. Enjoy the vision. And we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes when the stage is reset and ready to go around again. G'day again there, Rally Gang, wherever you might be tuning in and watching from. Just letting you know, we've got Zero Car on stage, second stage of the morning. And that shot there you can see on your live stream, that'll be, it's not car number one, but it's the current leader of the event. And they are, so today we're sort of running in outright event order. Yesterday was a competition in itself, today's a competition within itself. And then also the overall outright winner of the entire event, Saturday and Sunday. So it's a small event, yet it's huge. It's funny which way you look at it. So small, compact in terms of stage length. It's only 4 kilometres long from one end to the other, using the same piece of road up and back. But massive in terms of the technology that we've brought to the event, and just the way it's beamed around the world. So wherever you might be watching from, hello, welcome, thank you for tuning in. Take note of our sponsors and supporters there in the bottom right of the corner that flicks around: Gold Coast and Tweed Motorsport Club, AMSAG, Australian Motorsport Action Group, which is the organisation which we're running the event under. Kick-ass, great supporters of rallying, not just here, but all around southeast Queensland and probably across Australia for that matter. And plenty of sponsors, supporters flicking around there. So they're not there just for fun, they're there for very significant reasons. And as is the Kyogle Council, can't do it without the support of the wider community. Tyres and More Hammett, major sponsors, naming right sponsors. Tyres and More Hammett, Working Dog Rally, Virtual Security Guard. That's where you're seeing that shot from right now. So from a Virtual Security Guard camera, an Australian Auto Alliance Autosport Group Alliance, got that wrong. So they're our major overarching governing body of this event. And so this event's being run under AMSAG and the AASA. So and Baden Civil there. And he's actually also competing, Clay Badenoch, and doing very well as well. And On the Brink Motorsport, major supporter, and the Dog and Bull downtown Benalbo were there last night for the street party. That's the pub in Benalbo. So we just chucked a lap of all our sponsors and supporters, and without them we can't do anything, of course. Just running through the start list, the shot you can see there now, that's car number 8, but currently leading the event, Andrew Maurer and Brett Kerr, the Mitsubishi Evo 6. Second out will be Craig Aggio and Megan Byrne in the Yaris, Toyota Yaris. So interesting combination of cars there. So if you like your four-wheel drive turbocharged cars. So we've seen the fastest time this weekend so far out of the Maurer crew, not just their own personal fastest, but the fastest overall out of anybody, done a 2-minute 12. So yesterday coming to this event, nobody had seen this stretch of road, none of us, not the competitors, not the navigators, not me. Only the organisers, so it was great. We all come to see this bit of road nice and fresh, and then you look at it at slow speed. You basically drive up and have a bit of a squiz around. You think, what is this? And we'll try and estimate what we thought might, how quick it'd take the cars. Our guess initially was sort of in the 230s, which we probably weren't too far off that. They were quicker than what we thought. They were 220 straight out of the box. And so far, the fastest we've got it down to is 212, which is the car you can currently see there now, Andrew Maurer and Brett Kerr. Doing extremely well. It's no state-of-the-art $1 million machine by any means, but currently leading a class act pack of cars. We're just waiting for the green light to green the stage, and they will be off into stage, and then we're punching them out at a minute apart. So they're coming through pretty fast. Full credit to the organisers and the event directors and the clerk of the course and all the officials. Everybody's doing it. It's even the timing itself was a little bit manual, so they're doing an incredible job. It's sort of no laser edge. There we go, into stage now. This is the second run of the morning, heading from east to west, heading back to town as they come down through that little water splash. And then we'll pick them up in our drones as they come closer to us. About sort of midway through the stage, we see Craig Aggio and Megan Byrne lining up. Behind that will be the Sprenger, Christian Sprenger and Hoey, which has been a great mover through the field. Kilbrides, putting on a great show all weekend. Simon Jensen and Alicia Jensen. James Taylor, Stephen Jordan, Wayne Hoy, Alan Steen, Clay Badenoch, Larissa Biggar, Adam O'Brien, young Eli, 14, first time navigating. David McJan, Kevin O'Connor, Andrew Mill, Jesse Mill, Michael Tuppen, Russell Hewitt, Matt and Amy Davidson, Richard Clooney and Blair Reid, Karen Greenhalgh and Debbie Greenhalgh, Ian Griffin, Hemming McNulty, Grant Eckhorn and Neil Eckhorn, another father and son operation there, Keith Fackrell, Claire Bacini, and the escort, James Wilson, Angus Fraser, Toyota Celica, Pia Veras and the Daihatsu Charade, Michael Levy. And as they come in pretty quick, I'll just finish off the list. Peter Leach, Ashley Hughes, Wayne Mayer, Stephen Mitchell, Bernie Keith, Rihanna Begg, Gary Reid, John Sadursky. So that's all our crews, 29 of them all up. Or 25, sorry, we had 29 yesterday. 25 today. So we've dropped a couple, but here they come hard and fast. He'll come down into our view there now. This is Andrew Maurer and Brett Kerr in the Evo. That's us there up on the right hand side, give us away. And really interesting to see what the shot looks like. So 2.12 going up yesterday, done a 2.12 this morning. Interesting to see if it's quicker coming this way. Craig Aggio is out on stage. They're only a minute apart, so they're coming through very quickly. We just see the first car pass us. Aggio won't be far away, and Springer's on the start line there now, doing a mighty job. Started out nice and ginger. Very interesting. We'll talk to you a bit later on, maybe when there's a break, because these cars come pretty fast, just how the scoring's working. Wow, he's punching pretty fast there now. That's Aggio and Byrne looking fantastic in the Yaris as he heads down our way. The drone will pick him up in a minute. Comes across the grid there now. Comes into quite a tight, technical little left-hander down through that gully. Very big hazard on the right-hand side there. You cannot get that wrong. There's nowhere to go. There's no runoff. There's a big, sharp gully. And now heading on to that big, long straight, heading down towards us there now. That's us in the background up there on the right-hand side. That's where we're talking and coming to you from. Down through that little bit of a gully. That's a little bit of a kicker over a crest. And absolutely brilliant shot there. I'm just looking at the screen. I'm seeing what you're seeing. Head back up into the forest and the trees and two more corners, and that's the flying finish. And we've got the Kilbrides there in the shot there now, ready to start, which means the Springer Subaru is out on stage as well, heading our way. So this is one busy Sunday morning here at downtown Benalbo, the working dog capital of the world. And a 2.15 there for Aggio. So still he done 2.15 heading back up. So dropped a couple of seconds there to Maurer. And but there's also going to be some very interesting movements, I think, down through the field. We're going to watch that with interest. Very, very wide there for Springer coming down to the gully. That's what I was talking about, that you cannot get it wrong. So that was a pretty heart-stopping moment there. Used it all and had it all under control. So good on them. Great to see them having a crack as they head down our way. I can see them live on the left. I'm looking at the screen. They come through there. Just give those guideposts a little bit of a tickle up. And even on the inside of them guideposts, there's like about a 3-foot drop just in there. So there's these little hazards and tricky things just all over the place. So it might look like a simple bit of road, but I reckon it's one of the most technical pieces of road I've seen. It's not steep and tight and twisty, but what it lacks in that, it makes up for in just really difficult to read. Interesting surface, but all these little hazards, unseen hazards, just waiting to catch you out. So full credit to all these guys, just how hard they are pushing. You can see how hard they're going this morning, the difference between yesterday morning and this morning, as we see the Kilbrides down there crossing the grid and coming down to that gully. And be interesting to see what they get up to today, just finding their way. Been a long time since they've been in the car together. Both of them are very experienced competitors, as is the whole family. They're all, I'm sure they're all watching on from afar, wherever they are. There'll be Holly and Mika and Ethan, and Mum and Dad are in the car here now. And you might, young Holly has been navigating for Toby Price as he made his debut into rallying this year, and it's a sign of just how fine art rallying is. You know, you've got Toby Price, one of the best operators in the world, bar none, both on 2 wheels and 4, Dakar, Baja, rallies and races all over the world, and has been trying his hand at a little bit of gravel rallying this year, and even surprised him, I think, just how complicated and tricky it can be. And he's had a couple of offs, had a major crash a couple of weeks ago down in Adelaide. Thankfully everybody just walked away from it okay, except for the car. But Toby himself was the first to admit, you know, just how tricky it is, and just made, well, not so much a little error, just made a little judgment, and it didn't sort of work for him, unfortunately. And what was meant to be just a little bit head off the road, chuck a Yui and come back to the road, didn't quite work that way. Just there was a granite rock hidden in the bushes, and launched him into the air, and away they went. So him and Holly had a massive off, and thankfully all okay. And as we see the commitment there of the Jensen and Elisha, Evo 6 there, yeah, pretty exciting times. She's coming thick and fast as we see the first of the 2-wheel drives, Wayne Hoy. Great battle yesterday between Wayne and Clay Badenoch in the Celica, and only like literally 1 second in it after 7 stages yesterday. Still a bit this morning, and here they come now. So we'll watch that with great interest as we see the VR4 of James Taylor and Jordan Stephen come into shot. We're picking them all up, so we can see them off the start. We can see them in this mid-stage coming in towards the finish, and this will be the VR4. James Taylor and Stephen Jordan. Sitting in about 6th outright position at the moment. We just got confirmation. We're talking about the number of starters yesterday, so I think it's probably almost unheard of, not just in rallying, but probably any motorsport. Had 25 cars off the start line yesterday morning, had 25 cars across the finish line yesterday afternoon, and we're starting with 25 cars again this morning. So very impressive indeed. So it's full credit to the organisers and full credit to the drivers, co-drivers and service crews are doing an incredible job. So this is the one we've been waiting for. Here comes Wayne Hoy, full steam ahead, captain, and he's got the spinnaker out, and he's hammering this 3-litre straight line 6-cylinder 240Z. Very experienced, about 150 years of experience between these pair in that car. Look at that, nice and trim, just gets it right, doesn't touch a thing, but uses every little piece of the road and every bit of grip level. He'll come into our view now. Here he comes. It looks fantastic, that thing just hammering down the valley. Here he comes now and grabs the gear, and also then heavy on the brake straight after, and does a nice neat little trim up there. Drone tucks in behind. And this has been a great battle all weekend. Only 1 second between him and Badenoch, who's coming next in the Celica, as we see the O'Brien Evo on the start line. He'll go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He'll be off into stage very shortly, and then we'll flick over to, which will be Badenoch and Bigger, heading our way in the Celica. I just turned my microphone down so I could have a drink, and then I could hear this car coming. It's a beautiful sound, so I might even just go quiet. We've got some audio now, a big fluffy microphone sitting up there, so you can actually pick up the sound of these magnificent cars. So I might even go quiet while Clay comes through here. This is a magnificent car. Have a listen to this. Fantastic. Very fortunate to be part of something that's super special here. Anything that the Gold Coast and Tweed Motorsport Club does and On the Brink Motorsport does, you know it's going to work and you know it's going to be right. So when they chucked this event on and said, would you like to come and give us a hand, do the commentating and be involved, I said I'd love to, because, you know, and here we are. This is a world-class event. This is as good as you'd see anywhere in the world. And here we are right on our back doorstep at Benalbo, northern New South Wales. Coming to you live from Woodworth Road, Benalbo. This is the O'Brien Evo, father and son makeup, doing a mighty job. Young Eli, first rally out, first rally on his pace notes, 14 years old. Does a really nice, neat job of that. All sorts of lines, like I said, we've got 25 cars come through that corner and 25 different approaches. It's obviously a little bit intimidating and just really tricky to read because it is narrow. There's a little bit of a pothole. There is a smooth line through there, but it's very difficult to find and line up coming off such a hard and fast straight like the top gear. It's probably one of the fastest parts of the whole stage, but then they've got to wash off a whole ton of speed to get everything right, to come through that little culvert, over a bit of a crest, and then head up into the forestry area there, getting ready for the finish line. And they're coming through pretty quick there, so let me just check my start list to see what we're up to. That would be the McJan O'Connor Subaru, so we're certainly punching through very fast. I don't know how many runs we're going to get today, probably about 20. But had 7 yesterday, not sure what the aim is. I think just keep going until we run out of time, whatever that is. But the guys back at Rally headquarters are doing an absolute sensational job. Obviously, as you do at Rally HQ, you're sort of all over it. They're, sort of watching the cars from the start to the finish and monitoring where everything is. And just absolute credit to everybody involved in every way, shape and form throughout the whole event, from Rally HQ, the event directors and organisers, to the fireys, and all the way road closures. Not there's many roads on this, but timing points, monitoring points, just everyone everywhere. We've got wired for soundy, the technology. If you're wondering where we're talking from, if you have a look, the drone will be here in a minute. We're up on the right hand side, so that's what we get to see. Nice shot of the road there. And that'll be the Mill Evo 7. On the start line there is the husband and wife. A lot of family crews you get to see, which is great to see. This is the Davidson. Matt Davidson and Amy Davidson, the WRX, and been nice and consistent all weekend. We've actually got a piece of their car here with us in the commentary box. It's not a commentary box, we're just sitting on the paddock, but up in the commentary paddock, I just seen another bit hanging down from their car, so we might get another piece today. So if we hang around here long enough, we might end up with a nice WRX. Pick it up piece by piece off the side of the road. This will be the Tuppen Hewitt WRX. I did read a bit. Josh Weedman used to have this car. That's right, Josh. I don't know him personally, but certainly a name I'm familiar with because he's a very, very talented young guy who's been getting some very commendable results. And like a lot of us, eventually the money runs out. And unfortunately, he was going so well at the beginning of the year and winning both the Queensland and New South Wales Rally Championship simultaneously, so a little bit unheard of. I'm sure it's been done before, but certainly young Josh doing a great job, but then some car issues and unfortunately financial issues, I believe anyway, is will sort of sideline him. But he's one, you know, if you had $1 million, you'd love to chuck it behind him because you just know where he'd end up. And talking about young Australians moving and shaking, got young Taylor Gill on the other side of the world as we speak, literally over at the Central Europe round of the World Rally Championship, going into I think it's their final round for the junior WRC, who went in the event currently leading. So we'll try and pick up some results off them later on in the day to see how he's travelling, to see hopefully he'll bring that crown home for himself, of course, and obviously waving the Aussie flag and taking it to the world. Australians are often the unsung heroes on the world stage and doesn't get reported strong enough back here on our home soil. You know, when Australians go overseas, and we see it. Young Sanderlands, young Chucky, is basically the best in the world on two wheels at the moment in endurance rallying. A 2:10, holy dooly. We're talking about what can this stage do? What's in it? Is there any more? Started yesterday, I think 2:24 was the first cab off the rank, and now the Maurer. Andrew Maurer has just done a 2:10 heading back to town. So obviously there's wants to get back to the bakery. So Maurer's pulled a 2:10. So holy smokes, that's a 4 kilometre stage. That's very impressive. And Aggio's a 2:15. So everybody's pulling their time down. A 2:15 for a Spranger. Jensen's a 2:15. 2:20 for Hoy in a two-wheel drive. Wow, now he's starting to dial it in. 2:18 for Clay Badenoch. Look at, he's pulled 2 seconds out of him. Now that's going to be an interesting battle all day. Badenoch and Hoy. Yesterday there was only 1 second in them. Hoy started to reel him in. So Clay Badenoch's done a 2:18, 2:16 for Kilbrides. So yeah, there's some action there. So very exciting to keep an eye on as the day unfolds. Where you're watching from, let us know. We'll pull up some messages in a little while. Let's say good day to us for sure. Let us know what you're seeing. Who do you reckon's going to who's your favourite, who you're cheering for, what's your favourite car? Be sure to tune in, say good day, send us a message. And we had messages from all around the world yesterday, coming in from Alice Springs, from the Mekong, from Air New Zealand, America, Europe. Even got a message from Benalbo, downtown Benalbo. So had it on the big screen in the pub yesterday. So you can come out here to the spectator area, or you can just sit in town at the pub and watch it on the big screen. So certainly wonderful technology. It's not necessarily new technology, but the way they're using it here and linking it all together is just cutting edge, and full credit to the boys, Shane Hutt and his crew, and everybody who's pulled it together. There's a lot of people involved. There's people here with drones and headphones and things all over the place. That's us up there to the right in the big kick-ass Unimog, sitting on the hill, waving under a tent. What a beautiful shot there as we see the little Corolla. That's of Kieran and Debbie Greenhalgh. 1, 2, 3, 4, about 6 cars to go still there. That's a nice fresh shot there. Look at that one there coming. That's off the start line across the grid. heading up into the hill there. So that's at the back end of the what we'd call the back of the stage. So that what was the finish now becomes the start, but heading back towards town. This is the Wilson Fraser. We've been chatting all weekend and keep talking, but even when we go quiet, there's still plenty of beautiful sounds around here. You can hear the rally cars, you can hear the birds. It's just a beautiful part of the world. It doesn't matter what's going on, there's something here to enjoy. So watching and listening to the rally cars, hopefully you're enjoying our commentary, just bringing a little bit of a little bit more first-hand experience, what it looks like and feels like here from Benalbo.
Flat tyre.
I know, we see the Salika there, Wilson Fraser coming through, going nice and steady. But Griffin, sorry, not Wilson, that's Ian Griffin and McNulty, got a flat tyre, so they're just poking through nice and steady. And the good part about this event, unlike a normal rally where every single hundredth of a second counts, it's actually quite a unique overall scoring. So, of course, fastest car wins, there's no doubt about that. But it's not accumulated off every single stage, so you can afford to have a flat tyre or afford to have a bit of a dud run. And it's the fastest drone in the world, that thing there, chasing them rally cars down through the scrub. Yeah, so you can afford to have a bad run or two, and it doesn't affect your overall results from the weekend. You can still go okay. So it's, I think, I'll have to get it right. I'll get it wrong for sure, but I'll take a bit of a wild stab. I think they calculate your fastest two runs on the way up, your fastest or your best two runs then on the way back, put them together, and that's your accumulated time. So it allows you to have a couple of dud runs, maybe get a flat tyre, have a bit of an issue, or just use a couple of quiet runs and just go a little bit steady as they did yesterday morning, just to find your feet and get comfortable. As we see and hear the escort of Fackrell and Bacchini coming our way now, getting quicker all the time. This is going to be much needed car and seat time for this pair. Claire's been doing a lot of navigating around Australia and New Zealand. Keith has not so much, hasn't been in the car much at all the last couple of years. So good to see him back out in this beautiful escort and heading down to Victoria in a couple of weeks' time, preparing for the Lovell Springs Alpine of East Gippsland. It's pretty much one of, if not the biggest car rally in Australia, with well over 100 competitors, and all on very similar parity, two-wheel drive, naturally aspirated. It's a great, we'll call it a classic rally. The cars at the front aren't necessarily classic cars. They look like classic cars, but they've got sequential gearboxes and fancy suspension and all sorts of sort of geometry, but they look like they are cool cars though, because they're two-wheel drive, naturally aspirated, and driven by very spirited drivers. And so it's going to be a great event to watch in a couple of weeks' time. The Alpine Rally of East Gippsland and some other events in the meantime. But at the moment, this weekend, all eyes on the Working Dog Rally here at Benalbo. This is where it's all at. Setting a new benchmark and setting a precedence for how you can bring rallying to the people. You don't need to travel thousands of kilometres. You don't need to sit out in the flies and the mozzies all weekend waiting for the cars to come. Sit in your lounge chair, grab yourself a cup of tea and sit back and have a look at that. One of the best shots in the world. Absolutely magnificent. And there we go, the AMSAG flag there flying under the Australian Motorsport Action Group, as well as AASA, Australian Auto Sport Alliance. And setting a new benchmark in the world of motorsport. Gold Coast and Tweed Motorsport Club, that's the flag there, you can see. But the Pioveras are flying under right there now, flying the flag, and they're flying the Hatsu of Pioveras. She had a come into that sideways yesterday. It was pretty exciting. That's a pretty narrow bit of road there, and she was fully sideways, had that little Hatsu sideways on that causeway, so a pretty heart-stopping little moment there. But you can see this car in the flesh, not so what it looks like on your TV, but they're travelling very fast, probably for a little Hatsu, maybe around 140 k's an hour, 150, coming down to there. Very neat and tidy indeed, as she has been all weekend, and her times have been coming down and getting around in the sort of 240, so very impressive for a young peddler just entering the world of rallying. Grew up with rallying with her dad Paul, and a talented driver around on the National Series as well as the Asia Pacific. I'm talking about this Toyota Celica, not a Celica, a Toyota Sprinter, sorry, Mike Levy. This is their first event, so I was watching this car, very impressed yesterday, but didn't realise it's actually their first event, so that's very impressive for these two young guys. Not sure what that right-hand blink is all about. It's been blinking all weekend, so must be a bit of a lucky charm or something. Here he comes anyway, flat out forward. Full noise, top gear, right about there. As soon as they hit the flags, that's about their sort of braking marker, and there's plenty of it. They've got to wash off a fair bit of speed because that's one of the quickest parts of the whole stage, is where they come out of that gully, and there is a corner there, but they can still just hold it flat and keep whacking it up through the gears until they run out of them. And a bit of a mixture. Some of them are fourth and fifth, and a couple of those Evos up into the sixth gear, so plenty of speed there. We don't have a radar there, but we're going to guess probably these back markers are around the probably 130, 140, and those quicker ones like the Wayne, Hoy and Agio up the front of the field, they're probably going to touch 160, 180, not for very long, only short and sharp, by the time they open it up, get the car up to full ramming speed. They're no sooner there, and then they're bang, they've got to just heavy on the anchors and just start chucking out anchors and washing off the speed. And I reckon out of all the cars coming through here, it's a technical little piece of road, and everybody just approaching it differently, and some on purpose, some by accident. But I reckon Clay Badenoch's probably the one that's just every single time has just hit it and just got it right every time. It's been good to watch, although he has maybe have to take a few points off him because he has done a bit of collateral damage and been picking up pieces of his car all weekend off whacking these guideposts. So I've got a bit of Toyota Celica here sitting on my commentary bench that belongs to Clay's Celica, so I'll sell them back to him a little bit later on as we get down into the Hyundai XL of Peter Leach and Ashley Hughes, and that'll just leave a couple of cars to go, and that's another stage done. We're how quick is that? So I hope you're keeping up with us. If you just got out of bed and making yourself a cup of tea and dialing in, hello, welcome. We've been up rallying for hours. Where you been? We've been worried sick about you. No, sit down and get yourself comfortable and keep it on your phone, keep it on your iPad, put it on your desktop, put it on YouTube up on the big screen. Wherever you might be watching from, downtown Bonalbo, Sydney, Melbourne. I've been everywhere, man. Back of Burke. Here comes the stanza. Wayne Meyer. Stephen Mitchell. It's really exciting. It's only a short piece of road, but every single time the times keep tumbling down, not in massive amounts, but just little sort of second here and a second there. So it's been very exciting, interesting to watch as we see that's the sweep car in shot now. So once again, we're going to just do the big reset, and then we'll swap everything from one end to the other, and we'll go back. So the turnaround's pretty quick. Yesterday it sort of took about probably 15-20 minutes to do the swap the stage around. This morning, no need. We're just punching them through fast. Cars are running at a minute apart. Already done 2 stages this morning. Not sure what the total tally's going to be all day today. We're probably going to get up around 8 stages, so the way we're going, probably done by lunchtime. But no, we'll knock off nice and early today. And just full credit to everybody involved. The drivers, the co-drivers, the mechanics, the crews, the road closures, the medics. And of course, people back in Rally HQ that are a bit like air traffic control. They're sitting back there and just managing everything, and they've got their eye on everything. And I know they've also got the luxury of watching this as well. So from an event organiser point of view, this particular shots here is just amazing. It gives you really good insight as to what's going out on the stages and how things are looking and feeling. And as you can see up the end there, the paddock is now empty, and it's like an hourglass. Tip it over again and let them go. So I'm just going to have a quick spell for a minute. Give my voice a spell because I've got to talk all day. Hope you're enjoying it, and like I said, it doesn't matter. You don't need to be listening to my voice to enjoy the atmosphere of here on the Tyres and More Hammett Working Dog Rally Sprint, brought to you by the Gold Coast and Tweed Motorsports Club. Back in about 8 minutes time, 6 minutes probably, and counting. Well, g'day again there, rally gang all around the world, wherever you may be. We're just looking at some messages before from the crews around the world, the Hastings Sporting Car Club watching in. Now it's gone again. I had it there before, but I'll have to go looking for it. But g'day, everybody sending in a messages
right now
to us from around the place.
All right, let's have a listen to this.
Rally base.
We're just going to switch over to some interviews at the finish of the stage as well.
Rally base, just let you know we are clear of stage. Stage is blue, clear for competition. Over. Rally base, just letting you know we are clear of stage. Stage is blue, ready for competition.
Zero car, rally base.
So there you go. That's what happens at the end of the stage. The zero car calls through to say that the stage is clear. They declare the stage blue, and then the clerk of the course decides when it goes green.
So he'll be jumping in
and
the
away
faces
they'll
of
go.
some of
They'll
the
start
drivers
sending
and
the cars.
crews
So
as
we
they
should
finish
see the cars
That'll be stage
any
3
time
for
now.
Sunday. If you're
Probably
just tuning in,
sometime
hello
in the
and
next
welcome, and
3 or 4
thank you.
minutes,
It's
we'll
getting
see
lots of
cars
great
coming across the
messages
finish line.
from New Zealand. Watching today
Getting ready
from
to line
the
up to go
Kapitai
back.
Coast, New Zealand. Go team Clooney Reed. So lots of, I see great potential there. Go the Maura Mafia. They are going as well. They're leading the event at the moment. So Port Macquarie, Hastings Sporting Car Club. Go Team Taylor. Go Team Leap. And getting lots of comments and compliments as well. And rightly so. This is changing the game as far as coverage of rallying, and watching it from Byron Bay, Lake Macquarie, all around the world. So hello, if you just tuned in, hello, welcome. If you just scrambled out of bed on a nice Sunday morning, whatever you might be up to, grab yourself a cup of tea, make yourself a bacon and eggs hanger, sit down and get ready for a very exciting day of rallying here in northern New South Wales, downtown Benalbo at the Working Dog Rally Sprint. Fascinating competition ahead of us here. That's the finish of the stage you're seeing there on shot now. They start in town at Benalbo and rally 4 kilometres up this magnificent piece of road up a little valley, which has every little technical element you can think of any rally road. It's got grids, it's got gullies, it's got blind crests, it's got sharp corners, it's got fast corners, and with not very much room to move. So it's pretty tight and very technical, and but full credit to everybody having a crack here this weekend. There's all the cars have been staying on the road, putting on a great show for the spectators, both online as well as on site. So we're going to jump with our commentary between me talking for the cars, and we're talking about before this is a pace noted event, and I did get some a copy of some of the pace noted guys. When we get back to our drone shots later, I might sort of tell you, there he is there now. They're going too quick for me. I'm not a navigator, I'm a driver, but coming into there now, I'm just going to sort of get in sync with them in a little bit. That just come through a bit. I wasn't really expecting it, talking a bit fast, but it's a pace noted event, a very, very fast piece of road. He's coming down there now into a 34 right 50 double caution. That's a gateway further up. That's on his second page. So I'm going to find, I've got his set of pace notes here out of that car that you're seeing there now, which is our current event leader. Still got a long way to go, but each time he goes up and down, he's still finding more seconds. So it's full credit to that crew. Team Maura, the Maura Mafia, and when we get up to the end, we've got another TV and crew up the other end, John McCready and Huddy are up there, and they're going to come to you live and stick their nose into some of these cars. They're coming at a minute apart, so if you just tuned in, it's happening and it happens fast. So hang on, strap in, and enjoy some great rally action coming to you live from northern New South Wales. This will be Craig Gaggio, led the event for most of yesterday, but relinquished a few seconds to the Maura Evo, and now currently sitting in second, but looking to but still improving on times every time they go up and down this piece of road, as you would expect. But what we're fascinated in is just how much more time they can find. It's 4 kilometres long, straight out of the back yesterday. They were doing 2:24s. They've pulled it down to a 2:10. The Maura's, Curry Gaggio's best one so far, I think it was a 2:12 somewhere. 2:13 he did yesterday, and a 2:15 this morning. There's going to be a pretty quick run. Interesting, had the water truck on this road this morning, starting to pull a bit of dust. It's cool today, quite warm yesterday, hot and humid conditions. Big deluge on the Friday night before, so lots of moisture in the road. Big days rallying with plenty of heat. And then today, this morning, quite cool. Not cold, cool, plenty of cloud cover, no sun. So nice conditions from rallying. So it won't be long, we'll be flicking over to the end of stage, and I'll turn my mic down and we'll be doing everything. You'll still get plenty of drone footage, get to talk to the drivers firsthand, really starting to get an insight as to what they're seeing, feeling, experience out on this stage. And this, well, the Rally Sprint is not a new format, but the way they've packaged it together and bringing it to the world certainly leading the way. Even that's not new, but certainly the way they're doing it and the professionalism and the way they're doing it is world class. So commendable to everybody who's been involved in this, and certainly it's my pleasure to play my little part as well. So hope you're enjoying our commentary. There's myself, John McCready, who we're going to flick to very shortly. As soon as we see him and hear his voice, I'll turn mine off, and then we'll get a bit of an idea as to just how these guys are going. And that's the current leader. You can see they're coming into the Bivouac Service Park, call it what you want at the end, and we're going to find out why. I was having a look at their tyre budget is very, very small, so I'm going to turn mine down and we're going to go over to the end of stage and say good day to the competitors.
No, it's really good. Grips there. We decided to change some tyres after a few comments of some old tyres. Amazing times I could do yesterday on old tyres. Yeah, no, good day.
So the new tyre's making a huge difference, obviously.
Yeah, the grip's definitely better. Yeah.
Now, as you said, a big competition yesterday between you and Craig. Are we going to continue that today? And are we seeing some of the times already?
Let's hope so. It's good to have a bit of a battle. Yeah.
All right, good stuff. Well, that was Andrew Moore and Brett Kerr. They're sitting in the Lancer Evo. We're going to go over and talk now to Craig, who's sitting in second place. I haven't had a look at the times this morning, so I'm not quite sure where they're all sitting, but we'll have a look in a second. Craig, the battle's on again this morning. How was that run? How's the surface holding up?
Really good. All the loose stuff's pretty much gone from yesterday. So as long as we stay on the cleared line, we're good. But as soon as you're off, yeah, you lose seconds.
All right, well, there you go. So you get off the line, and that's a good point. Get off the line here on this road. And I've taken a little bit of a walk down the road this morning to have a bit of get a feel for what it looks like. It still looks very grippy, and there's not much loose stuff on the surface. So times might improve today. Jamie, back to you.
Thanks, John. Great to hear straight from the horse's mouth how these guys are doing it. That's our current event leader. And great to see and hear. Golly, they're coming through fast. The cars are everywhere. They're coming into the finish line. They're roaring past us. They're at the start line and coming thick and fast. It's all happening here. It's one very, very exciting rally. And we love our rallying, don't we? And it's even better when it's just hammering it. So a 2:10 consistent this morning for the Maura Mafia, and big fan club out around. We got some messages there before from all sorts of people from New Zealand, down the Hastings, down Port Macquarie, and everywhere in between. So great to hear from you. Hello and welcome. Hope you're enjoying this live stream. What a magnificent view. We have the luxury of seeing the cars here in the flesh, seeing them and hearing them. We can smell them, we can taste them, we can feel them. And we hope you can too as well, wherever you might be, whether you're sitting in a canoe in the Mekong or first class in an aeroplane, as we've had all their messages yesterday, and also sitting around the country today on this beautiful Sunday morning, wherever you may be. Hello and welcome, and hope you're enjoying. And here comes Wayne Hoy, and could you not enjoy that car? We're going to try and get on these pace notes in a minute. I'm not a navigator, I'm a driver, but I've got a copy of the current winning car, the leading car, their pace notes, and when they come off from the start line of this stage. For those of you who are into pace noting, this is the forward direction. It is too. That's why I got it wrong, because I was looking at the wrong page there before. Righto, so when a car comes off before they come into our view, they're into a 4 left opens 120, 4 right tightens long 56 right, 83 right spec point after crest. This is us. 3 right after crest, 56 right flat 120, 6 left crest 30, 4 long into 5 right tightens. Here we go. This is a car coming now. We'll get the drone tucked up in underneath it and we'll just see if we can pick that up. There are 124 right tightens long. Coming now, that's 3 right after crest 50, 6 right. This is Clay Batten now. This is 6 right, flat 120. They're on the 120 there now. 6 left, flat crest. Now 30, 4 long into 5 right tightens. This is where they are now. It gets very tricky. 5 right tightens into 4 right opens. 30 grid, straight on, and that's flat fast now. So they're coming up onto the grid. 4 right opens, 30 grid, and then it's straight 86 right flat they go. Very fast part of the road, as you can see up there now. So I'm no navigator, but that's what it is there now. And that's coming there, the pace notes out of the current leading car. Everybody wants differently. All the co-drivers out there be shaking their head, yeah, you're stupid, mate. I'm no good. I'm not a navigator. I can't do it sitting still, and I certainly can't do it sitting in a rally car going 120 mile an hour. But just thought it'd be interesting, just so you can get a bit of a feel.
Yesterday's time, and this car right here in front of us,
flicking back to the finish line.
So the times have dropped again. The Kilbrides, who are just sitting here out of the car, 2:16 on this run. So it's all on again this morning. Let's go and have a bit of a chat to the Kilbride, shall we? Righto, guys, we're live on television, so on your best behaviours. How's this morning been for you? A nice time, 2:16 that time through.
Yeah, pretty good. Just get easing into it, steady on the first run, see what the conditions are like, and then had a bit of a push that time. So got some issues with the car, smoking, anti-lag we're not using, so we're sort of trying to keep the momentum up that way. So driving a bit different.
So for a new car, a few dramas, still a pretty impressive time.
Yeah, we're trying. So,
Donna, what do you think? What's going on?
Well, it's been about 14 years since I've been in the car and 30 years since I've been in a four-wheel drive turbo, but so far so good, learning the ropes again, and I don't think, once you're on the bike, it's all coming back straight away sort of thing, and Jeff's driving still like he used to back in the day, and we've worked out it's been about 30 years in a four-wheel drive turbo, but I'm having fun. That's the main thing, learning the new car.
Very good. Well, that is the main thing. While we're here, let's have a quick chat to Simon. Simon, how's your day been?
Yeah, it's been good actually. I think we've got a bit more grip out there this morning with a bit of rain last night. It seems to be a bit more grippy. But that last run was almost a bit of a scare. Almost had a spin at a fairly high speed, a bit too early for a Sunday morning. But no, it seems to be good. It's holding up well.
And the car itself?
Yeah, the car's going well. Yeah, no issues at all. We've just been putting fuel in it. Haven't even changed tyres all weekend, so just tipping fuel in it and driving it. So yeah, everything seems to be fine.
Very good. Well, we'll just cross back to you, Jamie, for the moment.
Righto, thanks, John. Yeah, very exciting. It's great to see, talk to some of the drivers and co-drivers there just to see how they're feeling. And certainly a great feeling and great atmosphere here in amongst everybody as we see the Mills Evo just go a little bit wide there. It's just such a tricky little thing over that crest, and it all looks innocent enough, but there's just a couple of little bumps there that can just upset the apple cart. And but no, wonderful atmosphere here from the officials to the competitors and everybody involved. And just see it's wonderful to be part of such a unique event and see it unfold, and obviously just setting a new benchmark in rallying and the way you can bring rallying to the world. And thanks everybody for tuning in and watching and trying to keep everything interesting. The times themselves are interesting enough without anything else. How good's that drone footage? Looks absolutely amazing. Love to hear the cars out of the forest. They come down our way. We're just talking about pace notes before. I'll see if I can do it again. And if we do get that drone in behind the car, because it makes it more interesting then, just to sort of see how these all these things are coming together. We'll see what comes up on screen. That's a shot of the finish control. There we are there now, the Subaru. This is Josh Weedsman's. This is a 3 right after crest, 34 long. So that'll be the 34 long, coming onto the 4 long now. 5 right tightens to 4 right, so 4 long, I'd imagine. And that's his 5 right tightens to 4. No, that's before. 34 long into 5 right tightens. So I'm just reading someone else's notes here, having a bit of a look. But it's interesting just to see how different people write different things and what you see on this bit of stretch of road. So it's only 4 kilometres long, but they're getting about 3 pages of pace notes out of it. And there's a finish water splash, so right up near the end there. So it gets very, very tricky. So this is stuff we can't see, but if you have a look here, this is a technical part of the road. The pace notes go something like 124 long in, 200 flat, 106 left, caution narrow gateway long, 80, 6 right, 30 crest into 4 right, 124 left to 5 right to 4 left, long tightens, 30, 4 right, double caution gateway, 3 right, 50, 3 long, into 4 right, in 50, flying finish, water splash, grid. So that's the tail end of the stage.
The other guys there,
pretty interesting if you like going for a ride. Oh, we're back.
Just need to try and rein it in and keep it neat and hopefully finish the day.
Brand new car for you. What are your thoughts of this car? You got it from Maximum and it's still got the signage on it, so it's relatively new for you.
Yeah, we've only had it about 3 weeks. But things amazing. Like we stepped up we started in XL at the start of this year and then wanted a bit more power, so we got this thing and it's unreal. It's my first time driving like a proper car and the thing is unreal. It handles great. It's got amazing suspension and I can't really fault it.
And the times are looking good. Let's have a look at the times here on my phone. Your quickest one up was 2:14, quickest one back 2:15, so sitting in second, 4 minutes 29.
That's pretty good. I'm happy with that. I need to, especially these guys have been doing it for 20 years, so I'm stoked with that.
Now, you're a motorbike rider. How do you take what you learn and what you've done in the motorbike world and apply that to rallying?
I think it's to do with like line selection and reading the road. Like in bikes, you don't have a navigator, so you've got to you get one pass over a track sometimes, and then you got to try and remember it and remember the bad points. And so that's where I pick out. There's a few shit corners or bad corners, as that is. There's one grid that don't go wide, otherwise you're over the edge. And so I try and remember the bad bits and then trying to link it all together in there. And that's just what I try and do in my head, and then listen to Nick's notes and. Yeah, that's about how we try and roll.
Now, when you wrote the notes, Nick said to me before, she said when you were writing the notes, she only just got in the car and you basically hit the first corner and went, now what do we do?
Pretty much, yeah. I'd only done notes once before at Rally Queensland with Jared that normally navies for me, and so he was busy this weekend, so Nick jumped in with me, so we met her on Friday afternoon and jumped straight in the car and started writing notes, and I'm glad that she knows how to do it because I just kind of followed suit, as she's been doing it for many, many years, and she's amazing at it.
All right, we'll keep going and we'll see how your progress goes later in the day.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jamie.
Thanks, John. That's very exciting. We've been watching that car all weekend and admiring their advancements through the field. The times come out nice and ginger yesterday morning and very, very sensible and rightly so, but finding their feet, and now they've found themselves sitting in third position, potentially even second. So, there's room to move all the way through this whole field. It's been very exciting to watch the competition. Obviously, we love to watch rally cars on the track and dirt and dust and rocks flying everywhere. That in itself is exciting, but when you drill down into it and actually watch the event, watch the game, watch the competition, it's really exciting, and particularly the way this is timed. I didn't realise until yesterday myself. Obviously, I didn't read the sup regs properly. I did read them, but I obviously didn't read them properly. It's a rally, and generally, your times over every stage will accumulate, and the fastest car wins, as is going to be the case here. The fastest car will win, undeniable. But there is room for some flat tyres and having a few dud stages, so you can drop some stages. So I think what it is, I'll probably correct me if I'm wrong, and I will be wrong, but you'll get the gist of what's going on. It's your fastest 2 stages on the way up, your fastest 2 stages on the way back combined, and that'll give you your aggregated overall event time, and that's where your winner and loser will come from. So there's room to move. So if you do have a spin or a flat tyre, or you just have a bit of an off stage, and it's good. You can sort of dial in, but it's not also your one singular fast. You still have to be consistent. You have to be consistently quick. How's that drone shot shooting down in beside that Escort? Hope you can hear it through the audio. God, it sounds good out here. Sounds amazing. And just got it all happening from one end of the stage to the other, from the start to the finish. So what you're seeing there now is the back end, what we'd call the back of the stage, the eastern end, and they rally up. And they all gather up there at that bit of a service park, and it's fully catered. There's toilets, there's no showers, but there's toilets, and there's food, and there's drinks. And so all the drivers, particularly yesterday when it was a very hot day, it was a hot and humid day yesterday, so it was great for the drivers and the co-drivers to get up that end, plenty of shade, some nice areas to sit around and chill and yarn. The live stream was coming in there, so they're actually being able to listen to us and hear what's going on around the place. So very exciting. Also get some spectators starting to wander in. And the cars are coming thick and fast. They're a minute apart, running at 1 minute intervals, which makes it very exciting, and starting to see some bit of loose action coming in underneath us here over that crest through that bit of a culvert corner. And people starting to take different lines in that and open it up a little bit, which is pretty good. Makes it a little bit more exciting, a little bit more interesting, but also develops, and somewhere all along this stage it's going to be happening, not just where we are. We can only see, well, I say only, we can see about half a kilometre, maybe even a kilometre worth, but right in front of us here we can see this bit and starting to see different lines. And obviously as these guys are now looking for tiny little bits, where can I potentially find a little bit more time in this 4 kilometre stretch of road? And even though the atmosphere here is very exciting, there's plenty of action, and it's a very, very hot competition. It's a great atmosphere. It's fun. It's friendly. Everybody patting each other on the back and commending each other, and so they should. Everybody's doing an amazing job. Lots of action and exciting on the track, and but nobody doing anything stupid or dangerous. And thankfully, so far, no crumpled or bent cars, and that's what we want to see, because it's a hell of a relief to everybody, and that means plenty of bang for your buck. Eddie, entry fee, how many runs? I don't know, I've lost count now how many runs I had. I think I've done 7 yesterday. We're up about 3 already, so it's about 10 stages. So it's only a short in distance stage, but plenty of bang for your buck. I don't know what the entry fee was, but being an AMSAG event and Gold Coast and Tweed Motorsport Club, probably not very much. And together with all those sponsors you see in the corners, that's how we're able to keep the costs down to something affordable, pour it back into the event, bringing rallying to the people. Just highly commended to everybody involved. Virtual security guard, that's where that shot's coming from, that you can see there right now. That's a stationary camera at the finish. Australian Autosport Alliance, AASA, overarching governing body. This managing the sporting regulation and insurance side of the event. Accent bench stops, Auto Sports. Need some rally gear. Make sure you give Auto Sports a call or jump onto their website, buy it straight online. Something happening here, there, and everywhere. The drone goes in behind the little Toyota 11. And it won't be long, we'll cross over to the finish line and get talking to some more competitors again with John McCready. Dog and Bull, that's the pub uptown, Benalbo. As we see the Celica come in across the finish line now. Little Toyota Sprinter. There's some times I haven't got AGOs. So going back upstream, so heading the way they currently are there now. So we seem to be stalled around that 2 minutes 10, as would, sort of as expected. We didn't expect anything. We didn't know, because it's a new stage that nobody's ever rallied on before. So it was all new to us and new to everybody. But what we're starting to see develop is some consistency in around that 2:10, 2:12s. Pulled down quite rapidly. They started yesterday morning. For the very first run-up was 2:24, I think was the quickest. So they've pulled over 10 seconds out of it over the course of the weekend, and seems to be stagnant now around the 2:10, which you'd probably expect. There's only so much grip, only so much speed before it becomes dangerous, and pretty level-headed bunch of competitors here. Nobody's throwing anything away for the sake of... there's no sheep station or cattle station or $1 million prize at the end of it. There's certainly bragging right honours to be the first winner of the inaugural Working Dog Rally Sprint, which is going to turn into something huge, I'm sure, here in Australia. So that's a shot up at the park up at the other end, and I'm sure we're probably going to cross over and talk to one of the competitors in a minute. So still only a second between the two quick two-wheel drives between Hoy and Badenoch as we tuck here underneath the Datsun Stanza. Almost right along inside with them. You can see the edge of that road just starting to get a bit of a wear on it, and they're finding just that nice line and starting to trim it up. There's a fair bit of moisture in some of that grass, and that's why...
How's your day been? You're looking very fast out there.
Oh yeah, it's been awesome. The roads are way more grippy than yesterday, so just pushing it real hard. I've taken, I think, 5 seconds of my time yesterday both ways, so I'm super happy with that.
Yeah, that's great, isn't it? 5 seconds either way. Now, what is it like driving this little front-wheel drive car? Tell us about the experience of driving it.
It has been awesome. It's my first rally car, and I've absolutely loved it. I'm so attached to it now. It's been a bit frustrating today, especially I've been on the rev limiter in 5th gear, so can't go any faster than I'm going at the moment, but we've got a built motor at home, which I've said to Dad I'm putting in next year.
Very good. Now, these cars have got a bit of history. As some of our viewers will know, Rick Bates actually won the Formula 2 championship in one of these cars.
That's right. Well, this car actually has quite a lot of history. I'm very lucky to have this one. It's done, I think, a 0 car in the WRC round here in Australia, and it's won some QRC championships, so I'm very, very lucky to have this.
So a very, very famous car, and maybe you'll be a famous driver soon.
Oh, I guess we'll have to see. Hopefully I'll in Dad's footsteps.
Now, how is Dad going over there? You going all right over there, Dad?
Oh, having a ball, absolute blast. Really, it's a privilege to sit next to Ella and co-drive for her. Honestly, I'm not teaching her how to drive anymore. She's got it. I'm just enjoying the ride.
All right, well, there you go. Ella and Paul in the little Daihatsu Charade Di Tommaso. And we're just getting ready. Most of the cars are in. I think we're waiting on 1 or 2 more. The atmosphere up here is pretty cool. There's drivers standing around talking about times, talking about how they drove the stage, some of the little incidents they may have had, and it's quite a good atmosphere up here and an opportunity for everybody to actually have a bit of a chat to each other and work out what's going on. Let's have a chat to somebody else, shall we? Let's walk down this way. Now, Jamie, I know that you're up there in the commentating area, and you've probably seen the last car go through, so we're going to find somebody over here to talk to. Let's go down here, see what's going on. You look like somebody to talk to. How's your day been?
Yeah, a bit interesting because I had a puncture on the way out, hit a stone in the inside, and a puncture, so we ended up throwing it to the other side of the road and into the ditch, and we thought we were through the fence, but we managed to keep it at the fence, so I keep Glenn happy. Stayed at his fence and got to this, drove it sedately to the end of the stage because it was all over the place. So.
Okay, now I don't know who you are, and the viewers at home won't either. So, what car are you in, and who are you?
Car 24, Ian Griffin from the Gold Coast.
Okay, now you're in that lovely little Toyota Celica.
Yep, I am. Yeah.
Fun to drive?
Yeah. When it's going okay, yeah, it's fun to drive. Yeah.
All right, well, there you go. So fun to drive on this circuit. Now, in the 2-wheel drive category, the 2 cars that we are looking at yesterday, well, there's a bit of drama going on over here. They're pushing a car out of the finish area. Oh, there you go. It's starting. Let's go and have a talk to Clay Badnock. Now, Clay is in this RA 40 something over here that he's been driving. Clay.
Yo.
How's your day been?
Yeah, well, a good start. I must have had, I don't know, I ate my Wheaties, and so I've had a good start, some good times. That time, that run just then, I crossed the line a little bit and had a bit of an excursion. So, but anyway, that's all good. Got away with it, and yeah, so probably have to just reset and keep it calm and keep plugging away. I found maybe I was overdriving. Maybe that's what I did that time. I was overdriving it a bit, and when I came out of it a little bit, and concentrate on my lines a lot more and getting the power down. At the times came, so I think now I'm ahead of Hoy by 2 seconds. So because I just gave away 1 or 2 then. So but anyway, I'm ahead by 2, so I'm going to keep it there.
Okay, there you go, ahead by 2. Now Wayne, where is Wayne? We should ask him how his day's going. I can't even see his car here.
I can see him straight ahead. Just keep walking straight ahead.
Oh, there he is, yes. All right, let's walk over and talk to Wayne Hoy quickly. Let me have a look at the times. Sorry to interrupt, guys. Wayne, how's your morning been? I believe that the battle's back on between you and your mate down there in the Toyota.
I don't know, is it? What's it now?
Well, he just said he took 2 seconds, so...
Yeah, he did. Oh, righto. Well, he can have that. I'm at my speed. That's it. Fast as I can go, so that's it. It was a really good day yesterday, though. Second for second, either way, all at the same time, and it was pretty good. But I think we're getting up to the speed now where it's nearly time to call it. Like taking home nice and nice, no dents or anything would be nice. If Clay's going to go much quicker, well, I'm going to let him have it.
Okay, now I'm assuming that you're really enjoying being back in a car.
I am. After working on Clayton's car a lot these days and going away and everything, I seem to just had enough. And my interest has sort of faded, and more interested in what Clayton's doing these days, and want to help there. And the time all that's done, I just don't really have the energy anymore to come and do my own rallying. But this weekend has just been something else. Never experienced anything like it in my life over the years of rallying, and Glenn's just done an absolutely fantastic job. Yeah, and I think everybody's loving it and liking it, and never talked so much crap to people, especially Lighty. I don't know, have you interviewed Lighty yet?
No, we haven't. I was actually thinking that we should do that now.
Yeah, well, the two Hyundai guys, they haven't been having a duel a bit like Clay and myself. So you really should talk to them guys. These guys down the back, they deserve a mention here.
All right, I'm going to go over and find him now. Here he is. He's right here. Peter, how are you going this morning? Now, I know that this car's the most powerful car in the field, so why aren't you at the front of the field?
I wish I was, John. Yeah, no, we're just here, and we only come to beat Bernie. That's all we're here for. It's a competition we run down home. Two little Hyundais. They're great fun cars to drive. So we just want to come away and have a bit of a boys' weekend away. As you know, I pulled up, only did 4 stages yesterday, pull up, had a rest, as you do when you're old. But we're really pleased with the times. We've both got new navigators in the cars, and we're just away for a couple of guys from home down the Hastings Sporting Car Club. We come up. J-Mo's doing an awesome job here behind us in this VR4. But Ashley and Rihanna, new navigators, and we're very, very pleased. Probably couldn't be better than getting in with old Bernie Keast, and he's teaching them and he's going, so it's good. But yeah, we scared a few out there. Yeah, they run better if you stay on the road. I found get off the grass verge. Yeah, no, pretty good, John. We're very happy, and what a great event. Glenn and the crew and Tweed Motorsport Club have done an awesome job. The format's great, the people are great. Benalbo, they're the friendliest people, and we'll be back. We're coming back next year, probably with something a bit more powerful than a Honda, unless I can get Brucey Garland might be able to shoehorn a Honda into it or something like that. We might get going a bit better. But having a great time and really enjoying it. It's great to catch up with all the other competitors. So yeah, thanks very much.
Well, Bruce does have a unique way of getting different engines to different cars. I'm not sure that a Honda engine in that is what you really want to do. I think the Hyundai, oh, actually, they sound very similar, don't they?
Yeah, just change the badges, as a lot of these guys do. He's got my Escort at back at his shed, so he's pulled it out of the shed in South Kempsey, and he's got the Escort down there, and that's why we weren't here this weekend. He went off, he had some party he wanted to go to, so but he'll be watching on the live stream, and we've just pulled another 5 seconds out of the time that we did this morning too, so we're really pleased. We're going well. As I said, Ashley's just doing a fantastic job. First, she's a newbie and she's just on it, so we're very, very pleased. And we'll do more events up in this neck of the woods, and we're looking forward to doing some more events down south too. And there's some good events down there, as you know. The Bago, which I'm the director of, it's in March again. This AMSAG crew and everyone that's working together for rallying, it's a credit to everyone. And the rally community, I mean, Adriana and Amanda and all the girls that work behind the scenes, they do a fantastic job too, so congratulations to them, and as I said, the club's done a great job.
Yeah, they have done a great job. Now I do want to ask you about your Escort. You've got a few cars hiding around the place. When are we going to see you in an Escort again?
Now, I just hope my wife Joanne's not watching this, but I'll be, hopefully the next time I'll be in Escort will be in New Zealand. We do plan to run the Otago. Steve Gill, actually the car's in Derek's shed, so I've pinched a bit of Derek's shed space over there, but Steve Gill's going to get the car back. We're going to fix a few things up. Dean Buist will probably retire with the amount of money I've spent with him this year on Escort bits, but that's okay. We're back to Otago. We'll probably go and do a couple of rally sprints. With the way this car's going, I might even enter a couple before the end of the year, and just have a bit of fun. That's what it's about. It's about seat time, and a lot of guys are here. Keith Fackrell in that Escort hasn't driven for 2 years, and he's just here having a ball, and everyone's just enjoying themselves. But that Escort, we're going to get it going, the one in New Zealand. I've got another one in the shed that we're going to send to build, and then Brucey's got the other one. So yeah, I might have to borrow one of Bernie's or two of Bernie's. He's got a couple too.
Well, they're hiding everywhere in sheds. Now, you just said Derek Acer. Derek's from New Zealand. I believe he's in Australia at the moment.
Yeah, he's doing the Akermanis rally today. He starts today in a stanza with Snooksy and young Benny Richards, so he was looking forward to doing that. And once again, preparation for the Alpine. Derek's been a long time mate of mine. We've been travelling over there, and he's one of the better competitors in the game. But he's just a good bugger too. Like his hospitality is unbelievable. His wife Rachel makes the best bacon and ultimate egg pie in the world. So, and his mum's a lovely lady too. So we love going over there, and we love to see them come back over here. But he'll set the cat amongst the pigeons in that stanza if Snooksy's got it going properly for him.
No, I think from memory, Derek's actually done this event here when it was the rally, didn't he, a few years back?
I think he may well have come and done it maybe in Ed's Escort when, I think that's where he and Katrina may have done it. But yeah, he loves coming out here. He loves competing with all us guys. He's about the only time people stick it into him because they call it rally royalty in New Zealand, so we get to stick it into him when he comes out here. He's just an old farm seller as far as we're concerned that can drive. So yeah, no, he goes all right.
Now, the Zero car sitting over there lining up ready to go, so it won't be long before this stage is away again. It's been great seeing you in this little car and driving it as hard as you've been driving it. They're pretty, they're a bit forgivable, these cars. They'll go off, but they'll come back on again.
Yeah, you keep the boot into them, that's the go. You just keep revving them. And you drive them like a go-kart, like just point them, poke them, and you're into it. So I'm having a ball, absolute ball. I mean, I just wish I had enough horsepower to catch Wayne Hoy.
Have you talked to Bernie yet? I can't believe you still listen to Lloyd's shit. Bullshit.
Okay, let's actually have a quick chat to Bernie. Bernie, how are you going today? The only reason that Peter came today was to beat you, is that right?
Yeah, apparently so. That's his main aim in life this year, is to beat Bernie. Every event we go to, it's all about beating Bernie. So I don't know what that's all about, but anyway, that's life.
Some people treat the whole of life like a competition, and I think that's Peter.
Oh, he's very competitive, yes. He puts on this happy-go-lucky persona, but when he puts that helmet on, yes, it's a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde. So,
how have you been going in your little Excel today?
It's been a bit frustrating, actually. I've had some throttle response issues. It's sort of cutting out when you're on full throttle down the big straights, and I just can't get full throttle where I want it. But I'm just trying to stroke it through the corners, keep it nice and flowy, and yeah, the times aren't fantastic, but we'll just keep pressing on.
And that's the key with these little cars, isn't it? You've got to keep the momentum up and really drive them out of the corners, but keep the speed up into the corners.
Absolutely, yeah. It's all about keeping the speed flowing all the way, because if you lose much, it takes a long time to build it back up again. So,
that's right.
Yeah. And it is a bit frustrating, but we changed the part over, put an old part on that we thought we had issues with before, but it seemed to perform a little better that run, so we'll press on and see how it goes.
Very good. Now, I've been meaning to ask a few people, do you prefer the forward run or the reverse run?
That's a good question. I think I prefer the reverse run, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know why. It seems to flow a bit better. Maybe you're getting closer to the end of run 2. I don't know. I don't know. I'd like them both, actually. I don't mind either way.
Very good. Well, we're just about to get started, and the Zero car is sitting on the start line, and most of the cars are getting ready to go, which is good. We've got the Kilbrides getting belted up, getting ready to head to the other end. I'm sure they're going to be looking to improve on their times. The Jansen sitting here, they're ready to go as well, all belted in.
Should we talk to her about her notes?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's go over here and have a quick chat about the notes that Donna's using. Tell us a little bit about these notes, Donna. How do they work?
The old hydroglyphics. They're just like, your variations of your corners, as, we work on a 6 system, and also, you've got your things like your brows, which are like your small crests and things like that, and your distances are usually on the money or a thereabouts distance, so the driver knows that he's got distance before the next call if he's in the middle of something, and your cautions and downs and grids and this is over and all sorts of things.
So this really describes in every little detail the road so that you can go as absolute fast as you can.
Yes, and when you see things like, like with me, I have underline, and that usually means that I'm saying that all in one go because it's very fast and flowing through into those cores. So that's why you'll see things like that with my notes.
And I see that there's a couple of different tones of writing there, which means there's been some adjustments along the line.
Exactly. So you're always trying to perfect it to get that every millisecond or minute out of the car and the driver as well.
Very good. Well, there you go. There's a bit of an insight into how the notes work. Now, if we were to go around here and have a look at somebody else's notes, you'd probably see them quite different. And there goes the zero car. Let's go around and see if we can see somebody else's notes and see what the difference looks like. Here we go. Let's have a quick look here. All right, so we're having a comparison of notes. So let's just have a bit of a look at your notes. Let's have a look here.
There you go.
We're about to start. This is a highlighted one. Tell us about your notes.
Our notes are pretty simple, honestly. What do you reckon? What do you think about our notes?
Yeah, they're the standard 1 to 6.
So 1 to 6 system, just like what we saw over in the other car with Donna. But you can see straight away the notes that are being used. It's exactly the same course, but they're very different in the way that they're written.
Everyone's got their own version of it. You'll find that no notes are the same.
All right, so that's interesting, isn't it, to see the difference in the notes that are being used. And first car's heading out onto the stage, getting ready to go. So I'm going to hand back over to you, Jamie, over in the commentary box back at the spectator point.
Yeah, thanks, John. That's great. Thanks for all of that. That's been fantastic to watch and answered a lot of our questions. Lovely to see all those different notes because we're watching this bit of road all weekend and, everybody's on their notes and you understand that everybody's a little bit different. Good to see, particularly at this end of the field where they're looking for every little thing they can find. This is our current event leader at the moment. Still got about 3 stages to go before the actual final finish line, but doing a mighty job. We're watching on the live feed. Lots of comments for these guys. They've got supporters all around the country watching on and watching them, and we'll see if we can pick up some more comments and things with the people around the country. Lots of well wishes and good luck. Hey, I'm sitting here, you've been talking to the people up there at the finish line. I'm here in a paddock full of spectators and the bus just come out from town and it was overflowing with people coming everywhere, and sitting here with a gentleman that a lot of people watching on the live stream would know his name, particularly a lot of people who have been rallying around for years, Lofty Drews, and I know him a little bit, not a lot. I'm certainly very, very familiar with the name because I grew up with rallying and my dad both being a driver and an event organiser. And so I'm here with Lofty and he's been with us all weekend. G'day, Lofty. How you going, mate?
Good morning. I'm very well, thank you. Lovely to be here.
Yeah, it is. I've enjoyed your company this weekend. You come out yesterday and like everybody, you've been sitting here enjoying the event. And what do you reckon? You'd rather be sitting here in the hill or down in the car?
Oh, definitely. This is like Argentina in a way.
It's sort of living the life of luxury up here,
isn't it nice?
Just sitting here, look at this TV and got these drones and got this video and audio and anyway, we've got a lot of people. We've got an audience all around the world that's watching us, enjoying this event. And so just to introduce yourself, you have done a lot of rallying. And so if you want to take a moment to sort of maybe fill the punters in with your background and some of your experiences and achievements.
Well, I was born in Tanganyika that was then in 40. And I'm actually a German. And educated at an English school, but I knew Swahili and German, and so I then had to learn English, and thereon it was through apprenticeships with the railways, steam onto diesel and all that, and motor trade and rallying. Started on motorbikes and got into cars, and I've had a very, very fantastic life with the car world, rallying world. I also won the hill climb championship and the autocross championship, all in Lanciers and things like that. I've driven for several works teams. Started off with BMC with Tony Fall, and then we went off to African countries and tried to do all the mountains, like I won the Ethiopian rally and met Haile Selassie, and then we won the Kilimanjaro rally and Mount Kenya rally and all those, and eventually we won the Safari Rally World Championship, which I've done 27 times, 3 of them in hospital.
That in itself is, you just don't have those massive mad event. Well, I don't want to call it mad because it's world class, just crazy to watch. It just takes your imagination that event. I know my dad went over to compete in the East African Safari once and done well, very well, except he ended up very sick and ended up in hospital. But it's been sort of great to watch. And and locally, I mean here in Australia, you've got a long list of drivers that you've navigated for and achievements and different events over the decades.
Yeah, I was very lucky. My son and myself arrived from Africa and we went down to Brisbane Sporting Car Club on a Tuesday evening, got chatting to the boys. Thursday I got a wild phone call, welcome to Africa, and that was one George Kaler, the sinister minister, or the Revving Reverend as we called him.
Yeah, I know George.
And
George.
We went off and we'd drawn car number. He said, well, what are you doing this weekend? I said, nothing. He said, you're sitting in the navigator's seat of car number 2. And we met a very nice lady. She was Sally Ann Atkinson. She started us off in Brisbane. And I was welcomed to Australia in a hurry. And I've been very lucky ever since that. And we've done we went to win the Queensland Rally Championship, and we saw Perth and New Zealand and all that with the FIA and that. And we really had a fantastic time. Then I went with Steve Winwood, so we had a big fight between Fords and Holdens, which was always interesting. So we won a couple of years of championship there. And I'm only 85 now, so I can sit there and look at it. But I'm surprised at this event of only 4 kilometres.
Yeah, it's hard to get your head around. I was a bit the same. I'm like you, a bit more sort of old school and like the endurance and the longevity, and the longer the rally, the longer the stages, the better for me. And you think 4 kilometres, there couldn't be much fun in that, but certainly everyone's to their own, and you can take so much enjoyment. Whilst I wouldn't compete in this event, it's not really my cup of tea. I'm thoroughly enjoying watching it and enjoying watching these people enjoy it. And you look for pleasure in other areas. Obviously this one's the fine. Obviously you've got to get everything right in a very short period of time in 4 kilometres. So it's very tight. We know we've got, just for the punters, we've got car 1 out on stage heading down our way now and coming in very, very fast. We've got a bit of intel as to what their target time is before the weekend's over, and they've still got a few seconds to peel out of it. This is the Maura Mitsubishi currently leading car 1. At the event, hasn't got it all his own way. Aggio's still sort of having a bit of a chew, but at the moment they're starting to sneak away. As they mentioned before, they went and put a fresh set of tyres on it. Still not brand new, still an old set, but pulling a bit more, coming in really quick looking. That's very neat and tidy. That's the neatest and quickest we've seen so far. 2:10's the fastest they've done. Quickest run this way, the current direction. So let's have a look and see if there's any more in it. Just judging by what our line of sight, what happened in front of us there, definitely the quickest they've been past here at this stage, and just got it so nice into that bit of a culvert. I was looking at his pace notes, which is that car in particular, and how they had this part written up, and it actually comes into where our spectators were. I did find it. And that's 120, so that's why that's one of the fastest parts of the road where they come down into us. It's just a dead straight gun barrel, but then it all happens very quickly and gets very technical very quick. So on a 120 flat, so 120, 6 left on crest into 4 left, and that's where it comes into us, and it's just tricky. It doesn't even explain. It's got a little bump in the middle of that culvert which can upset the cars. They nailed it. They got the smooth line. So here he comes, Craig Aggio. So he's on the 620. He's got it, or the previous car's got it called as 6 left on crest into 4 left there now. 86 left into 6 right. And then it gets tight as it goes back up into the trees. 34 left long, 50 to flying finish. So that's all that. Did you ever do any pace notes, Lofty, or did you bail out?
No, we had different system. I was with Rana Alton and the Flying Finn, and we went the slow mediums. And no, we didn't go medium. It was too long, too in the dust to say medium. We call that a K right into K left, or slow right, or stop narrow bridge, or stop rocks. It meant that you should really almost stop. Right. We used a different language because we didn't like the idea of 3s and 4s. And we, always use different ones, and medium became a K, and I got used to that. But with Australian drivers, as I say, fantastic drivers I've had, we did the six system, and it was very successful. I adapted to it very easily, and it's a very sensible one.
That's good. It's getting exciting out there now. You can just see at the enders there, you can just see the difference in the cars and the attitudes and the drivers, and it's so exciting to watch. They're still pulling times down. We see the Maurer has done a 2:09. We wondered what the quickest is going to be. So I've done a 2:10. He's done a 2:09, and we think his goalpost might even be a little bit higher or lower than that. So it's happening. You can see the difference in front of us just as they're coming down there now. Yesterday they were slowing and they were heavy on the brakes. Now they're just going, no, I think I can do this. And then they are. They're coming through. They're just so much faster. That one was the Springer WRX, which was in third this morning, and probably trying to have a bit of a crack at Agio. This is the Kilbrides now, and getting quicker all the time. So Agio's done a 2:17, Springer's done a 2:15, so still 6 seconds off the pace. And did you ever go with George Kohler in his VR4, or were you out before?
Yes, in the VR4.
Yeah, that's very similar to that one there.
Yes, I know. It's just all sort of nostalgia for me looking at these cars, and it's fantastic.
Yeah, and you can't, obviously, this is your happy hunting ground back in the two-wheel drive Datsuns and Lancers and all that sort of stuff. So you've been sort of through the evolution of rallying when you come out of production sort of cars and then into sort of the Group Gs, and then they evolve back into the production cars, but four-wheel drive turbos.
Yes, well, we didn't have too much turbos. I think one of the nicest ones was the Lancia Stratos. We came second in the Safari in 75 with that, and I drove that same car in Germany 2 years ago. It was the Lancia Stratos at the Eiffel Rally, and very, very interesting, the Eiffel Rally, where I met lots of people. I can just see the Z going past.
Yeah, that'll be, we'll look forward to that coming. That's been a great battle all weekend. These two, everyone's been a great battle from the front of the field to the back, but these two cars here, the two rear-wheel drives, Wayne Hoy and Clay Badnock. I haven't had a look at the times, but Clay just mentioned that he pulled 2 seconds out of Wayne, which means there's probably still 1 second between them over the whole weekend. So a great battle. Here comes that VR4 we're just talking about, where you navigated with George Kohler, the late Faster Pastor, and lovely gentleman, and he had a VR4 just similar to this colour, except it had signs all over it, but it's
Jesus Saves.
Jesus Saves, yeah. This
surprised my son when we went up and saw the car for the first time.
Yeah, they're nearly flat through here yesterday. I thought by this afternoon they might have nearly got it to where they could just hold it flat, and they're just on the edge now. They're not heavy on the brakes anymore. They're just lifting slightly, and just about. And there is a smooth line through that gully. Nobody's been able to find it yet except Clay Badnock, but they've all found it now this morning, which means it's great for us. They're carrying lots of speed in past us down that straight, probably just touching about 170, 180 maybe, washing off. And then by the time they come in past us over that little crest. But they're coming fast, a minute apart, and they're on their way back into town. So if you're just tuning in, watching us and wondering how the day's going to unfold, this stage as they head back towards town and they go into service, and there'll be a bit of a break and a delay there. They're going to have some lunch, have a major service, and then 2 more stages to finish off the day, 1 up, 1 back. So still plenty of action to be had, but starting to get towards the tail end, where we're currently rallying back towards town from east to west, and then they'll go into service, have lunch, bit of a break, bit of a delay. We'll talk you through that, let you know what's going on, and then 2 more very, very exciting stages this afternoon, which could very well decide the winner. So show's not over yet. It's interesting timing. So it is the fastest car is going to win the rally, but there's certainly you get a few get out of jail free cards. Here comes Clay Badnock. This car sounds amazing. Where's Wayne? Did he come past?
Not yet.
Has he come past here? I'm just talking loud. Sorry, I'm just talking on the microphone.
Well, that's probably earlier in an apart that both tracked together.
No, this is Clay here now. I'm just wondering if we might have seen Wayne Hoy. But anyway, we sort of got talking to Lofty and talking about different things. Here comes Clay Badnock. We're just not sure whether Wayne Hoy's been past us or not. But That sounds fantastic. Full commitment. Yeah, just getting a bit of a whereabouts on Wayne Hoy. It's been a fantastic battle all weekend, and we're pretty certain Wayne was in front. And we got chatting and yarning here, and either Wayne snuck past without us knowing, but I don't think he's going to do that because we're pretty exciting to watch. So we might have a car broken down on stage somewhere, which would be unfortunate, but we'll pick up where he might be, and that's been a great, very, very unlikely. That's just such a reliable car and such a reliable driver, so maybe he's just changing a tyre or something. We'll hear from rally headquarters in a minute. And obviously it's not slowing the stage down, still punching them through, and which is great news. And here comes the O'Brien Mitsubishi Evo. And getting quicker, young Eli, only 14 years of age. Gets a little bit wide there as he comes through the creek and heads up into the flying finish. And we'll get a handle on the whereabouts of the green 260Z of Wayne Hoy. Only one missing in action at the moment. We've got drones all around the place. He shouldn't be too hard to find. So Lofty, you would have done a bit of navigational sort of trial kind of rallying as well, I'd imagine?
Oh, yes, luckily all around the world, as I said, but mainly in Africa because I lived there and was born there. And it's been a fantastic innings. But Australia's home for my last 30 years and I really enjoyed.
Yeah, that's good. It's interesting how rallying has evolved and but still stays so strong. And just watching a car come down here now and really tucked it in tight and run over a couple of poor old guideposts there. But from where it started, from sort of gentlemanly trials and then navigational, where basically everybody was just literally reading a map, and now to this end where it's pace noted and every rock and bump and everything's noted, and like I say, it's only 4 kilometres long, but still thoroughly enjoyable. It's still the same horse, it's still the same animal, and everybody can enjoy it for different reasons. I myself, I like the long distance blind rallies. That's what I get enjoyment from, and other people for different reasons love this stuff, where they love the accuracy and the finite art of that pinpoint pace notes. They love it. So I was just getting a bit of intel there on Wayne Hoy. He had a broken tail shaft, which is unlike that car to be unreliable. So unfortunately, but the good part is he's probably still in the running. So he can get back in, get that car repaired. It hasn't destroyed his event. So the way this scoring is made up, so he can actually bring that car in. He can ditch this stage and still come out and pull back his lead on Clay Badenockers, who he's been chasing. But now I'll find out where he is. So broken tail shaft, obviously not in the middle of the road, which is fantastic. So it means we'll just have a bit of a look at the times, what these guys are doing on the way back into town. So 209's a clear-cut winner out of the Maurer Evo. 209's the fastest. Aggio's a 217, so a bit off the pace there, starting to wind it back a bit. Sprenger 215. Jensen a 216. He's that crew's been really... I was just watching him come down through here. He's been going fantastic, getting really quick. So 215 there, 216, sorry, for Jensen. Badenoch a 216 in a two-wheel drive. Wow, that's getting up there. That's pretty quick, and it shows. You can see it in the speed of the car when he comes past us. 218 there for the Kilbrides, and we're back down now to Clooney. Taylor Hoy won't be coming. He's got a DNF. Mills a 221. That's the stage before, sorry. So, plenty going on. Plenty of spectators out here on the hill. Beautiful day, not a sunny day, nice cloudy, so it's keeping us nice and shaded, nice and cool. Where do you reside these days, Lofty? Around these traps, where are you living?
I'm at the Nango.
Oh, the Nango. Oh, yeah.
Yes, we like it there. I've got the kids, one in Biggenden and the other one in Gympie, so they're only 2 hours away. And we live we have a small farm, 10 acres, horses, geese, dogs, and happy retirement.
Yeah, very nice. It's there's some fascinating motorsport comes out of Africa, isn't there? A young fella's always showing me videos of all these amazing. A lot of cross-country rallying seems to be very big over there now. Obviously, good country for it. And have the areas to see Matt and Amy Davidson come into the spectator area, doing a really nice, consistent job all weekend. We had parts of the car fly off here yesterday. We must return it to them a bit later on, or somebody's talking to them. We've got a bit of an undercover skid plate or something here off that car. So if the service crew's watching the live stream and you're looking for where that black bit is, we've got it here, and we'll bring it into town with us a little bit later on. This car here was not sure it was knocking around. Was Michael Guest rallying when you?
Yes.
Well, Michael Guest, they built this car for him, and so a bit of pedigree here in this car. So it's still going around.
You can give me that spare part because it's Alan Steen's daughter in there.
Ah, there you go.
Madison. She's Alan Steen's daughter, and I came up with Alan Steen.
Right, okay, yeah. Alan, he was with young Clayton last year and won this event, as you would know, and he announced his retirement, and next minute we're back here and he's back in there again. Can't keep an old dog down. No, it's great to see they've been having a great weekend, but they're sitting out there in a very uncharacteristic DNF.
Yes, I was very lucky in the sense when I stopped running per se, I met up with John Coleman, and we did World WRC as double O course opening car. So it gave me to see how stupid some of the crowds are and stand in dangerous places, and we had to ensure safety, and it was a great thing to see the high standards of safety requirement for the RWC carried out by the Australian officials, and they were strict, and it was good to see because there are so many accidents of people standing on stupid places because these boys are travelling at high speed.
Yeah, enormous speed, and a lot of people spectating at those. Whilst they're rally fanatics and they love rallying, they don't necessarily have an appreciation for what happens to a motor car when it's no longer in control. It can go anywhere and can go a very long way, and so when it's all in control, which is 9 times out of 10 and 99% of the time, but it can very easily go wrong, and when it does, they can go anywhere. Those world rally cars is just at a breathtaking speed. It'll take your breath away when you get up close to them. Now, we're very lucky here in Australia. We do set the benchmark in all sporting and all engineering and manufacturing and different things. Like Australia does everything well. And I mean, here we are again, even though this is only, in the scheme of things, a small event, small as in only 4 kilometres long. It's run by a little club from the Gold Coast. But here we are, really, this is world class, the way this event has been presented and pulled together and, through using modern technology taken to the world. So, the safety standards of this event is world class. The technology of this event is world class. So it's going to be wonderful to see this sort of grow and prosper over the coming years.
Yes, it's so good to see that the organisers have the crowd.
Just got an interview here, John McCready.
And say hello. But all good. So we'll get to watch some now.
You put the curse on yourself. You said you were going to take it home without a ding in it.
Well, it doesn't actually have a dent, but there is one in the floor. So no, it's all good. No, it's been a good weekend, and we'll do a bit of watching now. But, yeah.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, I know how that song goes. Many of an event that I've sat beside the road with your head in your hands, and you just think, why do I bother doing this? I'm going to go and play lawn bowls. And fortunately, those thoughts and feelings don't last too long. It's done until you get back home. But wouldn't be the first time Wayne sat on the side of the road and done some spectating. But it's great you can carry that bit of character and spirit and not be disheartened. He's had a good weekend, and we've certainly enjoyed watching him compete alongside with Alan Steen. As we see, so just if you're watching online and wondering what's going on, we're heading back into town this stage, and then there'll be a bit of a break in the traffic, so we'll probably go quiet for a little while. Once this stage is finished, I'm sure we'll find some things to talk about still and come in and keep you in, but we'll go quiet for a little while, and then we'll come back with 2 stages, one up, one down, and that'll be the end of the 2025 Working Dog Rally Sprint, the inaugural, but it's certainly the first, and I've got no doubt it will not be the last. So what was the last rally you did, Lofty, as a competitor?
Got to think. The Eiffel Rally in Germany 2 years ago.
Oh, wow.
With Rauno Alton and the Flying Finn.
Golly.
And before that, in our 75 Lancia Stratos, as a year earlier. But otherwise, I'm just standing on the side watching.
That's good. We just in shot there now is young Ella Piavera and Paul. I've actually got I own a car. My car, I've got a Commodore Ute rally car, and Paul used to compete in that in the Australian Rally Championship and done very well. And then anyway, it's past another owner, and eventually I end up owning it, and that's how I know Paul quite well. And also this is his young daughter who I've been watching develop over the last couple of years, mainly through the Yay the Girls Carnacross, and now she's out on the rally roads, and very impressive just with her car control and not just letting the car do all the work. She's committed and it's been a pleasure to watch. And just to see young people, we've got young people on from Alice Springs now. I used to live over in southeast Queensland, but we're over in Central Australia now, and we've got young people there involved in the sport, and it's wonderful to see sort of young drivers coming through with so much fire in their belly and just loving rallying. You know, it's such an interesting discipline. And it's just unique, you know, it's just such a fine art, and it's one of the, without question, one of the most difficult things you can do in a car, without sort of not trumpet blowing rallying, but certainly, you know, when you take all the other disciplines around, you often see good competitors step out of something and come and have a crack at rally, and they either get flogged or they end up in the trees. So it's great to see. So and that's one thing, that's why I love rallying myself. I like going down a road that I've never seen before, which is not the concept here. This is a pace-noted rally where people get to drive it before the event, and they write their own notes, so they write every crest, every corner, and there's an art form in that, and it's admirable. It's not my cup of tea. For me, I love going down a road that I've never seen before in my life and just doing it well, bringing it all together. And regardless whether it's pace-noted or a blind rally, the satisfaction from a rally stage is getting to the end, because it's a three-way team. It's your driver, it's your navigator, it's your car, plus whatever service crew you might have back at the start, but certainly, and everything has to work 100%. If one of those things is on 95%, it doesn't work. Your driver has to be 100%, and your navigator has to be 100%, and your car has to be 100%. And that's not necessarily just to win, that's to just do your best. And the good part about rallying is that's where the satisfaction comes from. That's where the win comes from, is doing your best. So you don't have to cross the finish line first and take the checkered flag or pop the champagne. Your win, as we've seen here, the Datsun Standard, just poke. I was talking to the boys last night at the pub, just smiles from ear to ear, having the best weekend, just poking along, enjoying their thing, and that's a win. Put a straight car on the trailer, go home with a smile, ready to do it again, and you can't get a better result than that. And that's what we've seen here all this weekend. As we're talking to Glenn, the event director, earlier, 25 cars started yesterday, 25 cars finished. 25 cars started this morning. Looks like we're down to 24, but not through anything, just a broken drive shaft out of a car that we probably wouldn't expect it from. So great to see. Have you been in any bad crashes? Not that you like to talk about that dire sort of stuff, or while you're there, Lofty, have you been in any bad stacks or situations?
Well, I would say done 27 safari rallies, and 3 of them were in hospital. One with Monari in 1970, and we went over a cliff in a Fulvia early in the morning. No communications and mobile phones, and we got carried 2 kilometers in the dark to a little dispensary. They put Monari on the floor where all the other sick patients were in the village in Africa. They put me in the death place on the big cement stone and said in Swahili, "Mzungu atakufa," this European is going to die. And speaking Swahili, I said, "No. What about getting a car to Nakuru in the Rift Valley to the hospital," which I knew. And they said that the Land Rover won't start. So I said, "Push it." And I passed out. And it was early in the morning. I woke up bouncing along in the back of an open Land Rover, heading towards Nakuru. And when we got there, they said, "Well, we don't take Europeans here." So the African driver said, "What do I do with these 2 Europeans?" They said, "Well, try the War Memorial. They sometimes, it's this little dispensary," and they accepted us. And that was about the worst one. But I've had 3 hospitals from the safari rally because it's very high speed and bad country roads and stones and that. But otherwise, I've been very, very lucky. So I always feel sorry if I see a bad accident.
Yeah, you don't like to see it, do you? It's it's sort of par for the course or the nature of the beast. It's a bit of a byproduct and unavoidable, but or it is avoidable, but you don't like to see it. But you accept that it does happen, and but as long as you can ultimately walk away from it, you might not at the time, but come away with a story to tell. So it's certainly a different world now, isn't it? You know, when you used to go off into the wild blue yonder and race off into the night, and certainly very vulnerable. I often wonder. And now with an event like this, and it's good, there's an ambulance at each end and everybody's tracked every single second and kilometre of the way. And certainly a different world, that's for sure. So. Excuse me. So just to fill you in back home, if you're watching the live stream, we're about to go into a bit of a break. We'll give ourselves a spell. We might jump in from time to time if we think about some things to talk about. We are going to go quiet and enjoy this bit of a vision that was shot from yesterday down here at Benalbo with the Working Dog Rally Sprint. And so what we're doing is the cars are in town now doing a service, going to have a lunch break. Because we're here in New South Wales, it's 10:05am. We've got 2 stages to go, and that'll bring us to a close. So we've still got a couple of hours of rallying to go, but we're just on a bit of a probably 20-minute, half an hour break. So here's an opportunity to shoot outside and mow the lawn, do the whip and snip and go feed the dog. Or do what you got to do, and come back to us in about 20 minutes' time. Make yourself comfortable, and we'll finish off the 2025 Working Dog Rally. Sitting here with Lofty Drews, he's been having a bit of a yarn, so taking us around the world from. So here we are, modern day rallying, hard, fast, pace noted, going right back to Africa and around the world, and learning a little bit about from trials and tribulations, which is wonderful. So I've got a great crew here. John McCready will probably be back with us talking to some people, and we'll just bring some interesting things. 2 stages to go before we wrap up the 2025 Working Dog Rally Sprint here in Benalbo, northern New South Wales. Back soon. coming back to you there, those of you who are listening in still. We got it wrong there before. We said we'll go into a bit of a break, but just listening to the communications, I think what we're doing is going straight into 2 more stages, and then there's a half an hour break. So 0 cars sitting on stage ready to enter it, so it won't be long. 0 car will be on stage, and we'll go back to a competition again. So stand by. We'll be back to be with you shortly on 2 more stages, 1 up, 1 down, and then we'll go into a half an hour break. So plenty more action still to come here from the 2025 Tyres and More Hammett Working Dog Rally Sprint. back to you there now. If you see it on screen and watching the live stream, that's our Zero car. Just going to just come to the finish line, so he's going to clear the stage, and it won't be long, and we'll be back with you for another 2 quick stages up and back. So still plenty of live action to be had here at the Working Dog Rally Sprint yet to come. So I'm just having a bit of a look through some of the feedback on the messages there on the Working Dog Rally page. Great to hear from Lofty. Thanks there. He has been great to yarn away with him and hear about a few of the things from around the world. Car 23, David McJane and Kevin O'Connor. Woohoo, go hubby. Fueled by Little Ego Cafe Ormeo. So a bit of a punt there for great job team. Lots of there. Check this out. So looks like the place to be in 26. So just to fill you in with how this is going to work, I think if I understand it correctly, I could be wrong. So sorry if I'm speaking out of turn. But the Working Dog Rally Sprint, as you see it, will be every second year. And then the in-between year will be a full multi-stage rally. So this time next year here in Benalbo will be, but it'll still be the same quality. So come here and compete and come and spectate different roads, but still the same quality of roads, the same quality of organisation, the same quality of everything. So the Working Dog Rally 2026 and then Working Dog Rally Sprint, which is what we're watching now, will be 2027. So thanks everybody for the compliments and feedback. We're really enjoying having you watching it. Hope you're enjoying it. And it is certainly cool. Lots of comments about the drones, and why wouldn't you? That's fantastic. We're very lucky and spoilt too, because we're sitting here in our commentary area, sitting up on a hill, nice cool breeze blowing, and we get to see the cars in live action. We also got a screen here where we can see what you're seeing, which is that all the drones, they're coming through that fast now, a minute apart, that the drone operators are starting to run out of batteries. So we've got to have a spell in a little while, but won't be long. Zero cars through. We'll have a listen to the comms, probably clear this stage once it goes green. Won't be long before we hear car number 1 cranking up and starting to enter the stage. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, away we go. Back on stage. Here comes the leader of the event at the moment, the Maurer Mafia. And that's Andrew Maurer and Brett Kerr. Just done a 2:09, done the quickest time, and straight away you can just tell he's on a mission. And might even have a fresh set of tyres on there. Bit hard to see from here, but let's have a look. Time will tell. Literally, there's a saying that says time will tell, and that's exactly what it's going to do here. 2:09 is the time to beat for everybody else. I don't think anybody's going to get near that, but interesting to see whether he's going to try and get near it or better it. Got one run up, done a 2:09 on the way back. His last run up was a 2:10, so very, very similar piece of road, obviously going up and going back. Not dissimilar. And I can see him going up there. So these cars are going to come pretty hard and fast, a minute apart. Craig Aggio will be next. And straight in behind that will be the Kilbrides and Jensen, Taylor, Hoy, or Wayne Hoy won't be. He's still spectating up the valley there somewhere. He'll be sitting up there until it's all over, till we're able to get him out. So back on track and racing again. Underway, here comes Craig Aggio, currently sitting second. Can he get it down to a 2:09? Him and Megan, he's going to have to lost a little bit of time there as he stuck the tail out there through the culvert. Got a bit of work to do if he wants to pull it down to a 2:09. Be a pretty hairy ride if he does. But we'll be cheering him on all the way to the end. We're looking at Megan's pace notes there before and talking to some co-drivers, and it's only a 4 kilometre piece of road. Some are on about 2 and 3 pages long, depending on how they're riding them and what sort of detail they're putting in there or the size of their handwriting. If it was my writing, you could probably put it on a handkerchief. But these guys are professionals, that's for sure. We've got from one end of the spectrum to the other, we've got like young Eli O'Brien competing there, 14 years old, first rally ever, sitting and doing a mighty job, just punched in a really quick time just there a minute ago. And right through to Larissa Bigger and Alan Steen, some of the best in the business. This is the Springer Subaru, been springing through the field all weekend and currently sitting in third and doing a mighty job. Not sure if he can sort of quite get the time, done a 2:17, a 2:15 on the way up earlier, on the way back. So pulling times down. You can see and hear these drones whizzing around all over the countryside. Just amazing, just brings a whole new world, a whole new spectrum. A little bit off there, so Maras have gone up there in a 2:12, so best time so far was the run back before at a 2:09. Looks spectacularly fast off the start and down past us, but obviously didn't sort of come together as neat on the other end, so does a 2:12, still a very impressive time nonetheless. And here come the Kilbrides now, over the little crest, through the culvert. Everybody now just sort of starting to settle back in for the afternoon and working out if they can get a little bit more or whether they just sort of maintain the consistency and think, right, that's it. We heard from Wayne Hoy before saying, well, that's it for me. That's the most I can get out of this car and my driving and road, and that's a sensible thing to do. Seems to be what a lot of people are doing. They're just sort of not running any silly risks or doing anything stupid, and why would you? You've got a beautiful machine there, throw it into the trees, and this sort of road, you're probably not coming back from it if you do leave this road. There's a fair bit there can go wrong, and looking across the paddock, a lot of local cooperation. The landholders here up this road are out riding their horses with the kids, and we've just seen an Agio punches in a 2:12 as well, so equal quickest time there at 2:12 from Agio on the way up. Jensen's are the ones who are sort of throwing everything and throwing caution to the wind. They're really sort of trying to bring their times down, and been very exciting and action-packed as they come in past us. Agio's up in a 2:12. That seems to be the time there. We'll watch what Springer does. Kilbrides are also on a bit of a charge there, as are the Jensens, who are on screen right now. That's Simon and Alicia Jensen. Over the grid, down through a bit of a gully, a lot quicker going that way. Flat. Been great experience just to get everything from this event. You got a bird's eye view from the drones. You're sort of watching it from the sidelines here. Here comes O'Brien. They put in an absolute cracker of a run heading back into town, and he is on fire. So he's done a 2:13 going back to town before. Let's have a look what this one does. 2:12's the quickest. He could potentially put in a quicker stage time here, boasts a personal best for himself, and even match it with the leaders. So this is O'Brien. This is a father and son crew. Young Eli at 14 years old. This is his first event, and doing a mighty job on the pace notes. It'll be interesting to see what his notes look like, what he's reading, and or if he's just sitting there going, "Go, Dad, go harder! Come on, hold it flat." He'd be having a ball, this young fella. Imagine his story when he goes to school tomorrow. His mates are going, cut it out. He goes, yeah, I went with Dad and we won the rally. Cut it out, mate, you're dreaming. But that's I used to go to school with some pretty wild stories, and the teacher thought I was lying. But because I used to go with my dad all weekend out in the bush mapping, so that was that Springer done a 2:16, so a 2:12 so far. Agio and Mayer, and then the Kilbrides are in at a 2:16 as well. Let's see what the O'Briens can do. We'll watch that one. That one there we just seen is the McJan Subaru. Yeah, no, they're ramping it up now. We just clicked it up another notch, so which is pretty exciting. So it's just a wonderful event to watch. It's safe, it's professional, it's action-packed, It's pretty cool, and brought to us by the Gold Coast and Tweed Motorsport Club with the assistance and overarching AMSAG, Australian Motorsport Action Group, as well as AASA, Australian Auto Alliance. Auto Sport Alliance. I knew there was an S in there somewhere. Australian Auto Sport Alliance and AMSAG, that is, AASA, Australian Auto Sport Alliance, and a great organisation to tuck your motorsport in under, and right across the country now and growing. And here comes the O'Briens now. Pretty keen to have a look at their time. They were on fire coming past us, as they've been all morning. And everybody really starting to sort of push hard and look for that little bit more. We'll see what the O'Briens, they done their personal best on the way in earlier, and we'll see if they match that heading back out on the west to east run. So this road is called Woodworths Road, and the stages, they just swap them around. So Woodworths Road is going out, and then I think it's Worth Woods coming back or something along those lines. Bit of a tongue twister. Flags flying, and it's just a wonderful environment here. Lovely day. We've got 2:16. Who was that? O'Brien's done a 2:16, matches it with the Kilbrides. So a nice tidy run, and also matching with a Springer. So a lot of people all in the same time slot window there, a 2:17 there. And this Jensen goes up. What was Jensen there? Sorry, Jensen was a 2:17. So all very, very close together. As we see these guys really starting to feel comfortable, get a lot more confidence with the car, the crew, the road, and the environment. They've done a few laps now. They've been up and down here about 10 times. So really getting to know this road intimately, and just know where all the little hidden falls are. Quite a technical bit of road. But it'll be a pretty exciting, exhilarating ride from the passenger side. It's just up and down enough. It's sort of a little bit like a roller coaster. Speaking of roller coasters, here's the view from the drone. We'll tuck down in behind a rally car again here in a minute. Just waiting for the first of the two-wheel drive. We're just curious as to where Clay might be, but I don't think we've seen him. So our two front-running two-wheel drives have, we know where, right out wide out in the gully. That corner's just really interesting to watch. These cars just go a little bit wider, but there's nothing good out there. Sometimes at a rally car, it's nice to run wide and just use the corner and try not to wash off too much momentum, but that little area there is full of hidden dangers. So not much fun to be had on the outside of that corner, but certainly exciting to watch, and good driving too, by the way. It compliments there. That's the Toyota Corolla of the Greenhalgh, Karen and Debbie, and good driving. Just been driving great all weekend. Really spirited driving. Just not so much holding it flat, but just, really good. And then fully committed down there through the gully, and just went wide and bounced up onto a little bit of a culvert there, a little bit of a cutting, but kept it all together. So we missing in action, Clay Badenoch. Where are they? Maybe he's just gone, I can't do better than that. That's my time. I'm going to park it up and go to the pub. I doubt it though. He's not going to miss out on the competitions. So good car. He's got to protect it. He's off to the Alpine Rally in a couple of weeks, so can't jeopardise that car. But he certainly wasn't holding back. The last run into town, he was absolutely sensational. Wayne Hoy's he's not missing in action. We know where he is. He's got a WD, which is not a WD, a DNF. Did not finish. The terminology's there. That's an old one. Wrong direction. You don't hear that in rallies anymore, Lofty. Wrong direction.
No.
You wouldn't want to either, the speed of these cars. Wrong direction. That's when you used to have maps and you have to go and find the checkpoint, but you had to come from the correct direction. And if you found the checkpoint but it came from the wrong way, it was a WD, a wrong direction. And it's something you don't see anymore. It was commonplace, but that's a bit of old school, olden days. Here he comes. This sounds like Clay. Is it? Who's that coming? Maybe not. We're a fair way down in the field. Fracknell, of course it is. Keith Fackrell. Keith and Claire. I knew it was a highly strung rear-wheel drive. Gets the tail out there a little bit. We'll just had John McCready walk in here. We'll see if he's got the good oil.
I think they've just decided not to have a run, have a break, maybe. I don't know.
Righto, I just got a bit of incoming information from the Central Intelligence Office. And Clay will be coming, Richard Clooney will be coming, James Taylor will be coming, all are running. They're just all out of order, so just doing a bit of a switcheroo in there. So good news, we've still got a full field apart from Wayne Hoy. He's parked up the top end of the gully there, up the top end of the valley. But they're all coming just slightly out of order, which makes it very, very exciting for us. So we don't know who's coming in what order, but we can watch them as they sort of come through there. Just put that tail out a little bit wide and car go bouncing around. So Clay's still on his way, as are the rest of the field. So we'll watch them go up and they'll get reshuffled once they're up that other end. If you just tuned into us, hello and welcome wherever you might be, around Australia, around the world, around the country. Thanks for watching. It's certainly great viewing and spectacular. Here at the Working Dog Rally, Tyres and More Hemmett, Working Dog Rally, virtual security guard. That's some of the cameras that we've got up and down the Australian Autosports Alliance. We're just reading the little sponsors' notes there in the bottom right-hand corner. And a glorious day here, downtown Benalbo, northern New South Wales.
Oh, he's fallen off. Oh, no.
And so we're just watching these cars roaring up, and won't be long before we'll just get a car number here, and then we'll know where we are. Car 14. That's James Wilson and Angus Fraser in the Toyota Celica. Yeah, it's great. One thing we sort of love about rallying, it doesn't matter whether you're the fastest car or the slowest car down the back of the pack. You can have equal fun. If anything, down the back of the pack you get more bang for your buck because you get more seat time. But no, it's great. It's also wonderful to sit back and watch people actually develop and grow from sort of inexperience to gathering experience. And you can certainly show us in their stage times and their overall results. Talking about young Ella Piavera, and we've watched her times just impressive over the whole course of the weekend. Started out yesterday over the 3-minute mark, and then it's just come down and down and down. And now look at that, 30 seconds over the course of the weekend. So started at 3:01, 2:53, 47, 46, 41, 38, 40, 42, 35. Down to 2:33, and you can see she's 10/10 commitment on this one here. We heard from Paul, her dad, who's sitting in the passenger side. And as you'd expect, because he's such an experienced and talented driver himself, he'd be guiding his daughter through it. But he's at a stage now where he said, well, I don't have to say a thing. I'll just do the navigating, do the co-driving and let her go because she's leading the charge there. And it's great to see, the women in motorsport and performing all over the world. We see what young Molly Taylor has been able to achieve, both nationally and internationally, and still popping up all around the world. Yeah, so as the day starts to play out, we've got a couple of cars decided to park up for the day. No dramas, just a little minor mechanical issues, but they've certainly had the fun. We've got Wayne Hall with a broken drive shaft. He's still out on stage, but not going anywhere. Grant Eckhorn in the Gemini. They've got a DNF. Matt Davidson, Matt and Amy, who have been having a great weekend. Be interesting to see what happens there. Might have run into parts flying off the car, but Matt and Amy parked up, and Michael Levy as well in car 22. That was in the Toyota Sprinter. That's right, they pushed that over the finish line earlier. So a couple of minor breakdowns. And what that means is this will come through even faster again from the beginning to the end. So it's hard and fast, bang, bang, bang through they come. They're already running at minute intervals, getting down towards the last of this lot. We'll probably just see Clay Badenoch and those couple that are just slightly running out of order, which means pretty exciting because that's a pretty quick and exciting car to look at and listen to, Clay Badenoch. And then that'll be a run up and then a run back to town. here on day 2 of the Tyres and More Hammett Working Dog Rally.
I'm going to go for a little walk.
No, all right. And by the sound of that, I think we can hear the highly strung Salika of Clay Badenoch coming through. He can, and that means we'll get him close to the finish of this stage, but having some really nice ground speed there. And I think he has been the most consistently clean through every single stage and every pass, going up and coming back. Everybody's tackling things. Everybody's certainly finding their groove right now. But Clay has just hit his target nearly every single time. Maybe not there. Made a lie around me. But certainly it's been a pleasure to watch. This is a great car. He competes all over Australia at all sorts of levels. And yeah, it's good to see. I've got John McCready back here with me now, so it's great to get variety out on the truck, as well as voice. Welcome back, John. You've been out and about and seeing lots. What's going on out there?
Been out and about, yes. Look, I was down the other end of the track and having a quick talk to some of the drivers, as you know. And you just talk about Clay going past. It was interesting when I was talking to Clay off camera down there. He was saying that the car's going very well, and he's still got more in it, and he can push it more. Now, whether he decides to do that, especially now Clay, now that Wayne Hoy is out, Clay may decide that he's just going to stick with those times. And I know that he was back up in the service park. When I was just in the service park a minute ago, he was doing a little bit of work on the car, so who knows what's going on there.
Yeah, no, and Clay, knowing Clay, he's a competitor at heart, so once you get in there you think, I'll just cruise to the finish, but you always want to give it your best shot. I don't know whether it's in the back of his mind or not, he's not too far away from the Alpine Rally, and that's that's an outright contender down there. He actually, I should dig up the start list of that car. That's going to be one of the best rallies ever. Just the pool of talent, the depth of talent up the front of that field's just amazing. I know got a couple of, they're not really dark horses. We've got a couple of cheeky Queenslanders heading down there that like to knock those Southerners off the post. So going to be, and they'll push them to the very, they'll push them right out of the starting block. So there's Clay through the water splash getting into the end of stage. And now, he's down in amongst the four-wheel drive times. I think 2:16. My secretary here will get me. So Clay done earlier, I think, a 2:16, which is in amongst those four-wheel drive turbocharged. So quick for a rear-wheel drive, two-wheel drive car. And then, so 17. Best time up so far at the moment is a 2:12. So Maurer, Aggio's done a 2:12. Springer's a 2:16. Jensen a 17. Kilbride's done a 2:16. And also O'Brien's done a 2:16 on the way up. So again, a 2:24. So very impressive.
When you look at these times, it's quite incredible that two-wheel drive car is really only seconds off the lead. 2:16 is his quickest time. When you look at Aggio's time of 2:15, his quickest time on the way back. So it's only 1 second off that GR Yaris on the trip back.
Yeah, and you look at the technologically advancements and difference between them two cars. It's almost like a wheelbarrow and a go-kart. So.
But how's that time of Andrew Morris on the way back? 2:09, like he's cracked the 2:10 mark. I was not expecting that, and that's an impressive drive.
Yeah, no, that's obviously now the benchmark is 2:09 on the way back. The times are very similar going up and back. Coming back seems to be a little bit lower. Probably just more the approaches. You can come through a a tricky area, and then a nice big long approach onto them big long straights. And but a 2:09 at the moment over the whole weekend. Whether we'll see any more in that, we're not really sure, and don't really mind because it's exciting to watch nonetheless. But then we'll find out who's going to be crowned our inaugural 2025 Working Dog Rally Sprint winner. At this stage, it looks like it could be the Maurers, but there's still a couple of stages to go yet.
Yeah, anything's possible. I think we're starting to see what the Rosholder is going to be, but anything is definitely possible. As we see the VR4 go past and this great drone shot again. The car slowly pulls away from the drone. The drone's got a pretty good top speed. It doesn't have to negotiate the corners like the car does, though.
Yeah,
it catches up on the corners.
Doesn't have the luxury of pace notes either, so he's just flying around the gum trees and And very, very impressive drone operation there.
It was very casual up the other end. It was great to see all the drivers and co-drivers just walking around having a chat, comparing times, comparing stories. Some of the stories I think were a little bit what you would call on the wild side. I'm not sure I believed all the stories about how they were driving these stages that I heard when I was walking around, but you never quite know.
Yeah, no, I'm sure there's plenty of stories and tales of woe and heart-stopping moments, that's for sure. I'm not a very good passenger, so there's no way I could be sitting on that side of the car, and I don't think I would like to be on this road either, because there's some pretty fast sections and some pretty hairy things off the edge of the road. And see this Datsun 180B of Reed come through, and it's excuse me, pretty wild manoeuvre there with the drone. Nearly run up the back of it, nearly done excuse me.
So, yes, it almost ran up the back of him because he had to do a bit of a wild manoeuvre as he slowed down into that corner. So it's quite an interesting one. Now, comes back into our other camera position here. It's great to see we've got a different shot today too. This is not the shot at the spectator point. This is another shot completely, which is really good.
Yeah, no, it's been wonderful all weekend just to see different shots and things. Badenoch's gone up in a 218. Yeah, he's still in amongst them there. So obviously that battle with Hoy and Badenoch's over, but doesn't matter. There's still plenty of other stuff there, and everybody's just out for a good time here for a good time, not a long time. As we see the sweep car now follow the last competition car up.
Now, one thing about this here, Joan, this shot that we're seeing on the screen now, when they're coming the other way, you can't see it from this camera, and maybe we saw it when we were down at the start line shooting some stuff before. But when they come into this dip is quite a decent dip. It goes across a cattle grid, through a little water splash, and then up the hill. The top cars were launching off the actual cattle grid and landing across the creek. They weren't actually going through the water. Yeah, and and as you can see, it's a rise coming up that little hill past those two posts where the gate is. But impressive to see the top cars launching over that cattle grid. And I think that's, if you want to break your car, that's the type of the way that you do break your car. But if you want to have the best time possible, that's also the way you get the best time possible, by hitting every single mark on the track in the quickest possible way. And sure, launching over that cattle grid is the quickest way, but if your car's not strong enough, you could easily break it. But it was very impressive seeing them lift off the ground there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm familiar with it. I went out there yesterday and had a look, and haven't seen the cars in competition, and the car virtually goes out of sight there. All you can see is this water come up into the sky. And I did forget about that. That's right. Looking at it there, it looks like it's all one thing. They go down in the gully and out they come. But yeah, there's a grid, then a creek, and like I say, this nature of this competition, the nature of this game is, it's not really tactical. You just have to go fast from start to finish, and
yes.
There's no time for mechanical sympathy here. You just have to give it everything you've got, everything the car's got, everything the co-driver's got, and every second counts from beginning to end. In a rally environment.
See that little bump as he goes over that bump? That's what they're launching over.
Yeah, you can see that going through nice and slow, and he's already lost his exhaust on that 180B, so obviously he's trying to protect the rest of the car. So okay, that'll be interesting to get up there and see, and they'll be launching off it more and more. So 209 coming back, which we're about to see in a minute. The Maura's done a 209 coming back, so he'll be launching off that grid once more.
Yeah, a few little things while we're waiting for them to do the turnaround. Where we are here at the spectator point, there's a little track that comes in through the Bonalbo bird walk, and I was thinking as I was walking up the hill, I wonder if there's any birds actually in this bird walk. And lo and behold, me right in front of me, this beautiful king parrot, and he was just sitting there having a little bit of a munch on some gum nuts, and I thought to myself, wow, this is really a nice little place to go for a walk. Very steep to get here, but well worth the walk. So if you're ever in Bonalbo, go and have a look at the Bonalbo bird walk. Have a walk through, check out all of the birds.
Yeah, I was enjoying that this morning when we were sitting here, thinking you're sort of almost in paradise. You got this beautiful valley and an outlook up the valley, and then there's rally cars and there's these beautiful birds you can hear in the background. It's just a beautiful place to be. I thought you were going to tell me you've seen a lyrebird. I'm going to cut it out. But,
no lyrebirds that I could see in there. There was none of those. I know that
the Benalbo area has some very nice touristy type things to see, and there's always something going on somewhere in the vicinity. So if you've ever been to Benalbo, you'd know what I'm talking about. If you've never been, come and have a look. Now, Benalbo is about halfway between Casino and Tenterfield, and if you have never been here before, the road getting here is quite good. You can come in from Casino, or you can come in from the north as well. It's not a town that you often hear talked about, and when people say, "Oh, where were you on the weekend?" I say, "I was in Benalbo." They go, "Benalbo? Where is Benalbo?" And you go, "Yes, very good question." But it is a nice little town, and there's a caravan park there that you could stay if you've got a caravan or you want to go camping. There's a bit of accommodation at the Dog and Bull Hotel. He has some great rooms there, which I've stayed in before. They're quite comfortable, and it's a great place to come to have a relaxing weekend out in the outback of, or not the outback, but the northern New South Wales countryside.
Yeah, out in the bush, out in the hills in behind Casino. No, certainly a beautiful part of the world here in northern New South Wales, and yeah, it's a lovely community. You know, you can get around to some of these small bush towns, and they're certainly very friendly, very welcoming, and all the services and facilities you ever want. There's petrol, there's food works, there's pubs, and campground, and plenty to do around, and also in the close proximity area just up the road there's Urbanville and Wollongong and back down here, so there's nice rivers. As we're just on a little bit of a short break in between as we reset and get ready for the run back home, there's that bit of a dip there you're talking about before, launching over the grid and down through the creek.
Yep.
I'll just have a quick spell for a minute, give our voices a rest for 30 seconds, and then we'll crank back up and call these cars as they head back into town, back into Benalbo. So back with you shortly for the Tyres and More Hammett Working Dog Rally 2025.
Well, for those who are just joining us, welcome to the Working Dog Rally Sprint in Benalbo in New South Wales. And for those of you who have been with us all day, welcome back. We're about to start the next run. The Zero Car's just gone past our location here. I'm John McCready, and I'm one of your hosts. I'm here with Jamie Lawson from the middle of Australia. He's come over to lead the commentary.
Yeah, it's been very exciting. It's certainly quite an honour. And when Glenn calls up and says, you want to come and do something, well, it's not really a question. But just next thing you're on a plane and you're heading that way. But why wouldn't you? It was certainly always nice to be part of something very special. And it's a great honour to be part of this being the first go around. It's not the first rally at Benalbo, but it's the first rally sprint and the first sort of in this format where we're really put in a massive effort to bring rallying to the world. And it's certainly great. So great to be here, watch it unfold, and certainly has not disappointed. We've just seen the Zero Car go through, just going to clear the stage in a minute. And the shot you're watching there now, that's the first car about to enter the stage, the current event leader.
Yeah, so it's Andrew Moore and Brett Kerr. They're car number 8. They're in a Mitsubishi Evo 6, one of the nicest looking Evos that they build, I reckon. And he's about to do his run back to the service park. Now, this time that he gets on this one will be interesting. 2:09, quickest time for the whole weekend that he did earlier, and now is another opportunity to better that time. What do you reckon, Jamie? Do you reckon he can do it?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see a 2:09. I'm going to take a punt and say no. You don't want to disappoint, but he's sort of got to. I was watching him through here before, and he was. I'm not going to say he was on the ragged edge, but he was giving it everything and gave it everything, and it was really nice to watch. And if he's going to pull some more time out of it, it's got to be pinpoint accurate from the start to the finish with nothing left. So be interesting, let's hope so. And if he does, I mean, he's getting a real stranglehold on this event. You know, before yesterday they were swapping seconds and everybody was just so close together, but they've just slowly snuck away from Agio and just moved out into a safe spot. So I don't think there's too many people can get near him now.
No, I'm predicting that he's our winner. The times are all set, so even if he doesn't make it through this stage, he's pretty much got the quickest time already. His total time for the 4 fastest runs over the weekend is 8 minutes 45. Closest to him, 8 minutes 57, is the GA Yaris of Agio and Byrne. So realistically, I think 12 seconds difference is a very difficult thing to try and make up on a course like this.
Yeah, that's right. And then unlike a normal rally where, not that you ever hope for somebody else to have mechanical problems, but it's the nature of the beast and what happens. So you never give up hope. You keep chipping. This one here, even if he has a DNF in this stage, can still potentially just come as the outright winner. So it's good. It's a great concept, I think. It gives everybody a fighting chance. And very interesting. So I don't think it's going to be too long before we see 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there you go. They're nearly right on the bang.
Now watch this as they go through here, Jamie. This is what I'm talking about. This car launches over there. You don't quite see it because they're in the dip, but absolutely clears that water. We don't even see any water splash up, really.
Yeah, no, I was wondering. I thought the creek must have been running dry.
No, plenty of water still there. They're just missing it.
Yeah, right. That's pretty cool. So won't be long now before we start to see and hear. And just looking at all the spectators here on the hill enjoying their paddle pop sticks. It's great. There are free ice creams and free cold drinks up here at the Spectator Point, courtesy of the Gold Coast and Tweed Motorsport Club. So they think of everything, catering and caring for the spectators, catering and caring for the drivers up the other end when they're up there waiting. There's free barbecue and cold drinks up there, lots of shade and seats and everywhere, toilets for the ladies. So this is a very sort. I shouldn't say that every lady navigator now will only want to do the Working Dog Rally. What? Toilets? What's going on there? So imagine pulling up at the end of the stage and they're not flush toilets, but they're beautiful clean portaloos, as we see Agio and Byrne now into stage and coming across that little jump you're talking about. He's pretty good. That was a good launch.
Now see how there was water that time?
Yep.
He didn't hit that as hard as what the Evo hit it.
Yeah, just looking across now to the over to the east there, over in the far paddock, we'll see the here it comes now, the Mitsubishi, and he is flying and on fire. It's looking fantastic coming down into our sight and sound and view area now. How quick is he? This looking for a 2:08. I know they're hungry. They want to do it.
Yeah, definitely want to do it. And you're always wanting to improve your time. And he comes over this little rise here, and then we'll be able to see him right here at the spectator point.
I reckon the drone could nearly do a 2:08.
I'm sure the drone could. Into our spectator point here. That's us up on the hill. We'll just wave to you.
Yeah, that was neat. It's
and into the end of the stage. Now from here, through that little bush area, it's about 100 metres to the flying finish. And now we've got Spring again starting off from the start.
Yeah, that looked fantastic. It's taken these guys so long to get this little gully here and crest right, and they certainly have the last bunch of runs, and you can see why those times have dropped so much down into the... so a 2:09 heading that way is the best run so far, so we'll wait to see whether he's going to equal that. Everyone just look that little bit faster again, don't they, on this go round, and look almost like it's the video's on fast forward.
It does. I think because where we've changed the camera point to, it means that we're looking at them coming into one of the fastest corners on the course, so it looks super fast. And it is super fast.
Yeah, no, it is good. As soon as that camera shot goes, it flicks to the drone. That's where we come in, and the drone nearly flies across the top of us. And it is one of the fastest parts of the course. And Craig comes in there, just gets the tail out a little, comes over the crest past us, and up into the forest to the flying finish.
2:08.
Oh,
here we go. So we've just heard the scores through. Right. Andrew Mora and Brett Kurt 2:08. So 1 second better again.
That's why I'm not a gambler. I don't go betting on the horses because I always lose. You asked me before, could he do it? I put the money on no, and not today. But there he goes. He's done it. Well done. Congratulations at 2:08. And so plenty of excitement there up the podium end. So a 2:08. Done over the 4 kilometres from start to finish. Very impressive. We've got Agio to come through here now. So see what they can put in. And here comes the Springer Subaru, been marching up the leaderboard all weekend, getting quicker and quicker.
And, I can see Brett Kerr's partner up there. She was jumping up and down before, so clearly that time was good.
Yeah, no, and I think he'll come home now and he'll want to up the budget a little bit because obviously he gets a taste of those new tyres.
Now there goes Springer through our spot, and I'm pretty impressed with his driving. He's done very few rallies in that car, and the thing that is interesting about that is his crossover from motorbikes. He said, the difference is, you've got 4 wheels and 2, but it's still the same thing. You've got to read the road, you've got to read the conditions, you've got to look for the bits that might catch you out and be aware of those. And his conversion from 2 wheels to 4 has been exceptionally good, as we can see from the times.
Yeah, this camera shot here, I reckon that's one of the best shots you've ever seen in the world. Just amazing, just their full tilt coming up there into the view, just carrying all that speed. And then they flick over to the drone shot. This is... absolutely brilliant, as we see Agio does a 2:12 through that stage, so 4 seconds off the pace from Mara, so very impressive. And here come the Kilbrides now, still on a charge. They're not going to throw the towel in just yet. They're going to still but they're competitors at heart, and great to see them both back in the car together, Jeff and Donna, and great motorsport family there, the Kilbrides.
Okay, so
the 2:14 for Springer.
Yeah, Springer, he's also bettered his time, 2:14, so another second down, which is great.
Yeah, I've got the two-wheel driver Badnock back in order now on the start line, and he's got a two-wheel drive and putting a two-wheel drive car in amongst these four-wheel drives. So he's done 2:16 before, and as you mentioned, you've been talking to him, he thinks there's probably still a little bit more left in it yet. This is the Jensens who are on a really hard charge and just sort of getting more and more, less and less, actually pulling their times down, and they're really charging hard. Been great to watch, a real spirited drive.
He was close to that culvert then. Very close to that culvert as he came through there.
He was close to everything before when he comes through. He was close to the culvert, close to the bank.
Now we're down looking at the start line where Clay Badnock is starting off. Our Chase Jones just doing a battery change. Now, the reason he was late through the stage before this was because he had a brake problem. He had fluid coming out, and they've done a bit of a fix-up, and now it's all back in order.
That's really good. So, obviously, it's just a little rally sprint, so it'll be sort of A to B timing, so they wouldn't have had any time penalty, I wouldn't imagine, for coming to the stage start late, which is the beauty. That's what you love. You want the event to be running one out on the stages, not in some silly time penalty, and Kilbride does a 2:16, very consistent 2:16 up and a 2:16 coming back.
So that's the same time that they've set as their fastest time, so they stay there in the same position.
Yeah, they've been very consistent all weekend, and great to see them both out enjoying the sport that they love so much, and both very, very good at it. Been competing all around Australia, Queensland Rally Championships, Australian Rally Championships, and still enjoying it at all different levels.
So the Kilbrides have done 5 runs today, is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 runs today. 2:16, 2:16, 2:18, 2:16, 2:16. That's pretty consistent.
Yeah, nearly bang on. The same.
Okay, so Jensen's just come in with a quicker time as well.
2:14, yeah. That's
2:14, yep. So he's taken a second off.
Yeah, that's impressive. He's just really found sort of another level, yesterday afternoon and this morning. It's been a pleasure to watch as we see Clay Badenoch on screen now. And here he comes down towards us. We go off the screen and we can look up the track there, and here he comes, and it just looks absolutely magnificent, this car.
Now, unfortunately, our drone's having the battery change, so we're not seeing him go past us. You can probably hear us in the background. He looked fantastic coming by.
Yeah, I was talking to the drone boys there before, and they were looking forward to a bit of a break in the traffic because they've been so busy with the drones, they're running out of batteries. So up and got another one in the sky there now. Off it goes.
Yeah, I just heard it go over. So clearly they've changed the battery.
It didn't take them long. Nearly as quick as the cars themselves. A 2:17 there for Taylor, and another one which will be great to watch soon. And here he comes now. I think is the O'Brien Evo, who's just been peeling time out all morning and just on a real charge. Done a 2:16, I think, going up earlier. He's done a 2:13 earlier. So he's done a 2:13 going that way, which is the way we go now. So let's have a look what O'Brien can do, just getting quicker and quicker and really finding his feet in this Evo. Young Eli in the navigator seat, 14 years old, first rally out. And see that drone right up tailing the car and up there and amongst the leaders.
It is kind of fascinating following these times. I think we're now seeing that point where I don't think too many of the time, having said that, the quickest time is a second quicker than last time, but I think the rest of the cars behind are all at their maximum speed here. I don't think we're going to see too many more times coming down.
No, it seems to be, you'd think that's getting pretty close to the limit or what they're prepared to risk. There's always more, of course, but just sort of given, there's a level of, what you can afford in terms of what tyres you can chuck at a car and all that sort of stuff. So 2:16 there for Badenoch. Badenoch's done a 2:16, so he's right in amongst them. So pretty impressive for a rear-wheel drive, two-wheel drive car. Drone shot there right on the tail lights. Taylor's done a 2:17, Kilbride's a 2:16. Oh, he's gone right up into the trees with the drone. And see this nice yellow Evo 3. Great vision and great shots, and it's just a great all-round event, the Working Dog Rally Sprint. So between Jensen and Kilbride. Jensen's got in. Yeah, so we're seeing things chop and change all over the course of the weekend, and that's what you love to see in any competition. Whether it's footy or Bathurst or rallying, you just want to see close competition and also a little bit unpredictable. So looks as if we've got a bit of a clear-cut winner with Mara starting to sneak away from Aggio. They're scattered all the way down through the field. There's cars and swapping seconds here, there and everywhere. And so the show's not over yet by any means.
14, we've got nothing on. Brian did 2:12.
So he's picked another second up. So O'Brien's done a 2:12 going up. That's been one of the real inspirational movers through the course of the day, or the whole weekend for that matter. O'Brien improving on his time all the time, and you can just really see it in the attitude of the car. Really, really just trying to, or not so much trying to look for the limit, but always trying to give a little bit more and look for a little bit more. And it's showing up in his times as he starts to pull it down and does a 2:12, which is his best time so far.
And we got car 21 coming through now. This Subaru is the old Josh Weidman's Subaru WRX, and he put that livery on it, and it's a bit of a Ken Block tribute livery, and it's that's how he bought it. He's been driving for a little over 2 years. This is probably around his 6th or 7th event in that car. Somebody who's done a few more was Keith Frackner, who's sitting there on the line about to take off. As we see the Evo 3 come through. This Evo was actually built for Michael Guest to run in the 1995 Australian Rally Championship. And it was often the fastest car at each round, and it won the Forest Classic, and had many podiums over the years with Michael Guest driving it. Had a couple of accidents too, from memory, with Guesty behind the wheel. So...
yeah, great to see a lot of cars here with a lot of pedigree. We've got drivers, navigators, cars with just big, long stories to tell. We were talking to Lofty Drews here before, and then other navigators got out there. Alan Steen still sitting out there beside the track. But just the depth of knowledge and experience here is incredible. And it's only a small 25-car field.
Car 26 coming through now. The Corolla. They actually think they got a name for this. I think it's called Christine the Corolla. I think they had so much trouble with her when they started to go rallying that they decided to call it Christine, because I think it was possessed. Great shot there from the drone as he comes past. This car at last year's event actually had a few dramas. It caught fire at last year's event, and they saved the car and managed to get Christine back out on the road. Beautiful looking Escort coming along now. This is the KCF Rally Sport car with Keith Fackrell driving. You see the big KCF on the boot. Claire Pacini sitting in the co-driver's seat. It's been competing for a long, long time. I know that Keith's always been a Ford band. I think he used to actually campaign a Capri a long while back. And he certainly had a lot of Escorts over the years.
Yeah, he certainly has. He destroyed one there at Rally Queensland quite a few years ago, a really nice white one. And actually, I think Kate might have even broke a leg. It was a bit of a scary crash and had a big into a gum tree. But he's always got plenty of jovial spirit, Keith, and always wonderful to see around the service parks, and always happy and smiling and full of energy, and just loves campaigning and throwing that car around, for his own pleasure, and then everybody else, all the spectators. So he's another one that's off to the Alpine very soon. So if you're about and love your rallying, I mean, anybody who knows rallying and is already geared up and heading to the Alpine, because it's the biggest and some would argue the best rally in Australia. Certainly doesn't necessarily have to be the best rally in Australia, but certainly the gathering of cars. If you really like your two-wheel drive classics, it's certainly the best gathering of two-wheel drive rally cars anywhere you'll see in Australia, if not the world. So over 100 rally cars. all heading to East Gippsland in a couple of weeks' time. But not mine. I'm not competing this year.
238 again. So you got 246, 238.
So Ella here in the Daihatsu Charade Di Tommaso, and she's been improving. Her times have been improving all day, and she's been getting quicker and quicker and quicker in this car as the day goes off. This is her first year of proper rallying. She was at Coffs Harbour last weekend, had a bit of a problem with the fuel tank that was leaking, so she didn't finish the event. But this is her 5th rally, and she's done quite a few counter crosses with the Gold Coast Tweed Motorsport Club. She's got her dad sitting in the co-driver's seat, telling her where to go. Just 20 years old. Oh, look at that through the forest there. I'm surprised that little drone's in there. I hope he knows how to get out again. So, and now we have one of our Excels sitting on the line, ready to go.
Yeah, what an incredible shot that was. I was just looking at some of the entry lists from the Alpine Rally. As we know, Clay Badnock's heading down there. But who else is going out of Queensland? There was a heap of Queensland. Keith Fackrell's going down. I know that was just talking about him, but where are they all? Right, that's page 1. That's what I'm thinking. Where are they all? I knew they were there. Yeah, Ryan Williams is heading down there, and these isn't in order. Chris McCormack's a friend of mine from Alice Springs. He's heading on down. We know that. And anybody who's going down to compete. There's a big long list. I'm just trying to see if there's any from up this neck of the woods. Nathan Quinn there, 2-time winner. He'll be heading for his 3rd. Darren Snooks, he was on this entry list, but didn't end up getting here this weekend, unfortunately.
What did he say?
One of the older Salikas now lined up on the start line. And as you can see there's just 2 cars left to run in this direction. Coming into view now. Here's the Datsun Stanza.
Yeah, getting towards the tail end of this stage as we head back towards town, and I think the word we're getting along the line is they'll have a break between these two potentially, but anyway, I won't take that. We thought that last time, so we won't say anything because otherwise we'll trip ourselves up.
Wayne Meyer and Stephen Mitchell in that car that's just gone past us. Wayne started rallying all the way back in the 70s, so he's been around competing for many, many years. I asked him before what was his greatest achievement when I was down the other end. He said, I haven't had any great achievements. I've just been rallying Datsuns.
Yeah, no, it's an achievement, and just to keep going, I've spoken a fair bit this weekend how it's just such a wonderful sport. It doesn't matter, whether you're at the back of the pack or the front of the pack or where your budget allows you to be. It's just so enjoyable. You can go and have fun, and at any level, you can throw everything at it and try desperately hard, or you can just cruise along and enjoy the sport and enjoy the drive. And
This is Bernie Keith coming through in the other of the Excels. He's not trying to keep up with Peter, even though Peter's trying to keep in front of him in the other Excel. So he's been a member of the Kempsey Sport Car Club for a long time. His first rally was in 1983, so he's been competing for a long, long time. Asked him before off camera how many rallies he's actually done, and he said he had no idea.
Yeah, wouldn't that be good? Well, talking about a lot of people listening to us and obviously remember and know the late, great Ed Mulligan, who passed away very recently, and he would have been here with bells on, and certainly always just used to just admire in awe. He was at every single rally, nearly in Australia and New Zealand. Like, if ever you can just live the dream, you hear people, "How you going, mate?" "I'm living the dream." Ed lived the dream until the day he died, quite literally. He just come back from the Otago rally, and there was a bit of a clip there somewhere of Ed's last stage. It was just such a beautiful shot as he went through that. I think they call it Kari Bush as a stage over there. It's very famous, and then Ed's on live stream just like this, and they're commentating about him. So Ed's last stage, and he lived not too far from here, and certainly come through all those, those beautiful eras of rallying and evolved. And he was one that never lost heart and never lost spirit. come from what people argue about, it's the golden years and all that sort of stuff, which they certainly were great years and pioneering days of rallying, but things evolve, and here we are today, and Ed never lost the passion or the vision for anything. He was there and supported the lot, and he's a great friend of Glenn Brinkman's who had the vision of this, and he would have been here supporting us. And but I always used to just admire, probably jealous more than anything, that he went to every single rally, and I was lucky enough to do a lot of them events with him in the last bunch of years. Growing up, he was always just a bit of a man, the myth, the mystery, the legend, the icon. And then as I got to grow up and start doing rallying myself, here I was rallying alongside him, which was always a great honour. And down at the Sunraysia Safari, when I did it a couple of years ago, he was always either just in front of me or just behind me, and rallied with him all weekend. It was great. And swapping stage times, and he'd get lost, I'd get lost, we'd overtake each other, and swapping parts and brake fluid. And certainly if you could go rallying every weekend, that's what we'd all be doing, wouldn't it? Living the dream. But anyway, that's what we'll do this weekend, live the dream and enjoy this. So if you're back home, living the dream, this will be our last car on stage except for the sweep car. That'll take us into a bit of a transitional break, and that probably means a couple of stages to go between now and the event finished, but it's not over yet. Give us a wave as you come past here. So we'll go into a bit of a spell now when we'll wind up for a bit. The bus will take some spectators into town, bring some more out to us, make sure we get ready for the transition. I believe they're going into service and going to have a bit of a lunch break, but don't take that for gospel. But we'll just keep chatting and talking until we get to the end of the event. A couple of stages to go.
There you can see, Jamie, that spot where we're just coming out. That was the flying finish we followed all the way through to. I get a bit nervous when that drone goes in amongst the trees, but he's flying back to where we are now. This is the spectator point up on the hill, and you'll see he's coming in for landing for a battery change, and we're in the big drag truck there just on the left. Here he comes. Here's the drone pilots. It's good to see the guys operating the machinery. And look, this live stream has been a fantastic effort by two guys who have got the vision to bring us motorsport, affordable level of motorsport. Shane Hutt and Phil Henry, the two guys have worked tirelessly all weekend to bring us this live stream. They've been doing off-road racing live streams, and I know when I was watching the Don River Dash a few weeks back, I was thinking to myself, wow, this is the best looking live stream of an off-road event I've ever seen. And now I've had the opportunity to meet the guys and see what they're doing. They really have got a great setup here. It's got all the technology that we need to do exactly what we need to do. And they're a bunch of fun guys who are really, big supporters of motorsport, and it's great to see the vision that they've got. There's little Starlinks all around the course. When the vision that we're seeing now is coming from a little camera that's hooked up to a Starlink, and a little bit further up there's another drone pilot with a Starlink, and behind us here we've got the little follow drone, and he's connected straight into the back of our truck here, which is great to see. So lots of little bits of technology all connected together to bring us this great live stream, and really impressed with what they've been able to do this weekend.
Yeah, no, it is, and you love to. It doesn't matter what it is, whether it's in your work or sporting. You just love to see professionals. They just make it look easy, and these guys they're so cruisy and cruising around. And to me, I'd be tearing I can't even get my phone to hook up to Wi-Fi. And these guys have got drones and microwaves and things beaming around the place and cables, and they just do it in their stride and have a bit of fun doing it, and it's great to see. So that's been the atmosphere of the whole event, really. It's just been cool, casual, whether you're competing, officiating, commentating, doing the drones, or down there in rally headquarters. Not that I've stuck my nose into rally headquarters, but I imagine they'd be just sitting back on armchairs just eating chips. They wouldn't be doing much, would they?
No, it was pretty busy down there when I was down there before, and there was plenty going on. Today, as you know, we're at 1 minute intervals, and that means that the start controls and the finish controls have to work a little bit quicker because they've only got a minute between each run. Now, that yesterday we thought the dust was going to be issues, so 2 minute intervals were in place. Today, 1 minute intervals, and I think the start control and the finish control guys, there's a great team of people there who are running those controls. Trish down this end, you've got Sue up the other end with Amanda and a few other people, lots of volunteers. I think there's 4 people at each end on the teams doing all of the scoring and getting it back. We don't have live timing as such, but we do have live timing because they're punching it all in as it's happening at both ends. So a big team of people doing that, and at 1 minute intervals, that makes it all very furious at the start control and at the finish control. So a great job by those guys, and I hand it to them because they are really doing an excellent job to bring us all the results so quickly.
Yeah, it's very impressive. Right, I'm just going to have a bit of a spell while we can do it, and in between stages, and we'll let you just enjoy that bit of an intro there and the beautiful vision from Benalbo. Give everybody at home a chance to go and get a cold drink and get ready for the last couple of stages this afternoon of the 2025 Working Dog Rally Sprint downtown Benalbo.
And we expect this break, Jamie, to be about 30 minutes, so we will see you back shortly. Well, we've just had our lunch break here at the Working Dog Rally Sprint, and the Zero car has just entered the stage and is heading towards the east end of the circuit, and we'll soon have our first car on the stage.
Yeah, pretty exciting, all right, because exciting that we're back rallying, but probably more to the point, we've got 2 stages to go. So if you're following this event all weekend and wondering where we're up to, we're getting to the very pointy end and getting near the end. So 2 stages to go, 1 up, 1 back. So all the cars are in town on the Benalbo end right now. Zero car's just gone through, waiting on car 1. Once the stage is cleared, which won't be far away, they'll give the ticket to car 1, and that'll be the Mara Evo, who's just done his best time of the whole weekend at 2:08. Even though there's still 2 stages to go, whether there's any more time in it or not, well, that'll be interesting to see, that's for sure and certain. So 2 stages to go, 1 up, 1 back, and 2:08 is the time to beat. And what a time to beat, that'll be very, very hard indeed. Agio a 2:12, Spanger's done a 2:14, a 2:14 also for Jensen, and a 2:12 for O'Brien. He's probably the real mover and shaker in that field at the moment, is the O'Brien Evo. Done a 2:12 going up, and so he'll still be hungry. He'll be chasing his best yet. Whether the Mara boys go into a cruise mode and just sort of hang on to their lead is probably convincing enough at the moment that it's probably pretty safe, whether you call it in the bag or not. I don't know if you go as far as saying that, but certainly it's a very safe and secure lead.
And then we can just see the start of the stage as they get lined up. And while we're waiting for our first car to start, there's been a few withdrawals over the course of the event. And at that last stage, we saw the Wayne Hoy Datsun take off, and as it went through the water splash, we heard it go clunk at the top of the hill, and they've broken a drive shaft, so or a tail shaft, I think actually they've broken. So those guys are out for sure, and they won't be back. The 2 Excels, we won't be seeing them again. They've had enough. They're old guys. That's what they said. We're old guys. We've done the fastest time that we can. We don't think we can better it, so we're going to go and have a nap.
All right,
so they won't be back. So no Excels for this run through.
Can we play that card, be in the commentary team? Can we go
for a nap?
Yeah, that's it. We're going to go
I
have a
think
spell.
we'll get to go for a nap soon. It will be all over very quickly. Car 27. Yeah, Grant Acorn, they've had a broken exhaust, so they were out. They may rejoin, not sure. We'll see what happens. Matt Davidson in car 11. Now, he actually scared himself. So he was he had a bit of an off and he got a bit scared, so he didn't go back out. So whether or not we see him again, we'll find out. And Michael Levy, car 22, he's had an electrical problem. They're busy in the service park trying to fix that, and they hope to be back as well if they can. So we've got quite a few withdrawals. So we're down to about probably 22 cars for this run through.
Yeah, no, it's been interesting to watch because all day yesterday we didn't have one DNF. As we see car 1 just staging up there now, getting ready to enter the stage. So that'll be very exciting. That's a shot we haven't seen all weekend. So that's back at the start control on the Benalbo end, running from the western side heading east. So about 200 metres up that track on the left is where we're at. So we're going to get to sort of see the cars as they come on by. It won't be long now, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and they'll be underway. And 2 stages to go. The car you're watching there now is our current leader and has also put in by far and away the fastest time of the weekend at a 2:08, coming back the other way. So if you're wondering, a 4 kilometre stage, the surface of the road doesn't change much. It's pretty much the same from beginning to end, but the characteristics certainly does. As you can see there, they're straight into the trees, sort of a little bit of a forested area, nice and cool. We can hear them coming down to us now. It's quite, I wouldn't call it steep, but it's downhill, on a downhill run there now. And then the country opens up a little bit, but all these little whoops and crests, and you'd probably call them more brows than anything. And down through that little gully and up to a big long straight there, full noise, top gear. And then down into a tight, not really tight, but quite a technical section down across a little culvert in a gully. And back out into another big open section again. Once again, cars will be running a minute apart, so they'll be coming pretty hard and fast, which makes it very exciting. So it's 2 stages, 1 up, 1 down. And that's our current leader on screen now, over the grid, and off he goes.
Yeah, and he's looking quick still, so there's no backing off. He's going to try and get a quicker time. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, well, he can still break his record going that way. He's quick as a 2:08 coming this way. Be interesting to know what the grip levels on this road do as the day. We've got a bit of sunshine now, so the temperatures have sort of gone up pretty erratically in the last half an hour or so. This will be Craig Aggio. So Maurer at a 2:10 is his fastest going up. And here comes Aggio and Byrne. Last chance to redeem themselves and pull a little bit back.
Now, we spoke to him earlier in the broadcast, and he was talking about the fact that this was actually the very first GR Yaris production rally car to be built in Australia. He was able to debut that back in 2024. It was the very first that was built, and he loves this area. He's been a big fan of what they call the Border Rangers area. He's been competing for about 26 years in the Queensland Rally Championship. We've seen him around quite a bit as we go back to the start. There's another car sitting on the start line. There he goes, and this is Springer in the WRX.
Yeah, another cracking shot. That's was great. Even though over the weekend, every stage, I think we've had a different angle, different shot, different viewpoint. So it's even exciting for us to see a different. That's fantastic. That's off the start control down through the forested area. This is us now coming right up to where we're viewing and commentating from, right in front of us.
Yeah, it's a cool shot that there, isn't it? And he used to drive at Excel, so stepping up into this car and being so quick, so quickly, coming up to speed is pretty amazing. I thought he was going to go in the window then.
Chop, chop. Yeah.
So, as we said before, this is the second rally he's done in this car.
Yeah, no, and very, very impressive. He's started yesterday quite tentatively and just finding his way around, and there's a fair bit at stake here, but now that he's just got the whole thing together, he's really sort of pulling his times down, and we start to see the cars gather up at the end there. Started car one through safe and sound. We'll have a look in a minute to see what he did on the way up. 2:10 is his best time heading from town as Craig Aggio comes in across the creek and the finish grid.
And they're Kilbrides now, coming through our spectator area here. Getting nice up and close and personal with the drone there.
Yeah, didn't just missed the gear, I think, and just took a little while to gather it up. So that's probably going to cost them 2 and 3 seconds in the whole stage. So they've been going fantastic all weekend, and a new car improving every stage as you'd expect. But that one just didn't just off the pace there a little bit. And he's beat his, look at that, 2:09 for Maurer on the way up. So that's his best time on the upward run. So it does a 2:09 is a personal best there, and that's probably the quickest. Has anybody done a 2:09 going that way? So so he's now got sort of, if you want, for the lack of a better word, stage record. Don't like to use that in stages, but yeah, sort of like a stage record, lap record. 2:09 is the fastest going up, and a 2:08 coming back this way. So same stretch of road, different characteristics going up and back, but 2:0 nearly exactly the same. 2:09 going that way, 2:08 coming this way, and here's the Jensen. And takes it a little bit wide.
Geez, he was off the road there.
Yeah, you can see them when they're pushing and they're just looking for every little bit. So their rally's not over yet. They're still having a crack. And Aggio goes up in a 2:12. Look at that all day. 2:12, 2:12, 2:12. So he'd be good at drag racing where they dial in that number. And so Aggio's been extremely consistent, as he always is. That's his sort of style, his characteristics. When he goes to a longer rally and he gets really good results, it comes from consistency, not the out-and-out fastest, but he's always there and always there at the finish and always puts in really good results. And had a sort of a good lead yesterday, but the others around him just started to sort of swallow him up. And Jensen's been one of those that's been able to sort of move up through the pack.
Well, I don't think his time's going to be quite as good this time. He was well and truly off in that ditch that time, and very lucky to pull that out and get it back in control as we come back to the start. How great is that stage through there? My goodness, this drone pilot certainly knows what he's doing. I'm glad I'm not on the controls.
I think I'm going to go home and watch this next year. This is amazing. We're lucky. We've got a monitor here, and so we're seeing what the live stream's seeing as well. And so we've probably got the best of both worlds. We can feel the dust, we can taste it, we can see the cars live in action, plus we can also see get a good view of the live stream as well.
Now, there's plenty of other rallying going on around Australia and also around the world, and the Academus Rally is on in Victoria, and that's around the Victorian State Championship. And Scott Petter is back racing in that championship. He's done a few events all over the place. He did, I think he was entered in Narooma, and now he's down at doing the Academus Rally. He's currently leading that event, so he's up into the lead. Brad Luff, who we've seen around in the New South Wales State Championship and also in the Australian Championship, he's coming second.
What's he driving? Actually, I've just seen his name on the Alpine entry list.
Yeah, he's got a few cars. He's driving their Subaru Impreza WRX down at the Academus Rally. So
yeah, and I just also got a note from Ethan Kilbride yesterday. The Kilbride's car was originally a Luff built car.
Right,
so
okay.
I went from Luff to Mel Bergman.
Oh, yes. I should have realised the colour. That horrible grey colour was the Luff's car. Yes, you're right. So, well, he's coming second down at Academus. So he's sitting a little bit behind. I think he's about 4 seconds behind the... actually, no, it looks like he's 4 minutes behind the leader. But, it's interesting to see Scott Petter back out there in a car and doing a few state championship rounds to obviously get himself prepared for maybe the ARC next year. Now, and yesterday, Jamie, you're talking about Taylor Gill over in the Junior WRC. I'm not quite sure how the points work over there, but I've seen some posts around on social media suggesting that he is now back up into the lead of the championship after dropping down to second yesterday. So they must be awarding points as they go in the series. So he's quite hopeful. I saw a social post from him of doing better today and taking out that series. So we'll keep a bit of an eye on that.
Yeah, it's exciting. And we were talking before about Ed Mulligan. I know he was a real staunch advocate for Taylor and really sort of rallied behind him, as a lot of other people do, in stealth mode. So, he's doing it the hard way. He hasn't sort of got multi-millions of dollars behind him where a lot of people can just go and buy a ride or buy a seat. He's certainly not one of those, and it's talent and talent alone, and talent alone is what I'm trying to say, and just been in the right place at the right time. So good on him, and we'll watch that with interest.
Yeah, and I think he's sitting in second place in the actual rally over there. He's got a bit of a gap over the one behind him, but he's about 35, 36 seconds off the lead. So he's got a bit of work to do in that Junior WRC to get into the lead and take the win.
Yeah, it's good. No, it's nice having Aussies up there on the world stage. And,
coming down through that little track through the bush there.
I wonder if our drone driver could go and win the World Drone Rally Championship. Look at that.
I think there's a good chance of it.
Yeah, we could run a drone rally up and down this road. Yeah, well, so we've got two drone drivers up there trying to peg each other. So there's plenty of competition on the rally track, and there's plenty of competition in the drone tent up behind us here. So they've been moving around different places all weekend, just trying different things. We've got the whole stage is sort of wired and connected through Wi-Fi and microwaves and optical cables and everything, and that's how we're able to live stream you, beaming straight to you wherever you may be around the world. G'day and welcome if you're just tuning in. Thank you, and got about another hour or so to go of this rally. We're just about halfway through the field on the run-up, which is the second last stage, and then they'll turn around and they'll run back, and that'll be the end of the 2025 Working Dog Rally. But it's not over yet. There's still plenty of action on the track there now as we see the yellow Evo 3, and we've seen some times there before. Taylor went up in a 2:16, Kilbrides were a 2:16, Jensen was a 2:17, Spranger was a 2:15. We're waiting on Badenoch's time to come through. He's been pretty impressive in the two-wheel drive. He's been in that time frame, 16s, 17s, 15s, and does it 220 steady.
As I was saying before, this car is actually an ex-Michael Guest car, so it's probably had a pretty hard life if Michael Guest was driving it, and it's good to see these older cars back out again being used.
Yeah, it is. No, it is. They're wonderful cars and good cars, and good to see they've got new leases on life and they're out and about, sort of still competing hard, and they're good-looking cars. I like those, the shape of those early Evos. This little Corolla's been pushing hard all weekend. He went quite wide last time and still put the tail out that time as well, but didn't quite go quite as wide. But
you couldn't get any closer to the back end of that car. I don't think he's expecting the back to come out like that drone pilot.
I love that shot there where you come around to the driver and say, "God, good job, boys." Or girls in this case, boys and girls.
I'm sure there'll be plenty of talk up the other end about whether anybody's going to go even harder on this last the last push through. And for those who are actually here in Benalbo, or if you're in the area and you want to see the presentation, there'll be a presentation straight after the event where the winners will be given their trophies. It's a great shot there from the drone. That's right up the other end, almost at the finish. In fact, there is the finish.
Oh yeah, what a great shot. So see it from start there, and it'll be tucked in behind the Fackrell Bacchini Escort. Yeah, that's right. And this event it just runs so efficiently. You just know that as soon as the action's over on the race, on the rally track, on the stage, it'll be straight back into town at the bowling club, and bang, it'll be straight in the presentation, which, just like everything else we've seen this weekend, will be world class and just look spectacular. So, and just giving credit where credit's due, these drivers have driven their heart out all weekend, put on a great show, and to their credit, having no mangled cars, a couple of mechanical breakdowns through no fault of their own. Just been a great weekend. We go straight into the presentation, do the awards, say goodbye, say thank you, and get geared up for next year. Isn't the rally sprint, it's the full multi-stage rally next year. It's a round of the Australian Motorsport Action Group, AMSAG, which will be very exciting. That car, you'll see, it sort of looked like it was going very slow. It's very steep down through there. So there's a grid nearly up on the crest, and it goes down to a road, goes right downhill. There's a big drop off on the left. So as we tuck in behind this Celica as we're coming out of the forest, and just looks magnificent. So, that car before looked like it was going slow, but it was going slow, but for good reason. It's a very tricky technical part of the road. As we, these guys had a flat tyre earlier coming out, but
okay, so there's a car that's stopped in the creek crossing. He's had a bit of he's jammed between the gate posts.
Almost, we call it between a rock and a hard place. But
okay, so we unfortunately we don't have a replay for you, but we were watching it on the other screen, and he came and dropped into that and did a bit of a bounce and into the gate. So
we were talking about that before, where you were up there earlier, and it's a lot more of a.
Okay, so we've got a bit of a stop here. He's sitting in there. There's a bit of action here as they're stuck on the finish line. That's actually past the flying finish. So
it's a long way through, so it won't be too much of a problem.
We're just stopping them here at.
So we've just got to stop the stage for a little bit while we just got a car. It's not in a dangerous spot, but we just got to clear the stage while we've got a car jammed up there. It's actually after the flying finish, so they're not coming in there to massive rate of knots, and there's plenty of officials down there, so we've just got to pull the stage up, and there'll be a couple of little resets just while we a bit of action there on the finish line. A car jumped through the gully and just got jammed up on the grid, so we've just got to pull that car up and we'll do a bit of a reset.
Stopping there now, so they're onto this pretty quickly. We've got radios all along the course, so we're able to slow them down and stop them, so it there we go at the end. So there's Keith. He's just come in slowly.
Yeah. The red flag's not red enough.
So they've been red flagged as they come along. See the little Can-Am buggy down there. Looks like they're going to pull him out of the way. So this won't slow things down too much. It'll just mean the little Celica won't get an official time for this one. There we go. What are we doing? Backing him up.
Yeah, he's close enough to the start. They might take him back. Well, look, it's the first time this happened this weekend, so a bit of new territory for us. We'll see what happens. That's the little Corolla, or the Greenish Corolla, the husband and wife crew, or family crew. Looks like it was jammed up. That grid's been a bit wonky all weekend. That's the one that was, hopefully it hasn't damaged the grid too much. And got him jammed in there all right, but...
maybe he's broken a steering arm or something. I suspect that might be what's going on, because the thing isn't turning as it's taking off, so I suspect they've broken a steering arm and they're struggling to get it to steer away from the post that it's in. There we go. Now they've got it. Yeah, it's not steering very well there. Well, he still would have got a time for that.
Yes, that's right. He was past the flying finish, and they've been having a great run all weekend. It's been very exciting and spectacular. So
2:31.
2:31, so you got a time of 2:31 anyway. It's not bad for a little Corolla.
But he hit the post after the flying finish.
Okay, so that will mean there's a few cars there, like this one, which is stopped. We'll probably send him through now. So you're seeing all of the action live here. And for those of you who have just joined us, welcome. If you haven't been watching all day and you want to go back and watch the action again, once the live stream's over, and you can rewind through and you can replay your favourite part. And if you can't find it on Facebook, you can always find us over on YouTube. If you go to the Kick-Ass YouTube channel, you'll be able to find the 2 live days of competition there and relive all the action. And just working out what they're doing in terms of turning this stage around with that car in the centre, which has been stopped with the red flag. Once they get that sorted, they'll turn around and send it all the way back again.
Yeah, for the not sure how, but the 8th or 9th time. So had quite a few runs, 6, 7 runs yesterday. How many today? 8 runs today. 7 runs today. So 14 runs all weekend, 14 stages. Isn't bad for a little rally. So those cars will now transport up to the end of the stage, and then we'll kick off what's left in there, rally them up to the end, and then we'll turn around. And we're talking about what might be left on the very, very last stage coming in. I think just look at, they're having a great time, and I think they'll still throw. I don't think they'll throw caution to the wind, though, because there's nothing, without looking down into the stage times, there's probably not a position changing opportunity in 1 4-kilometre stage. But I think what's going to happen is they're just going to want to do their best, and here's an opportunity to do their best. It's the right time of the day. They're familiar with the whole road from beginning to end. Pace notes are right, the car's right, and people like O'Brien who they're just on song, and so they're not going to slow down just for the sake of it. They're going to want to bring it home with a massive grin on their face, and as will the Mara Evo. So I think we've still got the potential to see some times to drop on the run back for sure. Don't know whether we'll see better than a 2:08 though, but.
No, look, there's nothing to gain on this last run really, but everything to lose, because the last thing you want to do is get all the way through here and try for a ridiculously quick time and put it off. And I don't think that'll happen. I think that they'll look at where the times are and they'll probably take it quite easy.
I think so, and that's where we might actually see some impressive times, because as you know, sometimes the harder you try, the slower you go. And I think if they're just going to come back and they're right, let's just do everything right, just take the pressure off ourselves and go and enjoy this, pretty fair chance we might actually sort of see some personal best times come out of the whole field. So once again, I don't think we're going to see better than a 2:08, but certainly down through the rest of the pack, see a little bit of room for movement there, and some exciting times as they come back our way. But just give us a minute, folks. We're just enjoying some drone footage around the empty road while we just get ready to restart the stage.
And it won't be long, I don't think, before that is restarted, and it's a great opportunity to have a look at a bit of the countryside around here, and it's a great shot from the drone, and the drone's actually, I think that might be us over on the hill that we're coming towards, so we'll wave to you as it comes past.
Let us know if it comes in. I'll jump up and make it look like we're working. We're doing it pretty tough up here on the hill.
It is a tough place to work. I don't know, Jamie, whether you've been over, but there's paddle pops, soft drinks, water, everything you could ask for. No, and it's all free. I've had a banana paddle pop, one of my favourites.
Yeah, that's us here on the right-hand side, just under that kick-ass Unimog. And under the Gold Coast and Tweed Motorsports Club, there's some spectators there. We had about 100 of them there before. Give everybody a wave. So they're out, come out to have a look at all the rally cars. And it's been a very busy spot here over the course of the weekend, and only a handful of people here now, but the courtesy bus has been running people in and out all weekend, and coming down into all the production area and the commentary tower, whatever you want to call it, the area. This is us here now. Hello. Waving to everybody.
Hello, everybody.
Well done, drone pilots. And it's been a great vantage spot because we're sort of up on an elevated area, and we can see a good sort of kilometre or more of the track.
These are our other drone pilots.
These are the gurus.
Yeah, these are the gurus.
These are the racing drones.
They've had some fantastic shots today too, really good shots.
Yeah, so those drones have been racing through the trees. These are the brave men who have been doing that. Not sure who's the best.
I'm sure they'll tell you if you ask them.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Has anyone ever crashed a drone?
So yes, it's a great spot here on the hill. It probably doesn't show you how much of a hill we're actually on, but we're up quite high, up above the actual track itself, so we can see straight down on top of it. There's been a bus that's been coming in all day and all day yesterday, ferrying our spectators in and out, so they can come and get a good look at the event up close and personal. And we must thank the owner of the property here that we're hovering over. He's was very graciously giving us use of his property.
Yeah, no, it's been great. Just great community cooperation through everybody downtown and the Kyogle Shire Council and all the sort of resident landholders all along the road, being able to shut the road down and then have the rally all based uptown, and just been a great community involvement and interaction with everybody as we see the Salika now made its way to the finish control, so which means the stage should be clear and it won't be long before we get the thumbs up and able to go back into competitive conditions again.
Yeah, it won't be long before they've got that turnaround in the Zero car. So it's 12:30 just after 12:30 here in New South Wales time. So 11:30 in Queensland time. And for those of us who are here in town, we get the opportunity to go down to the bowling club for the presentation. So if you're in town and you want to come and see the presentation afterwards, come down and have a bit of a look. It'll be a great opportunity to grab a drink and have a chat to some of the drivers and co-drivers.
Yeah, it will be. Be good to go in there, a bit of a social side of things and wind down on a Sunday afternoon. And then everybody will probably pack up and cut for it and head for home, wherever they might come from, down northern New South Wales, back up in Queensland, Alice Springs.
Now, there's a comment on the Facebook feed that I've got to read. It says, "Tell the Mafia Boys." Now, the Mafia Boys is the Mora's team, so the Moria Mafia. Tell the Mafia boys, there is free beer at the finish line, and if they know that, they'll do a 205.
205's the number, hey? Right, free beer at the finish line. There you go, boys. 205, free beers all round. And that's for the whole field. So if they do a 205, they've got to shout the bar. What do we just shout there? Or if they don't do a 205, they've got to shout the bar.
Yeah. And if you are watching on the live stream on Facebook or on YouTube, make sure you leave us a comment. We'd love to hear from you. If you've got a question, ask the question and we'll do our best to get you an answer for it.
Yeah, that's what I've been enjoying that, when you look up those comments, and it's just, we're sitting here at Benalbo, sitting at a rally, and that in itself is not a strange thing to do. I've been going to rallies all my life, and but to sit here in northern New South Wales beside a gravel road watching a rally like we always do, but then to have feedback from literally around the world is it's just mind-boggling. It's just bizarre. And then see this footage up in the air and people sort of sending you a message from all around the world. It's absolutely incredible, and it's pretty cool, really, because it means you can just sort of share it. Not everybody can get here, everybody should come here, but we also certainly understand that the tyranny of distance and logistics, you can't always get here, and here's the next best thing. You can sit there and watch it as we see Ella and Paul Piovera, who have been inspiring us. An inspiring drive all weekend and just pulling and ripping seconds out. Started yesterday just over the 3 minutes and now down to a 2:30, which is not far off the fastest run early in the piece yesterday. So incredible for a young driver in a little Daihatsu, and and it's all down to driving. It's not a high-powered car by any means.
And she must have had some sort of drama because she's running well out of order. I thought that the 180B was the last car because he's been the last car all day, but obviously Ella's had some sort of problem, has rejoined, which is great to see.
Yeah, no, doing a mighty job. I enjoyed the interview before when you spoke to her and listened to how Paul said, well, I haven't got a mentor or sort of coach her anymore because she's doing her own thing, and certainly very impressive to watch as we see who we got coming over the hill here. Very noisy car. Let's say
Okay, so that's the WRX, which we were talking about before, and they must have some sort of drama as well because they're well and truly out of order. One of the good things with this event is there's technically no late time, so as long as you get to the stage before the stage is closed and turned around, you can have a run.
Yeah, no, that's good, and that's why we like it too. Just it's been a great atmosphere here all weekend in amongst the entire event, from the organisation all through the volunteer officials and the competitors themselves, where it's just been just a fun, relaxed. I mean, you've been up in amongst them more than I have, but certainly just a great environment and great atmosphere, and it's highly competitive. As you can see, they're splitting hairs with the times, but they get out of the car and congratulate each other and have a bit of fun, and good fun and friendship and mateship out there.
All right, so we've got another car coming down now. So this is Wayne Meyer. He's sitting beside Stephen Mitchell, who's the co-driver. Been both involved in rallying for over 40 years, and both of them have built a few cars over the years, which is what it always happens with these guys. You build cars, you go rallying in them. You build a new car, you go rallying them, and they don't have too far to travel, so they thought this event was a great one to come to. I'm sure that they're not regretting their choices. I think they will be sitting there going, glad we came and had a go.
Yeah, that's for sure. I was talking to those boys last night uptown, and just casual and having a great time.
And the Stanza is a great car to do an event like this in rear-wheel drive. Got plenty of grunt. Not sure what engine's in it. It could be any one of the many Datsun varieties in that car. And he's had this car since about 2016, I think. So he's had it for quite some time. I know he likes to try to do events that are close to home. So this one's obviously a great opportunity to have a bit of fun on a weekend close to home. You see there in between those trees, that's one of our SOS points. So if somebody has a problem along the line, they can pull off there, and there's an SOS point right there. 4 of the SOS points on this course, about 1 every kilometre, which is a great thing to have. Okay, there's another car coming into the stage. Car number 6. So these guys must have also had a problem, because they were right sort of in the top 5 or 6 before, so they've now rejoined, which is good to see.
Yeah, they might have had a bit of a nap after they had lunch, because they all had lunch had before. That's the O'Brien, father and son duo, who have been really on fire today, and talking about people who can still be on the improve and beat their personal best. This is one of them. He's sort of been really just chipping away at it all day, and you can just see the confidence levels just growing and glowing through the whole car. And he's done a 2:12 already coming back out, so we'll see what he can do on his run up. But he's done a 2:12 is what his best time is so far coming back out. So he's on his up run at the moment. You can see it dragging a lot of moisture out of that table drain there on that corner, the inside of that corner.
So Eli, the co-driver, first time, first rally, he's 14 years old, and his claim to fame is that when he drives his dad's old car, he's only 2.5 seconds behind him at the skid control drivers compound there at Ipswich. So he's obviously got that competitive nature in his blood, that his first comment on this little sheet that I've got here about their team, he's only 2.5 seconds behind Dad. So
yeah, that's good. No, I seen you interviewing him yesterday, and he just a smile said it all. How much of a great time he was having, and no, it's been a good job by that crew, the O'Brien cars. We see the sweep car head on through there now. The 180B is the last competing car, then the sweep car, and once they get up there, we'll do a reset, send the zero car, and that'll be the last and final stage of the 2025 Tyres and More Hemmett Working Dog Rally.
Yeah, and look, that's they've been driving this car for quite some time, and they like to finish events. In fact, over the past 3 years, they've pretty much driven the car onto the trailer at every event they've done. So, as we say, to finish first you must finish. Well, these guys finished every single event.
Yeah, that's excellent. So, no, it's been they've been chipping away at it all weekend and just been carrying some consistent speed. hit a few potholes. The exhaust is just hanging off, and it's certainly making plenty of noise and rattles and bangs, but they're still in it and they're still chugging away. So consistency is king in rallying. Just consistency, reliability, just keep at it and never give up.
Well, reliability. I said to them before when I was up the other end, I said, what makes this car so reliable? And they said, silicon sealant. Got plenty of that in it.
Yeah. And Brian's done a 2:13 heading up, so that's his best time on the run up so far. So, like I said, he's pulled 3 seconds out of his best time on the run out from town. So, very impressive indeed. So, and I reckon he'll be having a crack on the way back out too. So he'll be worth having a look at. So, on the run up, we got Mara in 2:09 and Agio 2:12. O'Brien's a 2:13, so third fastest there for O'Brien on the run out. Spranger's done a 2:15. Kilbride's in for a 2:16, as is Taylor. And then Jansen 2:17. Clooney, Badenoch's a 2:20, so that's a bit slow for him. So he hasn't had a very good run, so a bit off the pace there going out. And then Mill, Tuppen, McJan, Piovera at a 2:31. Green Ulsh, who got jammed up on the grid, still bought a 2:31. And then Myers 2:47, Fackrell 3:11, and then still a couple to come.
So once we turn this stage around, we'll be back into the last run, as far as I'm aware. The bus has just turned up with a bunch of spectators and taking a few back down to town as well. So it's a great way to come and see the rally. Grab the bus down, it's 500 metres. Or if you're brave like me, you can walk through the Bonalbo Bird Park.
Yeah, just talking about, so the cars are all gathered up the back there and just regrouping, and they're coming back, and that is the last stage of the rally. So it'll be an action-packed one for sure. So make sure you keep an eye on it, and it won't be very, very long, probably only 5 minutes. We'll see the Zero car come down onto the start of the stage, and then through they'll come. So we're getting a few spectators out here on the hill. Been a lovely afternoon. It's been a lovely weekend. The storms were blowing around, but they left us alone, thankfully. Got terribly windy yesterday afternoon and just about blew us away. But, lucky we had a Unimog to hang on to.
There you go.
Great view of the end of the rally there from the drone.
Yeah, on the left there, we've got sort of like a barbecue and some cold drinks and plenty of shade there brought to us by On the Brink Motorsport. So it's a great environment up there, and toilets for the ladies and the men too, for that matter, and the officials up there as well. So certainly a great place to hang out while you're waiting to turn around and come rallying back.
When we were up there before doing the interviews, Jamie, there was about 500 cows on the other side of that fence all come down to have a bit of a look at the rally cars.
Yeah, plenty of tasty looking cows around in these paddocks.
Appreciate that you've got a participation badge.
Oh, well, we're just having a bit of a look around the spectator area here, and there's a few people who we've recognised. We might see if we can get a couple of them down to have a chat to. I think I saw Alan Steen walk past over there. We should try and grab him and have a bit of a chat to him and find out what happened in that car. So let's do that whilst we're waiting for this to go around.
On that seat there. And all you
All right, well, we won't be long now, and we'll be turned around and ready to go back the other way. And in the meantime, I've managed to snag Alan, who's sitting here next to me. Alan's been sitting in with Wayne Hoy. Alan, you're doing what I was doing before, and you've got yourself a paddle pop.
Yes.
We'll just get him with the headset on, and then we'll have a chat. And we don't want to lose that paddle pop, mate.
No, I can put it down though.
So, Alan, how has your day been today? Obviously, didn't end the way quite you wanted to end. Was it a drive shaft or a prop shaft?
Prop shaft today.
Oh, yeah. Right. So just broke?
Oh, he tried to come inside the cabin and join us, but luckily it didn't, but it did break.
Yeah, well, we were standing down at the start, and Shane, who was holding the camera, he said, "Oh, did you hear that?" And I said, "Yeah, I think he's broken something for sure." But it was a big bang and a rattle.
It certainly was. It certainly was. We got up to the top of the hill, and then it just parked at 100 metres down the road, so out of the way. So that was us.
That was you.
It was a good battle with Clay and Larissa. I mean, they were taking time off us. We were taking a little bit of time off them. So
yeah, and I know Wayne said that if Clay wants to try and do a better time, let him have it, because he can take it from now. But it was good to see that competition and that rivalry. For you though, what was it like sitting back in that car?
Don't park in the road.
The last time I was in that car was 2010 for Rally Q Classic. We had quite a powerful classic then at that time. With Wayne, we haven't done a rally for nearly 30 years. What was interesting to me, I've been doing zero cars, quite extensively for the last few years, and I just call the next corner or the one after that. But this one, I've got to call 4 corners ahead, 3 to 4 corners ahead, because we're getting there so fast. A couple of times I'm trying to get on pace, and Wayne's saying, "Next, what's next?" Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because it's very cresty, and you can't see what's over the crest. And normally it's a left 5 tightening to 4, which you don't want to arrive, too fast.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's all good. We were starting to get some good times today. It was a pity we couldn't do another 2 runs to see where our proper limit was, because the road is getting, all the stones are gone. Yeah, it's racing lines just about now.
Yeah. Now, somebody asked me before, who owns the car that you're driving?
Wayne Hoy.
Okay, Wayne does own it. Somebody said,
Yes.
I wonder whether it's Alan's car. I think Alan owns a car somewhere, or maybe it's his car.
No. Wayne's had it for quite a few years. Richard Galley had it before him.
Right.
I did one rally with Richard, and then he sold it to Wayne. It's got some decent power and all the good stuff in it. So, but it's old technology, if you like.
Yes, definitely old technology, but still technology that goes fast, because the times show what it is. I mean, to be almost as quick as those 4-wheel drive cars, and in fact quicker than some of them, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, they get away from us in the corners and uphills. We can't go around a corner uphill. They just go.
Yes.
Plus they're turbo.
Yes, there's that, of course. So, and we're just having a bit of a look at the track. This is just near where we are. This is heading back up to what will be the finish of the event as it goes across this little culvert here. This little culvert down in front of us that they've just gone past, Alan, that's actually quite tricky, isn't it? From the air, it doesn't look tricky, but when you're sitting in the car, I'm sure it is very difficult to get through that bit.
It is. Is that the one with the markers on the right-hand side that get taken out?
Yes, and we just see the zero car up here coming into it, this little culvert down here.
Yep.
So he's going to come into view on our drone shot there over this little crest. But it looks quite easy to drive through, but it's actually quite difficult, isn't it?
I think so. I think coming the other way is a bit more tricky.
Yeah, and it's got that ditch on the outside, which you definitely want to keep out of. So as you come over this little rise here and you go into this corner, and obviously from this drone it looks a lot easier, but there's that little embankment there on the outside, and a few people have been right in there. You can see the tyre tracks out there. It's a great shot, isn't it?
It is. I mean, it's been a fabulous weekend to see all the effort, all the volunteers, and what's been put in for a rally sprint, essentially.
Yeah.
Like, you don't get all this on a state championship round, and it's certainly not as enjoyable. This is a lot more enjoyable than a ARC.
and the opportunity to have a bit of a rest at the end of the track, and you're kind of trapped up there, so it's not like you can disappear and do something. You've got to actually have a chat to everybody.
Well, you do, but it's really, really nice because you don't otherwise have that time to spend with people not in your group, and now you do.
Yeah, and it's a great opportunity to meet some new people and find out what they're rallying and what their plans are and what they've been doing with their cars. Because as you say, normally when you're in a rally, you get to know the people around you quite. So the car in front, the car behind, you got to see them all the time, but you don't really see the people at the back of the field, and this gives you that opportunity.
Yeah, and then I can check their tyres out and see what they're doing with tyres for next year. I can do you a deal.
Because you're actually bringing some tyres in nowadays, aren't you?
I'm virtually the only importer for Hankook rally tyres.
So there you go, a bit of a plug for Alan's business. If you need some Hankook rally tyres, come and see him.
We're the cheapest 205 at $3.95.
There you go, cheapest 205.
205, yes.
Cheapest 205. So get in now. Get in now. Have you got a special discount code this weekend?
Well, weekend's nearly gone.
Okay, so you've missed out on the discount code, folks. So if you're an aspiring rally driver out there and you want some cheap tyres, you're not going to get cheap ones today because they're off special as of now.
Talk to me next year.
Yeah. In all seriousness, if you are looking at a tyre supply for next year, then yes, Alan is bringing some tyres in. I know a few people are using them and they've been saying that they're exceptionally good tyres.
I think they're good value. They seem to be lasting too long, but I can't do much about that.
Yes, there's definitely the ultimate in a tyre dealership that they last too long. Nobody likes tyres that last too long. We want them to last short amount of time, so that you're back with your cash to buy more. Is that how it works?
That's correct.
That's that's definitely how a good business model goes.
Yeah.
All right, well, we've got our first car lined up and starting the stage. So here we go, the last one for the day. Thanks for joining us, Alan. If you want to sit here and have a chat, feel free to do so. But our first car's started. Our drones just went up in the air. I just heard our drones go up. So won't be long before we see the cars here at what is now the end of the stage. So we're at about the 3 kilometre mark, and they'll be up here very shortly. And we'll be able to check out these times as they come in. The thing that I think will be the big telling point is the times for the top 3. So, and Jamie's just going to come back and sit in the seats. Thank you, Alan, for joining us, and we welcome back Jamie Lawson to the microphone. Agio sitting at the start line, so it won't be long before we see them in our drone shot here.
Yeah, very exciting. This is the final stage of the first ever Working Dog Rally Sprint here in Benalbo, and exciting times. We kind of got a pretty good inkling who the winner is, and Craig Agio was yesterday, but he had to relinquish that. Here he comes through, so here's the opportunity for the guys to put in their last final, and in some cases maybe their personal best time of the whole weekend. 2:08 is the fastest in this direction that we've seen so far, and it's done by that car there, the Maura Evo, and there've been a big fan club scattering in the country. We're getting lots of messages from them, go boys go, and you can see there certainly go boys go, they're going, and here they come heading our way now down through the gully and becoming up towards our spectator area. Nice technical little corner that one, and then just open it. It's flat from there all the way down to us now. Top gear, just holding it flat all the way through. They're starting to get this little corner right. Yesterday they were really heavy on the brakes, but they're sort of starting to float through here quite nicely. Beautifully set up. Done a good job. 2:08's the number. This is going to be a pretty quick time. I know they're not going to throw everything out, but
I'm just hanging out to see what this time's going to be. So I'm going to open my results here. I've got very little battery left on my phone, but I'm definitely going to check out what that time was.
I don't know if I'm going to get a free beer or not.
You think he's going to go for the 2:05?
Yeah, I'm not worried about the time, but if he 2:05, let's see. 2:08's the number.
I'll make it
Let's see who can make it a 205. You'll believe anything we say. So, and then Craig Aggio's behind, and then we just seen the Springer Subaru out on stage now as well. So it won't be long. They're going to punch them through super fast. And for better or for worse, a little bit sad, I suppose. It's been an exciting weekend. Here comes Craig Aggio and the GR Yaris, and these things have got a bit of a cult following, and rightly so. They are a pretty cool little machine. And as you can hear, pretty much bite off the showroom floor. I'd imagine he's got a set of MTAs or something in it, and roll codes, and away he goes. And he was leading the rally yesterday, so pretty gets it nice and wide as he comes into our view there, down along the straight, absolutely hammering a flat biscuit. And there, just nice and tidy on the brakes, keeps it cool. Full throttle again, up over the crest past the school bus, and heading back to Benalwo for the final time this weekend as the drone woos up there and up the gum tree.
If you look around you here, Jamie, I know we're all supposed to be focusing on the track, but we're all sitting around here pressing refresh on our on our scoring screens, trying to find out what that stage time was. So any minute now, I'm sure we'll have a time in the system.
Yeah, it won't be long, and here comes a Springer Subaru. This might be another one that might put in their personal best. They're having a bit of a crack, and very committed and focused driver here. And he's doing a sterling job all weekend and improving every time he gets on the stage. And you can just sort of see how he's really adapting to those pace notes and making them work for him, sort of making the whole car and the very impressive indeed. And the newly acquired car in the Maximum Motorsport Subaru. And the Jensen, they've been doing some good times, and very exciting drive as well, quite spirited. So we'll get some stage times heading our way shortly, but if not, it doesn't matter because there's lots of action out on stage. I think Clay Badenoch should be around in the rear-wheel drive. Just can't quite work out who that is on show. That'll be the Kilbride WRX, Donna and Jeff Kilbride. Didn't see their run on the way up, but they missed a couple of gears near us, so probably not so good. I think it was the 220s or something, but they've been a lot lower than that. So this looks a little bit faster, which is more indicative of what they've done. So, although they've done a 216 on the way up, so that's still pretty good. And there's a lot of dust there.
There's a lot of dust there. They've just gone off.
I think they might have gone off down there in the gully. There's a lot of dust there. They have.
Oh, yeah, they have too. They've gone off.
So...
Yep, that's what happens when you push to get that last run. So.
We said that was a really technical little gully, that one, and it is. It was it's really narrow, and there's just nothing spare. So obviously not too much damage there. It's going to have to recover the car, that's for sure and certain. But he's covering some really good speed down into there, and you can tell that everything's okay there, apart from just being a bit sad and a bit of pride damage. But that's what you get when you're sort of pushing everything through, and very uncharacteristic of them to put a foot wrong. But you can see everything's okay there, but they will be a bit cranky with themselves. And but that could have been, as you can see, it's a really sharp gully, and thankfully all okay there. So you can see a plume of dust. So that stage will be pulled up, no doubt.
I must admit, when I saw them come into that, I thought to myself, geez, they're actually really going quick. And we're just going backwards here. We're seeing a bit of a... I think the guys...
I think that's what they'd want to do. Can you turn back time?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's bad knocked down the start line, so he won't get a start just yet.
I think the stage will be held up at this stage. So we'll come back and have a bit of a look at that in a moment.
Yeah, I haven't got the news back there yet, but there'll be red flags along there, so he won't be a problem. So Clay will get a start here and come through, and just a little bit of a delay until we pull the Kilbride car back off. And you can see once we went to that shot and there's a bit of dust, you think, oh, they're not coming out that other end, unfortunately. But anyway, thankfully nothing too damage. Well, there's probably a fair bit of car damage there, but hopefully not too bad there for Jeff and Donna, and we can recover that car and get them back out of there and sort of get back to you. But that's what often happens, when you get right to that edge and that ragged edge and start pushing, and that's par for the course and the game that we all play. We all understand the risks and what can happen, and but very close family indeed. So we certainly know what can happen, and everybody's very close. It was only a couple of weeks ago that their daughter Holly had a pretty big stack with Toby Price down in Adelaide, down in South Australia. And they walked away. Holly had to be checked out, but these cars, the level of safety with these cars is just absolutely as high as you can possibly get. So just checking that grid there, you'll see the official down there, because that grid's been giving us a bit of grief over the weekend. The rails have been popping up, and as the cars hit them, because there's a lot of weight coming down on them, and the weight's sort of been coming down and then popping the rails up a little bit. So good time to do a bit of maintenance right across the board while we just sort of recover that Kilbride car, because it is in a really vulnerable spot. We can't leave it there. Sometimes in a rally you can actually sort of put up triangles and that sort of stuff, but unfortunately we have to because it's just in a vulnerable spot. So if another car left there, it would cause a lot of drama. So I'll just wait for us to do a little bit of a reset there, and we'll just keep chatting away, and so you keep coming back to you while we just sort of get things sorted and get organised, and let everybody do their thing, and we get ourselves organised to get the Kilbride car out of the road.
Yeah, I think it'll take a little bit of time to do that. I must admit, when I saw them come in, I was thinking, geez, they're really pushing hard, and then all of that dust flew up in the air, and it was off the road very quickly. So hopefully those guys are all right. We'll give you an update as we find out more information. So at the moment, we've got a bit of a hold up at the start. So
yeah, no, we'll just get things going. So it takes a little while to recover cars, just like it does at Bathurst. And when you're circuit racing and things like that, it always takes a long time to be able to get a car, and we can't leave it in a dangerous situation. So it'll just take a little while to recover that car out and get it out of the road. So we'll do that, and it won't be too long, and we'll be back with you. So a bit of a unintended break there, but anyway, that's what we do in motorsport. We push hard, we play hard, and sometimes we hit hard, and as we have here. So that's the Kilbride Subaru, who are travelling really, really fast and doing a mighty job. And as we've been talking all weekend, this is such a technical road, and this is one of them. It just comes into a little bit of a crest, and you can see the car lightens up, and then there's a really sharp, and so that's come to an abrupt halt really, really quickly. And that car will be jammed in there, so there's probably a bit of mechanical damage underneath it. So the car will be jammed in there. We need to recover it and get it out. We can't leave it there, and but we'll do that. And but, this family's no strangers to motorsport, so they know all the trials and tribulations, and they know you win some, you lose some, and all that we ever hope for is that you get out and you walk away, and you may not have a smile on your face today, but you come back next week and fix it all up and get cracking again. And they're a motorsport family through and through, and they've been in plenty of cars and plenty of off-road excursions as well over the years. So that's Donna and Holly, not Holly, she's always out and about taking the limelight, but Jeff and Donna Kilbride. Been a long time since Donna's been in the car. She might not get back in again, but no, she'll be the first one back in there. Come on, let's get cracking, back on the horse. So we see the O'Brien Evo. They were waiting for their start time, so there'll be a couple of cars just a bit out of sync here for a little while. Stand by while we just tidy up the course.
Yeah, it'll be a little while. We've just had the setup car go in with the ambulance just for a precautionary check over, I'm sure. So once we get a little bit of information, we'll let you know.
Yeah, that's it. No, so it was obviously a pretty big hit there. Come from pretty great rate of knots to a sudden stop. And we'll just let them do their thing. They're all professionals down there, and that's just one of the most professional events, this for sure. Everything's just right at hand. And if you're going to go playing with cars and playing with motorsport and high-risk sports, this is the place to do it in, that's for sure. And under the watchful eyes of this organisation, they are the best in the business and professional, and helps right at hand. As we see such a beautiful car.
This replay, you'll just see them get a little bit sideways as they come in there. There's a culvert there with a concrete edge on it, and I think they've just clipped the concrete edge. As they come in here, you'll just see them get a little bit sideways there. Yeah, and they've just clipped that concrete as they've gone in, I'd say, and in they've gone.
Yeah, no, just the car's lightened. There's just the slightest brow crest there, which has just sort of taken all the weight off the car. And then, like you say, they're just about 3 inches a little bit further to the right than where they sort of want or need to be. And then just that's in the loose gravel, and then whatever, probably a bit of that concrete has grabbed that rear wheel, slung them 180 degrees and bang straight into there to a full stop. So bit of a shame, and but that's certainly the game we play, and we know how it goes. And Jeff and Donna are highly experienced, and a family who know what they're doing. So So always a worry, but especially when you know the people personally. You know, people watch on, and if you don't know them, you think, oh, that's be pretty exciting. But anyway, that's motorsport. That's the way it goes. Whether you're in the Bathurst 1000 or competing in the Australian Rally Championship or here at the Benalbo Working Dog Rally, things can and do happen, as we've seen here. But you're in professional hands, and great to see they'll be out and about later on, and we'll get back into town later. And we'll tell the story a little bit more. But in the meantime, we'll just hang and wait and fill you in as best we can. Still got plenty of beautiful drone shots around. And if you're on site here, g'day to everybody, wherever you are around Australia, around the world. So we're just going to have a bit of a rest. We'll give our voice a rest for a minute, and then we'll just come back to you shortly. So just give us a little while we clear the car, get ourselves organised, and give our voices a spell. And then it won't be too long before we wrap up the 2025 Tyres and More Hammett Working Dog Rally Sprint.
Okay. You can, in there. Okay, so 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 you can, in there.
taking photos and trying to figure out what exactly happened. I asked if it was a rollover, they go down some blah, blah, blah. That's what happened. I said, yeah, that's right.
You can see there all the characters. Well, they've got a bit of time to spell up there at the finish line. Everybody's giving everybody a wave, so that's all the officials and competitors. You can wave back. They can't see you, but we can see them. Hopefully they're
they're doing the Mexican wave, mate. They really get into it.
When you're out beside the road, you're normally out there chucking brown eyes, but don't tell them that, whatever you do. So hopefully they'll just stick to the wave. But g'day, everybody. We've just got a bit of a delay here while we recover the Kilbride car. And as you do, you just got to do all the safety precautions. So anybody back home, family, friends, don't be panicking or worrying about that. There will be a big long delay because it takes a long time to get a rally car out of a pretty savage ditch. So we'll just fill you in and keep you moving along, so don't be panicking, don't be alarmed. It's just sort of what happens in motorsport. It takes a while. You've got to go through the procedures. Everybody knows these guys are motorsport family through and through. It was only a couple of weeks ago that Holly was down in South Australia, their daughter, and had one of the scariest crashes you've ever seen with Toby Price. Left the road in absolute breakneck speed and hit a rock and just rolled down into the thing and made a hell of a mess. But done all the things, took her to hospital, put the neck braces on, and she's the one away sort of sitting there now. She's on the sideline panicking and worrying about her mum and dad as you would. But please, if you're back home and you know Donna and Jeff, don't be panicked, don't be alarmed. We're doing everything that you need to do just to go through all those precautions, and it wouldn't matter whether it's a broken finger or a broken toe or just a broken heart. You got to do the same. And so we're just recovering the car, which will take a while. It's in a really precarious spot. We can't keep rallying because you've seen where they went off. Very easy for another car to go off as well, so we can't risk that. So unfortunately, this will take us a little while. So just if you're watching the live stream, not trying to cover anything up or be scared or anything like that, it's just what we've got to do. And it does take a little while just to tidy it up and recover that car and do what we've got to do. So we're just filling in a little bit of time. And then what we will do, though, unfortunately, a bit like when you're watching other forms of motorsport, we are time certain. So the clock is still ticking. So depending on how long it takes to come out, we may need to wrap it up, and we might not get back to competition standard, but that doesn't matter. We'll just wait and see what happens there. First and foremost, we'll get the cars and crews and everybody out of the stage, and then the event organisers will know what's left of the day, and whether we just sort of go back to liaison and bring everybody out and wrap it all up from there, or whether we still get a few competitive runs in. We don't know, but we'll see with that. So if you're watching in from the live stream, sorry about the delay, but this is what happens. This is the game that we all play, and anybody that's been in amongst it, we know how it goes. And the one thing that all we worry about is people's personal safety, and obviously it doesn't come any higher than what that car is there. So come out with your bumps and bruises and aches and pains, but obviously going to get checked out thoroughly, and nobody's going to be allowed to move or do anything until they get the clean bill of health. So that's just the procedure we're going through now. Get everybody out safe, get the car out safe, and once we've done that, and then the guys in charge who have been controlling one of the most magnificent events that I've ever seen will then know whether we've got any time left in the day to continue competing, or whether we need to wrap it up. But either way, it doesn't matter. It's been a fantastic weekend. We've still got a great couple of hour or so to go, and then we can also go into town and celebrate the winners and who comes second and third and all that sort of stuff. But one thing I'll say about Donna and Jeff, they were throwing it all out there. They were going right to the very end. They've been getting quicker and quicker all weekend. Magnificent car. Maura's gone in at equal to at a 2:08 on the way in. Aggio's done a 2:17, a 2:13 out of Springer, so that's his best run on the way in. And that's as far as we got. So 2:08, so almost exactly 2:09 on the way out, 2:09 on the way in, and then we'll combine all them times and different things. We'll work out who the winners. We're going to go into Benalbo in a while for the presentation, and I'm not sure if that's going to be live streamed or not. But
we're not live streaming the presentation, but well, not as far as I'm aware.
No,
so yes, we'll just wait for this. Now, while we're waiting, let's have a quick chat, Jamie, about a couple of the young and upcomings. Now, we've seen Ella here. She's in that Daihatsu Charade Di Tommaso. She's certainly improved over the weekend, like really improved at times, and there's been quite a lot of improvement across the field, but it's impressive to see young person. She's just 20 years old. She's out there having a go. She's got Dad sitting there co-driving. There's a little bit of a mentor in Dad sitting there, but as Dad said, not really having to tell her to do much now. She's really improving, and it's great to see these young people doing well. Now, speaking of which, later today, the Central European Rally will be heating up again, and Taylor Gill is there trying to win the Junior World Championship, and he's on track. He's sitting in the lead of that at the moment because stage wins count towards the championship. So stage wins is important as well as actually winning the round.
Yeah, that's right. No, it's been great to watch, and talking about young Ella here this weekend. There's I've been impressed from the front of the field, just the level and age. You're talking to Alan Steen there before, who'd be, and I was talking to Lofty Drews as well. Lofty's not competing this weekend, but he's certainly here. The level and the age and the depth of experience there on, an international world stage, right down to young Ella's here pedaling along, and at the trajectory she's on, who knows where she can go. You can see she's not just a good driver. You can see the passion. You can listen to her when she talks. The passion that she has to drive, to continue on, to improve. And, it's going to be great to sort of watch this space and just see where she might go in rallying. There's we sort of watch them all around the traps, and she's certainly got the making to be a very, very fast driver.
And it's something we need. We need more young people competing in the sport. I know it's a very expensive sport to get into, and it's one of those ones where you do need a little bit of money to compete at the top level, because you need a car that can compete up there. But we've seen a few new young people come along. One that comes to mind is Jackson Long. Jackson Long has been doing the junior championship here in the Australian Rally Championship, and he's just announced that he's going to be running a new car in 2026. He's running a Skoda R5 car, so that's really good to see. He's gone from a non-turbo four-wheel drive, or actually it might even be a rear-wheel drive Subaru, and now he's going into the full-on R5 car, which is great to see. He has his dad Damien sitting along, and Damien's been involved in rallying for a long time, co-driving for his dad John all those years ago in the Australian Championship. Now he's co-driving for his son Jackson, and this car that he's bought is, or the car that he'll be campaigning next year, is the Gonzalez car that was running in the ARC, and I know Eli Evans was also driving that car at some stage, so it's got a bit of pedigree to it, and the car will be run by Maxima Motorsport out of WA. So Jackson, who's Sydney based, he'll be driving a car that's being prepared by the excellent team at Maxima Motorsport with Dean Herridge over there. So that's great to see another young and upcoming driver starting to do well in the Australian Championship. I think he's got a little bit on his mind. I think he's doing his HSC at the moment, so it'll be good to see him next year and see what he's got to offer the championship.
Yeah, it will be. No, it's great to see the young ones sort of getting hold of the wheel and getting out there. And the beauty about rallying, you don't need to aspire to be an Australian or world rally champion just to go and have fun, and therefore it doesn't necessarily have to be overly expensive. I mean, life is expensive, so you can't avoid all your things like petrol and insurance and registration and all the safety. But as we can see here now, you can't skimp on safety. You need the highest level. That's what keeps you nice and safe. So, but you can certainly. This is grassroots motorsport. I mean, this is probably, it looks like it's on a world stage and equal to, but the reality is it's grassroots motorsport, from little Toyota Corollas to Daihatsus and everything in between. And so it is a great sport. And we're talking about the safari style sort of cross-country rallying. That's another different sort of discipline, again, still on dirt. But it's a great affordable way to go and enjoy motorsport and really enjoy it, and good long stages and good bang for your buck as far as entry fee versus competitive kilometres. And so just fill you in if you're still watching our live feed, or just tune in and wondering what's going on. We've just got a bit of a delay with a car that left the road, and just got a bit of tidying up there to do to get it, recover it, so it's not in harm's way. So we're just mucking around here a little bit with... got an
Evo 6 here.
Got an Evo 6, here we go, having a bit of a rally on the hill with the little fellas. Triple caution, road goes left, downhill.
Yeah, great to see. And yes, we are having a little bit of a break here, so we're all a bit bored on the spectator hill. So we need something to entertain us. So we got our entertainment. There we go.
There you go, mate. It's safely back to the time control across the flying finish, and we're getting around a little bit. G'day there, Huddy. So. No, it's been great. Been a great weekend, that's for sure. And so this is how we're working hard. I'll just wipe my brow here because holy dooly, we're sweating. It's been a pretty busy weekend, that's for sure. We weren't in the blaring sun yesterday. Today we had a bit of a reprieve with some nice cloud cover. And there's Tommy there just keeping an eye on us all. He's been the water boy and fetching water for us. And Darryl, my secretary, has been keeping the times fed up to us all live all weekend. And then our co-commentator here, Indeedy McCready. Indeedy, he's been doing a good job.
Indeedy McCready. I've managed to get myself a nickname because I said Indeedy once in the broadcast. So.
Indeedy, you did.
Yeah, there's a good group of people here. They've been working very hard to bring this broadcast to you. I've been very impressed with everything they've done, from the technology they're using to the follow drones, which have been fantastic. Yes, Darryl's been sitting here compiling all of these numbers as they come in on a sheet of paper, his little manual spreadsheet, which has been great.
He's been a great statistician and he's been feeding it to us. And then lucky we had a vest here so we could put it on Grano, otherwise we wouldn't have a clue what he'd do. So he certainly looks like he's been very, very busy. So
there you go. So there's our...
that's our technical data. So we're going from one end of the spectrum to the other. We've got Starlink and beaming up through the satellites to live streaming out of drones to Darryl here with an abacus and a pen.
He's done a great job.
Yeah, no, it's been fantastic. Lots of fun. And, of course, and the club, Gold Coast and Tweed Motorsport Club, thank you. They've been keeping us fed and watered up here on the hill, so we really haven't had to do a thing. We just sit here, put these... I haven't even got to hold a microphone. We've got these fancy earphones with this boom microphone and don't even have to hang on to a microphone. Don't have to do nothing. We've sort of been pretty lazy, really. So, but anyway, we'll just keep trucking along. If you're watching with us, thank you for being very, very patient. And no need for us to apologise because this is what happens in the world of motorsport. But rest assured, everything's under control and just recovering the car, making sure Donna and Jeff are going to come out nice and safe and sound. And no batters and bruises, making sure they're all safe. And then once we do that, we'll get to the stage, we'll see what or if time we may have left and whether we can continue competing or whether it's pack everything up into the bolo for the big presentation and hand over all the trophies and the silverware to the winners and grinners. And then everybody packs up and heads for home.
While we're waiting, why don't we have a bit of a look and see whether we can see the actual results of the Academus Rally down in Victoria, because that's been running today, and I'm sure that there's been a little bit of update to what's been going on. If I look at the results at the end of stage 4 for that event down in Victoria, Scott Petter, Brad Luff, who used to own the car that's off the road at the moment. Danny Traversa is sitting in third place in a Lancer, and then Warren Lee in another Evo, and Kevin Millard in yet another Evo. So it's a Fabia RS Rally 2 car, Subaru WRX, and then 3 Evos down at the Academus Rally down in Victoria. That's a very well supported event. I think they've got almost 50 entries in that one, as we're looking at a drone following a drone.
Yeah, got a bit of a drone rally going on here, a bit of a dueling drones up there in the hills, and just providing a bit of entertainment for the guys as we roar back along the rally track. The boys up on the hill having a bit of fun there, and it's like an eagle after a bloody little peewee or something, a little swallow. A couple of dueling drones there. We'll find the other one. They lost each other. We'll have a race along the rally track. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. One might have fell out of the sky. Bit of a dogfight out of the drones. Tyres and more Hammett.
Getting a bit dizzy here watching this.
He was riding underneath him there before. He goes flying along the road. Look at that. Nice low shot.
Well, for those of you who are being patient enough to hang around to see what happens, we should have some news for you shortly as to where we're going and what we're doing next.
Yeah, it's good. No, we thank you thank you for your patience. But I think most people who are tuning into a live stream are one way or another are motorsport orientated and certainly know, the game we play and what can happen. And fortunately we just got to do what we got to do and get the guys out and get them out safely as we roar up the bit of a taste for the stage, what it's like. That's up towards the flying finish, up around the last set of corners. As they head back towards Benalbo. And coming back again now towards us, up through the trees. Look at that, just like going for a ride in a rally car. Coming down towards us there now, nice and low, down through the flags. We're up there on the left-hand side.
Yeah, these guys do a great job, don't they, from Swarm Drone Media and Waking Dream FPV. They're the two companies that are running our chase drones this weekend.
Yeah, no, certainly the best in the business. Look how low that is. It looks like it's on the bumper bar of a car.
It does, doesn't it?
Over a crest there. Oh, here we go. Now she's on. She's on, and the race is on through the gully there now. Up the road, the little drone's out in front. The little Swarm Drone Meteor as FBB comes up on the left-hand side. No, he tucks up into the back corner. Who's going to be the last to break and make the risk?
That's great coverage, isn't it? Well, at least we've got some way of entertaining you while we wait for this stage to get going again.
It's like a ride at Dreamworld, isn't it?
It is like a drone ride. So they're just up near where the car is off the road at the moment. They'll probably head back.
Yeah.
Bit of a breeze picked up here. You might be able to hear a bit of the breeze in our microphones here. We're sitting outside, so a bit of a breeze has picked up here in the afternoon, and it won't be long before we get some sort of news on what's happening. And if you've just joined us on the live stream, we're just waiting for there to be a bit of an accident in the stage that's been cleared up, and we'll be back racing soon, we hope. For those of you who are watching the live stream in Benalbo, you can head down to the bowling club after the stage is over for the presentation, where we'll present awards and we'll see what goes on. Pretty sure we know what the result is right now, but you never know until it's over. All right, well, we're going to take a quick break here, and so just keep following the vision whilst we wait for something to get going, and we'll be back shortly with our commentary as the event goes on.
pull down the thing.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Working Dog Rally Sprint. We're just waiting for the recovery vehicles to leave the stage, but we have a bit of news from our HQ to say that they're going to transport the rest of the cars out, and that will be the end of the event.
Yeah, unfortunately, time worked against us here. Obviously, being the last day of the last of the event, time was always sort of going to be the pressure point, and it's going to take quite a while to get that car out of the position that it's in. The car itself's in a ominous spot, as well as then you've got to get vehicles in there to pull them backwards and pull them onto the road, and it's going to take a little while to recover that out, and obviously guys are just checking the guys out, so everything's all okay, as in we've been talking all the way through, sort of motorsport, and it's the game we play. But the good news is they're all okay, but it is going to take a little while just to get the car recovered, and we're always sort of on the right of the edge of the event anyway, so unfortunately by the time we do get the car out, clear the stage and get ready again, that'll be the end of the day anyway, so we're going to run out of time. So the event directors and Rally HQ have decided that there won't be any time left, so we're just going to transport everybody out, and which is a beautiful drive anyway, and we can sort of slowly wrap up the whole weekend, which we're going to do about this time anyway, even if it was still under racing conditions. So unfortunately, we're not going to see the last couple of cars come out under competition. We're just going to transport them out and then wrap it all up. So here with John McCready. So just before we do that, we might just sort of have a look at a bit of the times. Yeah, look at that beautiful shot back into Benalbo.
Yeah, that shot at Benalbo. Those the bottom of the screen there is actually where the service park is. So you can see that it's on the greens of the golf course, and the bowling club there on the bottom of the screen is where Rally HQ is, and all of the camping and everybody staying in the little caravan park next door. So a great shot of the Benalbo Township. But let's have a quick talk about the results, Jamie. As expected, Andrew Morrow and Brett Kerr in the Mitsubishi Evo 6. At this stage, all of the times are provisional, but it looks like they've taken out the event. I would say that the times from the last stage that's been cancelled probably won't count towards it. So that extra time that they got in that last stage probably won't count, but we'll see how that goes. But regardless of that, I think provisionally they have won the event in the Mitsubishi Evo 6. Behind them in the Toyota GR Yaris was Craig Agio and Megan Byrne. Now, they were battling all weekend, and they're a few seconds behind, so second place for them. As I say, these times are all provisional, and the best part of this was that brand new car that Christian Spranger's got with Nicola sitting in the co-driver seat. That car looks like it's going to be third, and so takes the bottom step on the podium. So a great result there. If I just scroll through the results here, Simon Jansen next, Jeff Kilbride after that, then Adam O'Brien, James Taylor, and then in 8th position, the first of the two-wheel drive cars, and that's Clay Badnock and Larissa Bigger. Great to see them up there. They had a great battle with Wayne Hoy and Alan Steen all weekend. Neither of those cars have done this last stage, so their times will probably stick. So a 9-minute 23 for Clay overall for the 4 runs, their 4 quickest runs for the weekend. 3 seconds behind them is Wayne Hoy and Alan Steen, so just 3 seconds between those top 2 cars. So great bit of competition there.
Yeah, Troy's, and what a wonderful shot there. That's just looking eastward back into the hills. Over the hills there is the Pacific Ocean, looking over towards Casino, and that's the stage right beneath us there as it winds its way up into the valley, and Benalbo is straight underneath there, so it's just absolutely spectacular and gorgeous, and we've all been able to enjoy that all weekend. And so unfortunately we're not able to finish the event under competition conditions, but everybody's just coming out now nice and safe and sound, and we'll be able to wind the weekend up, and just everybody's been enjoying the live feed, whether you're here on site or been watching in from around the world. Just, it's undeniable that a new benchmark has been set, and thank you very much for everybody for your watching and your support and your kind words and encouragement and comments. We've been passing it on to all the competitors, and it's been a wonderful feeling of engagement right from just a nice atmosphere from the competitors, the entrants, the officials and the organisers all the way through. It's just been a wonderful atmosphere and just the way an event should be run. High-end competition, and but just a great family-friendly, laid-back atmosphere.
And Jamie, yes, it's I've really enjoyed being out here talking on the mic. It's been a bit of fun at doing the analysis of the times and the cars and the drivers and the co-drivers. So really enjoyed sitting here with you. It was also great to get up the other end of the track to have a bit of a talk to the drivers and do a few interviews. So we got a bit of an insight. Some of our special guests that we had here was great to hear from them. So that's it for the weekend. I hope you enjoyed it. Don't forget, if you want to re-watch any of this, you can jump onto the Facebook live stream. It'll become a standard video on Facebook on the Working Dog site. You can also look at it on YouTube on the Kick-Ass site. You can sit back and watch both days all over again if you want, or flick through to the bit that was your favourite and watch it all again.
Yeah, it's just amazing technology, and how lucky are we just to be involved in this. And thank you everybody for watching in over the course of the weekend. And even though we're not watching rally cars here, that's still just as spectacular. What a beautiful shot. So from everybody, the Gold Coast and Tweed Motorsport Club, who hosted the event, done a magnificent job. All the sponsors, all the supporters, all the volunteer officials up and down the course, back in town at rally headquarters, service crew back in there, the competitors, the drivers, the navigators, the co-drivers, everybody involved. So been a magnificent event to be involved with. I thank the club for inviting me over and allowing me to be part of it, and certainly my pleasure. And we look forward to next year when we go to the Working Dog Rally, which will be a multi-stage rally out of Benalbo. So put it on your calendar and keep an eye on it roughly this time next year. And then the year after that, we'll be back to this rally sprint format. But everybody's doing things all the time. AMSAG, Australian Motorsport Action Group, AASA. So I think realistically the event's over. So we might as well wrap it up and say goodbye, as sad as it is. We want to keep talking all afternoon. But anyway, all good things must come to an end. So thank you very much for listening in. We thoroughly enjoyed bringing you the vision and the audio, and we hope we've entertained you and kept you informed, and you've enjoyed it from wherever you may be, whether you be in Vietnam, New Zealand, New South Wales, Alice Springs, Sydney, all over the place. So thank you very much. Thanks indeedy John McCready, for sitting beside me and giving me a bit of a hand, because I didn't know whether my voice would hold up all weekend, but it has, thankfully. And of course all those major sponsors, Kick-Ass and all that in between. So anyway, the Tyres and More Hammett Working Dog Rally 2025 is now over, and been run and won officially, and we look forward to catching you again next year. Thank you very much. See you. Goodbye.